That's right. As long as I can drink that potion, my soul aptitude will evolve to superior level 7, and I will definitely be able to promote to a glorious Dawn Warlock. As long as I can drink that potion, I will be able to promote to a Moonlight Warlock. The strange voice was full of temptation, easily magnifying the desires of the surrounding warlocks. Everyone, let's go together. With so many of us, they won't dare to attack us. If we kill that person and refine him into a potion, we can all break through to the next realm. Along with a roar, a Moonlight Warlock turned into a stream of light and flew towards the area where Province's Undying Mountain is located. Dozens of warlocks blurred into motion and flew towards the area where Undying Mountain is located. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the warlocks whose desires have been silently aroused by the strange force turned bloodshot, and they operated secret methods and turned into streams of light flying towards Undying Mountain. Warning! Warning! Ahead is the private territory of Undying Mountain. Trespassers will be killed without mercy. Trespassers will be killed without mercy. One by one, the lowest-level cannon fodder humanoid robots appeared at the border of the Undying Mountain range and shouted with their mechanical synthesized voices. A bunch of scrap iron break? A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of a Moonlight Warlock, and he operated the law of wind, silently recited an incantation, and pointed with a finger. Countless violent wind blades suddenly appeared and enveloped an area of more than a dozen kilometers in radius. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions rang incessantly. Within an area of more than a dozen kilometers in radius, all low-level humanoid robots were cut into pieces by the wind blades. Low-level humanoid robots don't have energy shields, and the materials they use are crude ordinary steel. Naturally, they can't resist the range attack of a Moonlight Warlock. Warning invalid. Activate Annihilation Mode. Annihilate all intruders. A voice reverberated in Province's Undying Mountains territory. Within Undying Mountains territory, the land, mountains, cities, grasslands, and other places quickly opened up, and a swarm of third-generation battle robots flew out and turned into a torrent of steel shooting towards the invading warlocks. In an instant, an almost endless rain of light shot out from Undying Mountains territory and swept towards the invading warlocks. Swept by the dense rain of light, the low-level warlocks below the Moonlight Warlock rank were blasted into pieces, and a copious amount of blood and flesh scattered on the ground. Contaminated by the flesh and blood of the warlocks, many ordinary plants on the ground withered. However, there were also many plants that absorbed the flesh and blood of the warlocks and evolved into queer extraordinary plants. I am Wind God Dragon's Warlock Nan. A Moonlight Warlock screamed with a look of horror on his face, and then a beam blasted him in the head. The upper half of his body was vaporized, and his corpse fell from the sky. Only the monster-level warlock geniuses of Sun God Shrine have endless life-saving secret methods. Ordinary human Moonlight Warlocks will die if their heads are blasted apart. Along with the roar of engines, a large number of third-generation battle robots rushed into the midst of the warlocks and besieged and killed one Moonlight Warlock after another. No matter how the Moonlight Warlocks begged, the third-generation battle robots didn't let them off, but killed them all. So savage. Is this Undying Mountain? What a savage fellow. What a fearsome fellow. Seeing this scene, the warlocks who originally planned to rush in to fish in troubled waters sobered up. They all stopped in their tracks and flew backward. Undying Mountain made it clear that it wanted to kill all the warlocks who entered the area. The Moonlight Warlocks and Glorious Sun Warlocks of Province felt a chill in their hearts, and didn't dare to rush in rashly. However, there were still many formidable warlocks flying towards this region from all over Province. Treasures that can enable people to break through the Godman boundary are extremely rare. In the entire Tsangji Plain, they generally only appear once every 1,000 years. Only in the eras when Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses are born will there be a variety of treasures of heaven and earth that can enable people to break through the Godman boundary. The birth of every Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse requires the consumption of a large amount of resources and countless precious treasures of heaven and earth. Many treasures of heaven and earth are gone after they are used up. The reason why God Bloodplane gave birth to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse was because the primordial God Bloodstone produced by God Bloodplane was devoured by the first true ancestor, which allowed him to break through his limits and evolve into a Warlock Emperor rank existence. After the primordial god Bloodstone was devoured by the first true ancestor, no similar treasures were born in god Bloodplane. No matter how high the cultivation base of the other 8 true ancestors is, they cannot evolve into Warlock Emperor rank existences. Moreover, no matter what kind of treasures of heaven and earth there are, they cannot make the 8 true ancestors break through and evolve into Warlock Emperor rank existences, unless they can kill the first true ancestor and completely devour his true blood. Treasures of heaven and earth that can enable people to break through the god-man boundary attracted countless warlocks to gather here like honey. However, when the warlocks saw powerful warlocks being slaughtered by Yang Feng's mechanical legion, their eyes shimmered with apprehension, and they didn't dare to go over rashly. At this moment, a pinnacle bright world warlock rank breath descended from the sky, and a man riding a 100-meter-tall extraordinary life-form flying dragon elephant with a dragon head, elephant body, elephant trunk, and lion claws descended from the sky, arrived at the edge of Undying Mountain's domain, and said loudly, "Heart of Dragon Elephant's Great Elder Wei Guanghe requests an audience with Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming." Pinnacle bright world warlock rank breath rose from Undying Mountain, and Zhan Hongtao stood up and said loudly, "My young master is still in closed-door cultivation. Elder Wei, let's talk about it tomorrow." Undying Mountain's Lei Ming, you're really putting on airs. You're just a glorious dawn warlock, yet you're avoiding a meeting with my great elder. You really don't know what's good for you. An infinity warlock rank breath slowly spread, and a bald man with countless runes engraved on his head and a string of skulls of various powerful beings on his head, a haggard face, and a fierce ray in his eyes stepped out and said with a cold smile. Chapter 698. The Dragon Elephant Ancestor. He's here too. That's the founder of Heart of Dragon Elephant, the Dragon Elephant Ancestor. I didn't expect him to still be alive. The warlocks present inhaled a breath of cold air when they saw the bald man. The Dragon Elephant Ancestor is a peerless powerhouse who founded Heart of Dragon Elephant. As an intermediate infinity warlock rank powerhouse, he is extremely powerful. With the Dragon Elephant Ancestor standing guard, Heart of Dragon Elephant is only slightly weaker than the 10 great sects of Great Cloud Dynasty. The underlying strength of Heart of Dragon Elephant is much worse than that of the 10 great sects. But with the Dragon Elephant Ancestor standing guard, Heart of Dragon Elephant is a first-rate force second only to the 10 great sects. Great Cloud Dynasty is boundless and has countless powerhouses, including many infinity warlock rank existences. They have founded powerful warlock groups. In the past, the 10 great sects were the staunchest allies of Great Cloud Dynasties by family, ruling the world together with the Bai family. In the long history of the Great Cloud Dynasty, the 10 great sects went on expeditions everywhere, suppressed countless planes, and lost countless powerhouses. The Battle Demon sect once fought for Great Cloud Dynasty and lost several infinity warlocks. In the sect, there are only 4 bright world warlocks left to keep up appearances. In Great Cloud Dynasty, in addition to the 10 great sects and the 8 great families, there are also countless warlock groups. From time to time, peerless geniuses emerge from these warlock groups, obtain countless fortuitous encounters, and eventually advance to the infinity warlock rank. Once a warlock group has an infinity warlock standing guard, it will become a first-rate force in Great Cloud Dynasty. Heart of Dragon Elephant has the infinity warlock ancestor, and a pinnacle bright world warlock rank great elder guarding it. In Yu Province, this force is already one of the 5 overlords of Yu Province. A fearsome infinity warlock rank aura spread from the Dragon Elephant Ancestor and swept towards Zhan Hongtao. Zhan Hongtao's face suddenly changed dramatically. Cold sweat trickled down his back, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. By relying on his extraordinary perception, he clearly understands that the Dragon Elephant Ancestor in front of him has the strength to easily kill him. What is Heart of Dragon Elephant? Screw off. Otherwise, all of you will die. With a flash of black light, Alexia, flapping her fallen angel wings and holding the fallen angel's sword, appeared in the void like an invincible god. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with indifference and majesty as she stared coldly at the Dragon Elephant Ancestor. And infinity warlock rank breath spread from her. An infinity warlock rank blazing angel. Amazing, as expected of the Undying Mountain, to even cultivate infinity warlock rank blazing angels. Is this the power of the Undying Mountain? It is indeed terrifying. When the surrounding warlocks saw Alexia, they immediately inhaled a breath of cold air and commented spiritedly, "Fallen angels were the most powerful combat weapons developed by the gods. They were powerful beings transformed from fallen angels. The fallen angels of the blazing angel rank were terrifying war weapons that could contend against gods of the same rank, and even kill gods of the same rank. When ordinary human infinity warlocks faced an infinity warlock rank blazing angel, they could only flee in defeat." Berated by Alexia, the dragon elephant ancestor's face turned ashen. His eyes narrowed, and monstrous killing intent surged in them. Since he advanced to an infinity warlock, no one has ever dared to speak to him in such a tone. What big talk! A trifling blazing angel is just a tool of war. What qualifications does he have to communicate with us human warlocks on an equal footing? Let your master come and talk to us. Accompanied by a contemptuous voice, the earth rumbled, and a 10,000-meter-long Romanda stone tiger galloped over from afar. On the head of the Romanda stone tiger, there is a handsome male warlock dressed in a green warlock robe, exuding a wicked charm. But if you look closely, you will find that the male warlock is shrouded in endless coldness. That's the great elder of the black dragon serpent ancestor. The dragon serpent ancestor is one of the 5 overlords of our Yu province. I didn't expect him to come here as well. Of course, that's a peerless treasure that can enable people to break through the godman boundary. On average, our Zhongji plane may not be able to produce a peerless treasure every 1,000 years. If they can get their hands on it, it won't be impossible for them to break through to the warlock monarch realm in the future. When the surrounding warlocks saw the male warlock, their countenance changed at once, and they discussed in whispers. Alexia glanced at the dragon serpent ancestor and uttered in a cold voice and biting killing intent, "Dragon serpent ancestor, you dare to provoke my undying mountain. Aren't you afraid of being exterminated by my undying mountain? The undying mountain is really impressive. This isn't the Ligue province but Yu province. You want to exterminate a person's race. Isn't your undying mountain being too overbearing?" A gust of wind blew, and a huge golden figure that seems to cover the entire sky appeared in the sky. A handsome man with long hair fluttering in the wind and an extraordinary temperament is standing proudly on a gold rock and looking coldly at Alexia. "Heart of Gale's Gale, venerable lord. One of Yu province's 5 overlords, Gale venerable lord, has also appeared. Heh. A trifling blazing angel wants to resist 3 infinity warlocks. That's just courting death. With the 3 overlords here, it seems that the undying mountain won't be able to escape this time. With the 3 overlords taking the lead, we can still pick up some benefits from the undying mountain. For outsiders like the undying mountain to be so arrogant and overbearing in Yu province, I've long since found them an eyesore. This time let's wipe them out." The warlocks from Yu province stared at the 2 powerhouses Alexia and Zhan Hongtao with greed in their eyes. The Undying Mountain is one of the top warlock groups in the Zhongji Plain. This is a fact recognized by everyone. Normally, rogue warlocks wouldn't dare to provoke such a top warlock group. However, 3 of Yu province's 5 overlords have already arrived. As long as the 3 overlords join forces, they will have a chance to break through the Undying Mountain. The rogue warlocks can also take advantage of the chaos to get some benefits from the Undying Mountain. Hand over the person who broke through the Godman boundary. Otherwise, after the Undying Mountain is breached, no one will be spared. Amidst an extremely domineering and violent voice, a 2-meter-tall man with long blood-red hair appeared. His upper body was engraved with countless mysterious runes, and he gave off a terrifying aura like a fiend god. He held a crimson spear in his hand as he walked through the air and appeared in this area. Blood Spear ancestor, one of Yu province's 5 overlords. He's here as well. 4 of the 5 overlords have come. Only 7 Color Rose Gardens people haven't come yet. The Undying Mountain is done for. Even more excited, the surrounding warlocks looked in the direction of the Undying Mountain with greed in their eyes. Let's do it. After we destroy the Undying Mountain, the 5 of us will divide the treasures equally. A cold, crisp voice full of killing intent sounded, and a peerless beauty with long hair, a scarlet rhombus crystal on the forehead, fair skin, a curvaceous figure, dressed in white muslin, and exuding a devastatingly charming charm appeared in the void while treading on a 7-color flower. 7-color rose garden's garden master. You province's 5 overlords are all here. With this, the undying mountain is done for. When you province's 5 overlords attack together, even the 10 great sects will be destroyed. The undying mountain is done for. Filled with excitement, the surrounding warlocks looked greedily at the undying mountain like hungry wolves. In their view, with the 5 infinity warlocks joining forces, the undying mountain cannot resist them. Facing the siege of 5 infinity warlock rank powerhouses, if the infinity warlock rank blazing angel doesn't escape, only death will await her. TSK. After we destroy the undying mountain, the treasure should be divided equally among the 7 families. Amidst a series of creepy laughter, a man who was blind in one eye and looked like a bag of bones appeared in the void. His entire body was black and he looked like a skeleton that had crawled out of a corpse. That's right, it should be divided equally among the 7 families. If you don't give us a share, then we'll help the undying mountain. A peerlessly handsome man with snow-white skin and an appearance that surpassed even Panan's walked out of the void with a smile on his face. He was enveloped in a devilish charm from head to toe. Skeleton demon venerable wicked playboy. These 2 infinity warlocks came as well. They are actually lurking in our province. When the warlocks saw the skeleton-like man and the handsome young man, their countenance changed dramatically, and fear shimmered in their eyes. The skeleton demon venerable and the wicked playboy are both infinity warlocks of the demonic path. The skeleton demon venerable likes to capture warlock powerhouses, absorb their brain matter and bone marrow, and refine them into skeletons. The wicked playboy, on the other hand, likes to capture a large number of handsome warlocks, and use all kinds of wicked secret methods to turn them into his toys and slaves. The skeleton demon venerable and the wicked playboy are peerless fiends who have been hunted by the Great Cloud Dynasty's demon hunting division for many years. Such a terrifying monster naturally made those warlocks somewhat fearful. Although the U province's 5 overlord rank powerhouses are tyrannical, but they are bound by the laws of the Great Cloud Dynasty after all. As such, they won't go against conscience or go insane. The skeleton demon venerable and the wicked playboy, on the other hand, are unscrupulous fiends. Although they are naturally far weaker than the U province's 5 overlords, but they strike fear into the hearts of low-level warlocks. The Blood Spear ancestor frowned and said decisively, "Okay, then we'll divide it into 7 equal parts. However, if you don't contribute, then don't even think about getting a shred of it." Chapter 699. The other 4 overlords frowned and tacitly agreed with the Blood Spear ancestor's words. For you province's 5 overlords to join forces to attack Undying Mountain in order to obtain a treasure that can enable them to break through the Godman boundary. They have shed all pretense of cordiality with Yangfeng's Undying Mountain. If Yangfeng's Undying Mountain escapes today, it will surely launch a fierce counterattack against you province's 5 overlords. You province's 5 overlords are all scheming and decisive people. After weighing the pros and cons, they immediately made a judgment and accepted the 2 infinity warlocks, the skeleton demon venerable and the wicked playboy. You'll definitely regret it. Alexia took a deep look at the 7 infinity warlocks, then her figure fluttered, and she and Zhang Hongtao turned into 2 streams of light and flew towards Undying Mountain. In an instant, a dense rain of light shot out from Undying Mountain and barreled towards the 7 infinity warlocks. When the dense rain of light slammed into the 7 infinity warlocks, it couldn't even break through their life force field, only setting off ripples. A dense swarm of battle robots turned into a dark cloud of steel and rushed towards the 7 infinity warlocks. A bunch of ants. Skeleton black snow. The skeleton demon venerable smiled ferociously, took out the level 9 secret treasure myriad skeleton demon flag, and waved it. In an instant, boundless darkness enveloped an area 1,000 kilometers in radius, and a copious amount of black snow fell from the sky towards the 3rd-generation battle robots. In an instant, when the black snow fell on countless animals within an area 1,000 kilometers in radius, they trembled slightly, and their flesh and blood melted. At the same time, they mutated and turned into 2-meter-tall bloody skeletons exuding ferocity. Skeleton Black Snow is a powerful area of effect spell that the skeleton demon venerable mastered. within an area 1,000 kilometers in radius, even if it is a Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouse, they will be easily eroded by the black snow, and all their flesh and life force will be transformed into a powerful bloody skeleton. Even if it is mechanical golems, once eroded by the black snow, all their energy will be extracted, and they will be transformed into strange mechanical skeletons. Light flashed on the bodies of the third-generation battle robots, and a series of protective shields suddenly appeared. The black snow that fell on the shields only set off slight ripples, unable to harm them in the slightest. The indifferent skeleton demon Venerable revealed a trace of solemnity in his eyes. The mechanical puppets of the Undying Mountain have some tricks up their sleeves. The Bloodspear ancestor said solemnly, "Skeleton Archfiend, you deal with the mechanical puppets. Let's go inside and destroy all resistance from Undying Mountain." Among the 7 Infinity Warlocks, the skeleton demon Venerable is the weakest. But he is also the best at group battles and has countless trump cards. The skeleton demon Venerable once slaughtered all the human warlocks of a grade 4 plane, and transformed them into blood skeletons. If the Director General of the Demon Hunting Division had not personally attacked and almost killed the skeleton demon Venerable, he would not have been so obedient and hid in Yu Province for thousands of years to recuperate. "Okay, leave this place to me." The skeleton demon Venerable cackled and silently recited an incantation. With a wave of the myriad skeletons' demon flag in his hand, countless blood skeletons flew out from the myriad skeletons' demon flag and pounced on the battle robots. Bombarded by a rain of light, the blood skeletons were crushed one after another. However, the blood skeletons inside the myriad bones demon flag are practically endless. After being killed, they flew out again and fought the third-generation battle robots. The figures of the other 6 Infinity Warlocks fluttered, and they flew towards the center of Undying Mountain with overbearing auras. Before long, fleets of airships carrying the experts of the 5 major forces appeared from the void and flew into Undying Mountain. The Warlocks watching from the sidelines operated secret methods and flew into Undying Mountain. A powerful force like Undying Mountain that can give birth to Infinity Warlocks can create a powerful Warlock group, as long as it has a bit of resources and knowledge. Many rogue cultivators develop their own Warlock groups by plundering the knowledge and resources of large Warlock groups that have been destroyed. When the 5 overlords of Yu Province sensed Yangfeng's aura breaking through the Godman boundary, they prepared for an all-out war. But with their absolute strength, they came first, wanting to capture Yangfeng before the medicinal power of the Sun God Empyrean flower is completely consumed, and then refine him into a top elixir. Go to hell. In midair, the dragon elephant ancestor roared and sent a fist containing the law of power barreling forward, and a huge dragon elephant projection suddenly appeared and barreled forward. Under the crushing of the dragon elephant phantom, all the main battle robots that collided with it were instantly shaken into powder and drifted away with the wind. With just one strike, the dragon elephant ancestor destroyed thousands of third-generation battle robots. This is the terror of Infinity Warlocks. With the dragon elephant ancestor leading the way, the other 5 Infinity Warlocks followed behind him and flew into Undying Mountain. Among the 7 Infinity Warlocks, the dragon elephant ancestor has the strongest life force field, and his recovery ability is far greater than that of the other Infinity Warlocks. He is the most suitable powerhouse to open a path. The dragon elephant ancestor was like a rampaging and invincible tank. Wherever he passed, all the third-class battle robots were annihilated and couldn't harm him in the slightest. Activate the highest-level Skynet Annihilation System. Annihilation Target: Infinity Warlock. An electronically synthesized mechanical voice reverberated in Undying Mountain's base. Countless nodes of the Undying Mountain suddenly opened up, and 10-meter-long cylindrical crystal pillars abruptly burst out of the ground. Underground, countless super-strong propulsion furnaces operated at full power and roared wildly. The 10-meter-long cylindrical crystal pillars suddenly shot out white threads that extended in all directions. Within a few breaths of time, a huge net covering Undying Mountain's sphere of influence suddenly appeared and frantically devoured the energy of heaven and earth around Undying Mountain. This is a magic suppression array. The faces of the warlocks within Undying Mountain's sphere of influence suddenly changed dramatically. They discovered to their horror that they can't freely manipulate the energy of heaven and earth. Some elemental warlocks fell from the sky and were instantly chopped into pieces by the third-generation battle robots. The defensive spells around the bodies of many warlocks collapsed directly, leaving only their life force fields. The boundless darkness released by the Myriad Bones demon flag collapsed as well, and the blood skeletons, who seemed to be inexhaustible and possess an undying nature, became extremely weak. Most of the large-scale spells cast by warlocks used a portion of life magic energy to pry open all kinds of energies in the world and form all kinds of formidable and unimaginably terrifying spells. As soon as the magic suppression array appeared, the energy of heaven and earth disappeared, and the warlocks can only use the life force inside them. The power of the spells dropped by more than 70% at once. Damn it! So this is Undying Mountain. Sure enough, these major forces aren't to be trifled with. The skeleton demon Venerable's face fell, and he waved his hand, and the Myriad Bones demon flag sucked countless blood skeletons into it, and then rolled it around him. Following a series of distortions, the skeleton demon Venerable turned into a 30-meter-tall giant skeleton covered in countless sharp blades, with 2 horns on the head, and a body made of thick blood-colored skulls. In the magic suppression domain, top warlocks fight by transforming into existences with tyrannical fleshly strength. When the skeleton demon Venerable transformed into the giant skeleton, his figure fluttered, and he rushed into the crowd of third-generation battle robots. Boom! Boom! The sound of huge explosions rang incessantly. Even though the skeleton demon Venerable can't use incredible spells, but he still destroyed a large number of third-generation battle robots by relying on his terrifying fleshly strength. The Blood Spear ancestor sensed the change in the energy of heaven and earth and sneered. Magic suppression domain. Is this Undying Mountain's trump card? It's just a so-so. We aren't trash like elemental warlocks. Within the magic suppression domain, both friend and foe are shrouded by the magic suppression domain. Even Undying Mountain's warlocks can't use powerful spells. The 5 Overlord-level powerhouses of U Province were all battle-hardened powerhouses. Each of them was incomparably tyrannical. Even if they were fighting in the anti-magic domain, they were not afraid at all. Begin the second phase of annihilation. Activate Void Lock. Along with the cold voices, countless black chains shot out from the net formed by the round crystal pillars. The black chains swept towards the 7 Infinity Warlocks who entered the Undying Mountain. Humph! Shatter! The Blood Spear ancestor snorted coldly and stabbed down with the level 9 secret treasure god Slayer Blood Spear, and blood-colored spear afterimages shot towards the black chains. Under the barrage of the spear afterimages, countless black chains collapsed. The Dragon Elephant Patriarch roared madly. Every time he punched, a Dragon Elephant Phantom would crush the countless black chains. The figure of the Dragon Snake ancestor fluttered, and he turned into a 30-meter-tall extraordinary life-form Letidou Dragon Wing Snake ultimate form engraved with countless runes, a dragon head, a snake body, and 6 pairs of dragon wings on the back. The Letidou Dragon Winged Snake is an extraordinary life-form from Letidou Plane. The ultimate form of the Letidou Dragon Winged Snake is a blazing angel rank life-form. Above the ultimate form there is the perfect form. Each perfect form of the Letidou Dragon Winged Snake even possesses Warlock Monarch rank battle prowess. After the Dragon Serpent ancestor transformed into the ultimate form of the Dragon Winged Demonic Snake, he opened his mouth and spat out a black beam of light. Countless black chains collapsed in the beam of light. Chapter 700. The Gale Venerable Lord's figure fluttered, and he turned into a 100-meter-tall Gale Giant covered in countless mysterious runes. Gale Giants are extraordinary life forms that can innately control the law of wind. They come and go like the wind, they are the darlings of the wind. Even though they have lost all elemental force, but they still possess fearsome fleshly bodies and formidable fighting skills. After the Gale Venerable Lord transformed into a Gale Giant, he slashed down with a Gale Blade formed from the law of wind, and the overlapped blade rays sliced the black chains into pieces. The 7-color Rose Garden's Garden Master silently recited an incantation and waved her lily-white hand, and the level 9 secret treasure 7-color rose in her hand burst out with 7-colored light. Countless 7-colored rose petals suddenly flew out and formed a flower petal vortex. When the black chains collided with the flower petal vortex, they collapsed and disappeared. The wicked playboy is slightly weaker than the Yu province's 5 overlords. He silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and a level 8 secret treasure light lightning shield suddenly appeared beside him and released countless lightning bolts that protected him. The countless black chains suddenly expanded and pounced towards the evil playboy like countless tentacles. Countless lightning bolts flickered, and the black chains collapsed one by one. At this moment, thousands of kilometers away, on a seemingly empty mountain, a resplendent beam suddenly shot out, slammed into the light lightning shield, and devoured the level 8 secret treasure light lightning shield along with the wicked playboy. No! Along with miserable screams, the wicked playboy's fleshly body was devoured by the beam and disappeared. Amid strange distortions, the evil playboy's infinity core formed a fleshly body, a dozen plus kilometers away in a breath of time. The black chain stabbed into the wicked playboy's fleshly body and frantically extracted his life force. The wicked playboy screamed miserably, "Save me! Save me!" A black sword ray descended from the sky and slashed the wicked playboy's fleshly body. Fearsome fallen angel fire enveloped the wicked playboy's soul and extinguished it. After Alexia killed the wicked playboy with a sword strike, her figure fluttered, and she hid behind the countless pitch-black chains. Blood Spear Ancestor's eyes flashed solemnly as he roared, "Retreat! This was a trap. If we fight here we will all die. Leave this place." An extremely dazzling pillar of light shot out from another void that seemed to have nothing. It struck the Blood Spear Patriarch's body in an instant and engulfed him completely. The Blood Spear Ancestor radiated multicolored light, and all kinds of magic shields suddenly appeared and were blasted apart by the dazzling beam in an instant. The Blood Spear Ancestor intended to execute other secret techniques to escape, yet he noticed to his horror that the entire space was enveloped by the extremely strange black chains, causing him to be unable to execute those various extremely strange secret techniques to escape at all. "No!" Amidst a shrill cry, the insufferably arrogant Bloodied Spear Ancestor was struck by the extremely dazzling pillar of light, and he was completely devoured, turning into countless pieces that flew in all directions. The Blood Spear Ancestor's infinity core flew out like a meteor, but it has just flown for less than 3 kilometers, when a fallen angel sword containing fallen angel fire slashed the Blood Spear Ancestor's infinity core, and extinguished the Blood Spear Ancestor's soul. Alexia extended her hand and took away the Blood Spear Ancestor's infinity core, and then her figure fluttered and she disappeared. When the remaining Yu province's 4 overlords saw this scene, they felt a chill in their hearts. Among the Yu province's 5 overlords, the Blood Spear Ancestor is the strongest existence. Like the Dragon Elephant Ancestor, he is virtually invincible in head-on battles. Yet such a fearsome existence was blasted to death, which made the 4 overlords feel a chill in their hearts. The Dragon Elephant Ancestor roared, "Undying Mountain's powerhouses, come out and fight us if you have the guts. Hiding your head and relying on secret treasures, what kind of hero are you?" A dazzling pillar of light suddenly shot out from another part of the void and barreled towards the Dragon Elephant Ancestor. "Break!" The Dragon Elephant Patriarch took a deep breath, and his body swelled up. With a roar he punched out. The dragon elephant roared, and the image of a huge dragon elephant brought with it a pressure that could shatter a world as it shot toward the beam of light. Once the extraordinary life form Remoto Dragon Elephant evolves to the ultimate form, it will be a terrifying existence comparable to a blazing angel. As long as an ultimate form Remoto Dragon Elephant slams into a grade 9 plane, it will be able to smash it to pieces. The Dragon Elephant Ancestor has been cultivating the secret method in the direction of evolution, towards the ultimate form Remoto Dragon Elephant. At this time he has already cultivated the secret method to the pinnacle realm. Once he operates the secret method, he will be comparable to 90% of the power of an ultimate form Remoto Dragon Elephant. When the ultimate form Remoto Dragon Elephant Phantom slammed into the dazzling pillar of light, it roared wildly and blasted apart the dazzling pillar of light that can seriously injure an Infinity Warlock. Almost at the same time, another dazzling pillar of light shot out from behind, slammed into the Dragon Elephant Ancestor's back, and vaporized the Dragon Elephant Ancestor in an instant. After the Dragon Elephant Ancestor's fleshly body was vaporized, a pitch-black sword ray flashed and slashed at the Dragon Elephant Ancestor's infinity core, and fallen angel fire extinguished the dragon elephant ancestor's soul. That kind of attack can be fired consecutively. The Gale Venerable Lord, 7-color Rose Garden's Garden Master, and the Dragon Snake Ancestor felt a chill in their hearts. They have always believed that an attack that can slay an Infinity Warlock can only be fired once. Obviously, their conjecture is not correct. Break! Eyes shot with blood, the Gale Venerable Lord roared. Countless sharp blades formed from the Law of Wind ejected from the Gale Giant he has transformed into, and he fled towards the outside of Undying Mountain's fief. Originally, with the power of the Gale Giant, under the effect of the Law of Wind, he could cross tens of kilometers with each step he took. But in the sealed grounds of Undying Mountain, the black chains were everywhere. The Gale Giant only took one step forward, but the black chains were already everywhere. He felt as if the void had been frozen, and he was like a bug stuck on a spider web. Just taking a step forward was extremely difficult. At the same time, that step only covered a distance of 100 meters. In that split second, innumerable black chains strangely pierced into the body of the Gale Giant, who was intent on escaping, frantically extracting the power within his body and causing his movements to stagnate slightly. An incomparably bright beam of light shot out from the void once again. In the blink of an eye, it blasted the Gale Giant's body, shattering it inch by inch. The Gale Venerable Lord's Infinity Core has just appeared, when the elusive Alexia slashed his soul and took it away. Shatter for me! The Dragon Snake Ancestor's body swelled, and he belched black beams barreling towards Undying Mountain's fief. When the black beams slammed into the empty space, the invisible main artilleries capable of slaying Infinity Warlocks shattered and collapsed. Under the frenzied attack of the Dragon Snake Ancestor, the main artilleries that have been fired before were all destroyed. When the Dragon Serpent Ancestor destroyed the artillery one after another, a resplendent beam shot out from the black chains again, slammed into the Dragon Serpent Ancestor, and blasted him into pieces. Alexia, who was hidden in the endless darkness, suddenly appeared and slashed at the Dragon Snake Ancestor's Infinity Core with her sword. Caught you! 7-color Rose Garden's Garden Master. Capture her. Only by capturing her will we have a chance at survival. From a black dot, a ray of light shone, and the Dragon Snake Ancestor suddenly came back to life. He burned his blood essence and soul, unleashed the peerless secret method Seal God Snake Lock, and turned into 99 snake locks that wrapped around Alexia. Alexia frowned slightly and countless fallen angel flames appeared on her body, frantically burning the 99 snake chains. The Dragon Serpent Ancestor's face twisted under the burning of the fallen angel flames, but he firmly locked Alexia's movements. Infinity Warlocks are proficient in countless powerful secret methods, some of which can trap and seriously injure Warlock monarchs. Therefore, no one will go all out against an Infinity Warlock for no reason. Rose Seal. A cold ray streaked past the beautiful eyes of 7-color Rose Garden's Garden Master, and the 7-color rose in her hand burst out with 7-colored light, formed 7 petals, and flew towards Alexia. Once hit by the 7 petals, even a quasi-warlock monarch rank powerhouse will have their power sealed. Alexia's beautiful eyes shimmered with ridicule. A sun suddenly rose in the area, and the ultimate form 6-winged sun-devouring centipede appeared, and belched a resplendent beam of fire that enveloped the 7 petals. Burned by the terrifying pillar of fire, the 7 petals burst into flames, turned into black smoke and disappeared. Ultimate form 6-winged sun-devouring centipede. When the Dragon Snake Ancestor and 7-color Rose Garden's Garden Master saw this scene, their eyes shimmered with despair. The ultimate form 6-winged sun-devouring centipede is an extraordinary life form on the same level as blazing angels. Unless they have a monarch-grade secret treasure or formed a virtual world, ordinary Infinity Warlocks are not their opponents. Chapter 701. Hand over your souls. Submit to me or you'll all die. Black Dragon Serpent and 7-color Rose Garden will also be destroyed because of you. Yang Feng's voice echoed in the area, full of majesty and cruelty. Ha ha ha. Who do you think you are? You want me to submit to you? Dream on. Even Bai Wuxia can't make me submit. I can be the Dragon Serpent Ancestor. Unless you're a Warlock Emperor, I can only be an Infinity Warlock. Otherwise, there's no way I'll submit to you. Let me go. Otherwise, even if I have to risk my life, I'll set a curse on your blazing angel and have her strength decline until the glorious Dawn Warlock rank for 10,000 years. The dragon serpent ancestor, who was coiled around Alexia, laughed and roared crazily. Then go to hell. Alexia showed a bewitching smile, and countless black sword rays slashed at the dragon serpent ancestor attached to her body. The dragon serpent ancestor was cut into dozens of pieces, and then blasted away by a terrifying force gushing out of Alexia. A resplendent beam shot from afar, slammed into the dragon serpent ancestor's fleshly body, and vaporized it. Alexia slashed at the dragon serpent ancestor's infinity core and extinguished his soul, and then grabbed the dragon serpent ancestor's infinity core. After killing the dragon serpent ancestor, Alexia licked her red lips, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and she locked on the 7-color Rose Garden's Garden Master. The ultimate form 6-winged sun-devouring centipede coiled up and sealed off the 7-color Rose Garden's Garden Master's retreat. There was a flash of struggle on the pretty face of the 7-color Rose Garden's Garden Master, and she finally sighed faintly. I know. I'm willing to open my soul and let you set up a restriction. Besides, the 7-color Rose Garden will join the Undying Mountain. Please take us in, young master. Don't resist. Countless black chains extended and stabbed into the 7-color Rose Garden's Garden Master, and sealed most of her power. The Flower Master of the Rainbow Rose Garden did not resist at all. He knew very well that once he resisted, only death would await him. Open your soul. When the 7-color Rose Garden's Garden Master heard Yongfeng's order, she silently recited an incantation, and a tender and beautiful 7-color rose projection appeared behind her and released Soul Aurug. The void distorted, and Yongfeng's true God Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out and suspended above the soul of the 7-color Rose Garden's Garden Master. Countless black chains formed from runes stabbed into the soul of the 7-color Rose Garden's Garden Master and formed Yongfeng's brand. Annihilation mode ended. A mechanical voice echoed in the Undying Mountains territory, and the countless black chains disappeared. 7-color Rose Garden's Garden Master looked around and saw the remains of warlocks everywhere. All the warlocks who followed the 5 overlords into Undying Mountain's fief are dead. Skeleton Demon Sovereign. He's also dead. The eyes of the 7-color Rose Garden's Garden Master suddenly narrowed, and she saw a bloody skeleton as tall as a mountain lying on the ground. There is a huge hole in its head. Clearly, someone dug out its infinity core and killed it. They're all dead. All the warlocks who went in are dead. Is this the strength of Undying Mountain? Except for the 7-color Rose Garden's Garden Master, everyone else is dead. Undying Mountain dared to kill everyone. Do they want to make an enemy of all warlock groups in Yu Province? After the strange black chains disappeared, the warlocks who were spying on everything from a distance saw the mess inside Undying Mountain and the remains of warlocks everywhere, and a chill welled up in their hearts. None of Yu Province's 5 overlords is a match for the 10 great sects. But when the 5 overlords join forces, even forces like the 10 great sects will fear them. Now that the elites of Yu Province's 5 overlords attacked Undying Mountain, yet they couldn't even hold on for a day before being wiped out. This is simply appalling. At this moment, the bright beam that attracted countless laws of heaven and earth from Undying Mountain slowly disappeared, and Junior Bright World Warlock rank fluctuations of power spread from Undying Mountain. As expected of the Sun God Empyrean Flower, it allowed my soul aptitude to break through to inferior level 9, and even promoted to a Bright World Warlock. In the secret room, Yongfeng's true body slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the surging power inside him, the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. According to Yongfeng's calculations, it would take him at least 30 years to break through the glorious Sun Warlock boundary and promote to a Bright World Warlock. With the help of the Sun God Empyrean Flower, Yongfeng easily crossed 30 years and promoted to a Bright World Warlock in one fell swoop, truly standing at the top of this world. No matter which plane it is, Bright World Warlocks are top powerhouses. In Feisua Plane, the Dark Elf Lolth, who was an intermediate divine force rank god, has become a primary god of the Dark Elves. Even in Songji Plane, Bright World Warlocks are first-rate powerhouses. Each of them is a great elder of a sect and wields supreme authority. Then it's time to attack. To dare attack my Undying Mountain, You province's warlocks are really bold. It seems that I have to purge them and let them know who the master of you province is." Killing intent streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and his figure fluttered and he disappeared from the secret room. Before long, a dense crowd of battle robots, huge battle stars and interstellar carriers flew out of Undying Mountain and flew towards the nearest Heart of Dragon Elephant Warlock group. Those are Undying Mountain's golems. So many. Undying Mountain dispatched so many golems. What do they want? When the surrounding warlocks using various spells saw the dense crowd of golems, a chill ran down their spines, fear streaked past their eyes, and an unclear premonition welled up inside them. Heart of Dragon Elephant's headquarters. In a reception hall, there are 6 people sitting. These 6 people are glorious sun warlocks of Heart of Dragon Elephant. In the center of the reception hall, there is a huge crystal ball. From the crystal ball, you can see a dense crowd of battle robots rushing towards Heart of Dragon Elephant. Heart of Dragon Elephant's sect master looked at the dense crowd of battle robots with a dignified look in his eyes and a bitter smile. They're here. They're so fast. An elder of Heart of Dragon Elephant sneered. Even if they come, what can they do? Heart of Dragon Elephant is a legal sect registered in Great Cloud Dynasty. If they dare to attack us, they'll be making an enemy of Great Cloud Dynasty. An elder of Heart of Dragon Elephant roared. For Undying Mountain to kill a great elder of Heart of Dragon Elephant, we should go to Great Cloud Dynasty and sue them for their evil deeds. The other 3 elders of Heart of Dragon Elephant also clamored, wanting to use Heart of Dragon Elephant's connections in Great Cloud Dynasty to teach Yang Feng a lesson. People of Heart of Dragon Elephant, listen up. Surrender to Undying Mountain unconditionally at once, or you'll die. A voice reverberated in Heart of Dragon Elephant, and the faces of Heart of Dragon Elephant's warlocks revealed looks of alarm. With a flash of light, Heart of Dragon Elephant's sect master appeared outside Heart of Dragon Elephant. As soon as he came outside, he saw the dense mechanical legion in the sky. Heart of Dragon Elephant's sect master said unhurriedly, "I am Heart of Dragon Elephant's sect master Nyetian, Undying Mountain's young master." Heart of Dragon Elephant is a legal sect registered in Great Cloud Dynasty and protected by Great Cloud Dynasty's laws. Kill them all. Sitting in a luxurious litter, Yang Feng interrupted coldly. Alexia's figure fluttered, and she turned into a resplendent black ray that flickered, and then appeared behind Heart of Dragon Elephant's sect master. A look of horror and despair on his face, Heart of Dragon Elephant's sect master's body disintegrated in an instant, and all his life force was extinguished. Accompanied by the rumbling of engines, the dense swarm of battle robots flew towards Heart of Dragon Elephant's headquarters like raindrops. Alexia's figure flickered, and she flickered several times inside Heart of Dragon Elephant's headquarters, easily slaying the remaining glorious sun warlocks. The dense swarm of battle robots poured into Heart of Dragon Elephant like a tide, and miserable screams came from inside Heart of Dragon Elephant. 7-Color Rose Garden's garden master felt a chill in her heart. Fortunately, I submitted to him. Otherwise, 7-Color Rose Garden would become like this as well. Yang Feng glanced at 7-Color Rose Garden's garden master and asked flatly, "What's your name?" 7-Color Rose Garden's garden master replied respectfully, "This subordinate's name is Zhuabing." Yang Feng uttered, "Go and unify 7-Color Rose Garden. Wait for me to take over." "Yes, my lord." Zhuabing responded respectfully, turned into a stream of light, and flew towards 7-Color Rose Garden. Next target, Heart of Gale. Yang Feng left 3 million battle robots and a fleet to guard Heart of Dragon Elephant, and the huge fleet continued to move in the direction of Yu Province's other overlord, Heart of Gale. Before long, the glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouse inside the Heart of Gale was easily slayed by Alexia, and countless battle robots submerged the Heart of Gale. After destroying Heart of Gale, Yang Feng separated a fleet to guard it, and continued to attack Bloodspear sect. There is still a huge gap between Yu Province's 5 overlords and the 10 great sects. That is, their underlying strength is insufficient. Their sects don't have barriers strong enough to quell infinity warlocks. This is how Yang Feng destroyed them one by one. Chapter 702. The headquarters of the demonic dragon serpent were completely surrounded by countless primary battle robots. People of the Black Devil Dragon Serpent, listen up. Immediately surrender to my undying mountain, or you will all die. Alexia's voice resounded in the headquarters of the demonic dragon serpent, filled with killing intent. How arrogant! This is the Great Cloud Dynasty. What gives you the guts to be so presumptuous here? With a cold snort, a young burly man with short black hair and a handsome face slowly walked out with his hands behind his back. He exuded an arrogant aura and slowly walked out from the crowd. Behind the young man, the Black Devil Dragon Serpent's sect master and 3 elders stared at Yang Feng sitting on the luxurious litter with resentment in their eyes. The young man with an unruly expression glanced at Yang Feng. His eyes shimmered with an unruly glint, and he said coldly, I am Bai Yu, the butler of Prince Kong Manor. The demonic dragon serpent sect leader has already agreed to pledge allegiance to me, Prince Kong. They are now part of my Prince Kang's household. People of the Undying Mountain, get out of my way immediately. Otherwise, don't blame my Prince Kang's estate for being impolite. As one of the 13 Grand Princes of the Great Cloud Dynasty, Grand Prince Kong is an infinity warlock. It has a huge force in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Yu Province was one of Prince Kang's territories. Originally, there were still 5 warlock groups in Yu Province that could contend against Grand Prince Kong Mansion. But now that Yang Feng eliminated 4 of the 5 warlock groups and Black Devil Dragon Serpent chose to side with Grand Prince Kong, there was no one in Yu Province that Grand Prince Kong Mansion was afraid of. Sitting in the luxurious litter, Yang Feng looked at Bai Yu indifferently and uttered coldly, Great Elder Black Devil Dragon Serpent just attacked our Undying Mountain. How does your Prince Kong intend to deal with this matter? Bai Yu laughed coldly and said, The Black Devil Dragon Snake has already submitted to my Prince Kang's estate. Young Lord Lei Ming, you actually dared to kill it. If you don't give an explanation to our Prince Kang's residence, I will not let you off. Then I will definitely report to His Royal Highness and ask him to report you to the Imperial Court. The demonic dragon serpent sect leader's face darkened as he smiled viciously. That's right, Prince Kong likes to collect beauties from various races. And we're still lacking a blazing angel. Lei Ming, hand over the blazing angel beside you to Prince Kong. Otherwise, Prince Kong will definitely submit a memorial to the Imperial Court and ask your Undying Mountain to get lost from our Yuzhou. The warlocks inside the Black Devil Dragon Serpent stared at Yang Feng in the sky, their eyes full of ridicule. Bai Yu's eyes flickered and he stared at Yang Feng and sneered, Did you hear that? Lehman, hand over the blazing angel beside you. Otherwise, your Undying Mountain will leave Yu Province. Interesting. With this, Thundercry is in trouble. An Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angel and Undying Mountain's foundation in Yu Province. This is definitely a dilemma. No matter which side he chooses, it will be a huge loss to him. In the distance, the warlocks cast their spells and took in the entire scene. Without powerful spells to conceal the battlefield, the warlocks can rely on all kinds of incredible spells to see and hear the scene in the distance. Yang Feng said with a cold smile, Interesting. A bunch of ants dare to talk to me like this. What gives you the guts? Kill them all. Kill the people of Black Devil Dragon Serpent first. Alexia's beautiful eyes shimmered with killing intent. Her figure fluttered, and she appeared in front of Black Devil Dragon Serpent's sect master and slashed out with her sword. With a flash of resplendent black light, a look of horror on his face, Black Devil Dragon Serpent's sect master's body split into countless pieces. Engines roared and countless battle robots poured into Black Devil Dragon Serpent's headquarters like a tide and madly slaughtered all the human warlocks they saw. Help! I don't want to die. No, don't. A copious amount of blood dyed Black Devil Dragon Serpent's headquarters red. Countless warlocks died tragically under the attack of the battle robots. Trembling with anger, Bai Yu stared at Yang Feng and roared with resentment in his eyes. Lei Ming, you've got guts. You're dead. You're dead. When I go back, I'll report everything you've done to His Highness Grand Prince. Your Undying Mountain is finished. There was a smile of ridicule in Yang Feng's eyes, and he uttered indifferently, Do you think you can go back alive? Kill me. The 6-winged sun-devouring centipede's ultimate form flapped its wings, and like a natural disaster, it turned into a ray of sunlight and flew towards Bai Yu. In an instant, it appeared in front of Bai Yu and opened its bloody mouth to bite him. Bai Yu's eyes shimmered with despair. No. Stop. accompanied by pinnacle bright world warlock rank aura. A thunderous voice came from afar. Crack! Along with a crisp sound by you, the glorious Dawn warlock rank general supervisor of Grand Prince Kong Manor, was swallowed by the ultimate form six-winged sun-devouring centipede and chewed in big mouthfuls. A ray of black light suddenly appeared in the void, forming a tall, sturdy, and handsome man in black armor. However, his face was ashen. This young man is Major General Holy Light, the commander of Great Cloud Dynasty's 108 million warlock army. In Yu Province, Major General Holy Light is one of Yu Province's 3 tycoons. He represents the dignity of Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court. Even the 5 Infinity Warlocks have to show him some respect, not daring to offend him at will. Major General Holy Light stared at Yongfeng with a complicated look in his eyes, and he sighed slowly. Young Master Lei Ming, you killed Grand Prince Kong Manor's general supervisor. Grand Prince Kong Manor won't let this go. Why did you have to be so ruthless? Yongfeng glanced at Major General Holy Light and said flatly, Grand Prince Kong Manor's people are going too far. My undying mountain isn't a force that anyone can bully at will. Major General Holy Light, I'll give you a chance. Submit to me and join my undying mountain or die here. With a flash of black light, Alexia appeared behind Major General Holy Light. Countless rays of light shone, and the ultimate form six-winged sun-devouring centipede appeared in front of Major General Holy Light. A dense swarm of battle robots rumbled and suddenly flew out, formed a fearsome array, and surrounded Major General Holy Light. Major General Holy Light's face flickered, and he asked coldly, Is your undying mountain rebelling? Yongfeng replied flatly, Rebelling? How is that possible? However, there are too many traitors in Imperial Court. We, the Undying Mountain, want to rid the Great Cloud Dynasty of those fiends colluding with the other races. Major General Holy Light, if you're unwilling to submit to our Undying Mountain, then you're a fiend who colluded with other races. According to Great Cloud Dynasty's law, you'll be punished with 9 familial extermination. Haha. I, Major General Holy Light, am a good man of Great Cloud Dynasty. How can I yield to you rebels? If you want my life, then come and kill me with your own abilities. Major General Holy Light smiled boldly, his eyes shone brightly, and he extended his hand, and a level 8 secret treasure Holy Light spear appeared in his hand. Alexia's figure fluttered, and she appeared beside Great General Holy Light, leaving behind afterimages. Countless sword rays shot towards Great General Holy Light like raindrops. Major General Holy Light also operated the level 8 secret treasure Holy Light spear, and his body turned into resplendent light and fought fiercely with Alexia. Countless rays of light and darkness collided. Every time light and darkness collided, the surroundings shook and set off ripples. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, Alexia is still spotless, but Major General Holy Light is already riddled with scars. There are sword wounds on his body burning with fallen angel fire. Infinity Warlock rank blazing angels are really extraordinary. I'm not your opponent, but it won't be that easy to kill me, Major General Holy Light. In the sky, Major General Holy Light waved his hand, and a huge magic beam suddenly flew out. As soon as the huge magic beam flew out, countless runes shone, and countless rays of light formed a 10,000-strong magic beam army. The magic beam monarch at the head even exudes bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power. The magic beam army is one of Major General Holy Light's trump cards. Ogre magic beams. If the Ogre Magic Beam Monarch is cultivated to the peak, it can even evolve into an Infinity Warlock rank existence. When the 10,000-strong Magic Beam army joins forces, it can contend against a slightly weaker junior Infinity Warlock. Of course, they aren't an opponent of Infinity Warlocks, but as cannon fodder, they can block an Infinity Warlock. The Magic Beam army has just appeared, when a resplendent beam of light slammed into the Magic Beam army and vaporized it in an instant. Alexia slashed at Major General Holy Light with her sword. Major General Holy Light raised the Holy Light spear to block, and then sword blades formed from fallen angel force slashed at Major General Holy Light and cut open numerous wounds on him. At the same time, Major General Holy Light was seriously injured. At this moment, a dazzling sunlight shone, and the ultimate form six-winged sun-devouring centipede swallowed Major General Holy Light and chewed him up. He killed Major General Holy Light. Undying Mountain killed Major General Holy Light. They're rebelling. Damn it, it seems that Yu Province is going to undergo a great change. Yu Province? No, the entire Great Cloud Dynasty is going to undergo a great upheaval. Oh. When the spectating warlocks saw Yang Feng slay Major General Holy Light unscrupulously, a chill welled up in their hearts. Only those who want to rebel will kill people from Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court unscrupulously. Otherwise, everyone will be wary of the emissaries sent by Great Cloud Dynasty. Chapter 703. Yu Province, Great Cloud Dynasty's Military Command. Major General Holy Light was killed by Undying Mountain's Lei Ming. In the military command, Major General Tempest, one of Yu Province's 4 great generals, looked at a broken soul lamp, and his eyes flickered with cold light. Major General Tempest shouted into a cylindrical loudspeaker, "Convey my order. The army is to enter level 1 state of war at once." 1,000 kilometers away, battle stars that look like mechanical behemoths refined from steel shone brightly on their main artillery. In the next moment, huge beams of light blasted into the Great Cloud Dynasty's command headquarters in Yu Province. Multicolored magic shields lit up on the Great Cloud Dynasty's command headquarters. But under the dazzling beams of light, the multicolored magic shields shattered one by one, and the command headquarters was erased from the earth by the battle star's concentrated fire. A dense rain of light barreled towards the Great Cloud Dynasty's barracks, and the warlock towers erected in the barracks were blasted to pieces by the bombardment of the light beams. Before they could react, countless warlocks of Great Cloud Dynasty's military camp were blasted apart by the rain of light. A dense swarm of battle robots flew into the barracks like raindrops and slayed the warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty. What's going on? Damn it! Rebellion! Undying Mountain launched a rebellion. What do we do? The Great Cloud Dynasty's military department fell into chaos, and the warlocks scrambled around like headless flies. In the Great Cloud Dynasty's military headquarters, many powerful weapons were blasted by countless beams of light before they could be activated, and they were blown apart. Countless Great Cloud Dynasty's warlocks die in battle at virtually every moment. Undying Mountain's bastards! Along with an angry roar, ripples flickered, and a 10,000-meter-long archaic dragon engraved with countless mysterious runes flew out of the void and exuded Junior Infinity Warlock rank life force. This archaic dragon is Great Cloud Dynasty's military department's trump card to suppress Yu Province. This archaic dragon is a powerful secret treasure refined by Great Cloud Dynasty's Secret Treasure Division. It can gather the power of all warlocks. If enough warlocks are used as a power source, it can even exert pinnacle Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess. As soon as the Archean dragon appeared, it opened its mouth and spat out a black beam of light containing the laws of corrosion and withering. The beam pierced through the void and blasted towards an interstellar aircraft carrier in the distance that was constantly releasing various fighter jets. The interstellar carrier activated a huge energy shield, forming a shield that blocked in front of the black beam. The black beam shot out by the primordial dragon instantly blasted the shield-shaped barrier, and the power of the law of corrosion erupted. The shield distorted and collapsed, completely devoured by the black pillar of light. Rumble! Amidst an earth-shattering explosion, the huge star-class carrier was torn to shreds, and countless parts flew in all directions, completely disintegrating. With a flash of black light, Alexia, who is equipped with the ruler armor, blurred into motion, appeared on the head of the archaic dragon, and slashed at the head of the archaic dragon with a greatsword derived from the ruler armor. The body of the archaic dragon is extremely hard. Strengthened by the spell, even an Infinity Warlock would find it very difficult to break its scales. However, Alexia operated the ruler sword with all her strength, and a huge hole was cut open on the huge scales. Alexia's figure fluttered, and she turned into a stream of black light that entered the head of the archaic dragon. Inside the body of the archaic dragon, there is a huge space with 36 warlock towers, each of which radiates powerful light that entered the countless runes in the sky. The runes that appeared in the sky are the central runes that control the archaic dragon. It is by relying on the countless runes that warlocks can control the fearsome weapons of war like the archaic dragon. Damn blazing angel, Undying Mountain's lackey! Today this place will be your burial ground." From within the warlock pagoda came a roar brimming with resentment. Alexia's figure fluttered, and she appeared in front of a warlock tower. She brandished her sword, and a 100-meter-long pitch-black sword ray slashed at the warlock tower in a flash. The warlock tower's energy shield was completely broken, and the warlock tower was split in two. One after another, warlocks scrambled to fly out of the warlock pagoda in alarm. They had just flown halfway when pitch-black flames that seemed capable of devouring everything engulfed the warlocks and burned them to ashes. When the warlock tower was destroyed by Alexia's sword strike, 1/36 of the countless runes in midair collapsed, and the aura of the archaic dragon suddenly dropped to the pinnacle bright world warlock realm. So strong! So this is an infinity warlock rank blazing angel. Too strong. Curses. In the other 35 warlock towers, the warlocks looked at Alexia with despair in their eyes. Alexia brandished her sword, and a resplendent black sword ray instantly slashed at a warlock tower. The warlock tower that ordinary infinity warlocks find difficult to destroy was cut in half, and terrifying dark energy eroded the warlocks inside the warlock tower, ignited their souls and burned them to ashes. "Stop! We surrender! Stop killing!" A helpless and desperate voice came from a warlock tower, and a junior bright world warlock flew out, stood in front of Alexia with an ashen face and sighed. "I am Major General Thunderclap. We surrender, please stop." Major General Holy Light is dead, and the two Infinity Warlocks Major General Tempest and Major General Jade Dawn were killed in the first round of shelling. Even if the remaining Major General Thunderclap goes all out, he is not the opponent of Alexia equipped with the ruler armor. In U Province's military department, there are still two weapons, the Archaic Giant and the Archaic Dragon Fiend. Once they exert their full power, they are comparable to Infinity Warlocks. However, due to Yang Feng's surprise attack, the Warlocks of U Province's military department suffered heavy casualties. They have no chance to use these two powerful weapons. Major General Thunderclap can only choose to surrender. With Major General Thunderclap surrendering, there is no force in U Province that can compete with Yang Feng's forces. In U Province, countless warlock groups have either fled or chosen to submit to Yang Feng's Undying Mountain. When Grand Prince Kong Manor's forces in U Province heard that U Province's military department was wiped out by Yang Feng, they immediately fled. Great Cloud Dynasty's lesser province Qi Province in a villa. Interesting, has Undying Mountain been forced to rebel by the Bai family? It seems that the Bai family has been in that position for too long. It's starting to degenerate and corrupt. A handsome man dressed in a silver-white warlock robe and exuding a wicked aura revealed a strange smile. "It's impossible for a trifling Undying Mountain to overthrow Great Cloud Dynasty. Let me give it a hand and let more people see hope." A few days later, abyssal cracks leading to abyss suddenly appeared everywhere in Great Cloud Dynasty's lesser province Qi Province, and countless abyssal fiends poured out and slaughtered humans in Qi Province. Qi Province's military department was besieged by 3 abyssal Grand Dukes, 10 abyssal fiend marquises, and countless abyssal fiends. In the end, most of the warlocks in Great Cloud Dynasty's military department were wiped out. Great Cloud Dynasty's greater province Mirage Province in a manner. A handsome young man also revealed a smile, and within his body, traces of a devil's aura slowly spread out. Haha! Abyssal fiends have appeared. Are they unwilling to be left out? Interesting, let's destroy this state. A few days later, Marshal Wolf stationed in Great Cloud Dynasty's Mirage Province was assassinated. Seriously injured, he fled in a sorry state. Besieged by a devilish legion, Mirage Province's garrison troops were in a stalemate. But at the most critical time, several generals in Mirage Province's garrison troops betrayed them, and the defensive line collapsed. The Mirage Province's garrison troops were wiped out by the Devilish Legion. A steady stream of Devilish Legions entered Songji Plain from Mirage Province's planar passageway, and became a major force in Songji Plain. Not long after, in Great Cloud Dynasty's greater province U Province, one of the 8 great families, the Zhao family, invited the high-ranking officers of U Province's garrison troops to a banquet. During the banquet, the high-ranking officers of U Province's garrison troops were wiped out and quickly captured U Province. When the Zhao family moved, the Wang family, one of the 8 great families, also attacked Blue Province, one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's greater provinces, and annexed Blue Province's garrison troops. As if triggering a domino effect, the Jiang family captured Lu Province, one of the 36 greater provinces. The Song family captured Dun Province, one of the 36 greater provinces. The Shunta family captured Shun Province, one of the 36 greater provinces. 5 of the 8 great families betrayed the Great Cloud Dynasty, seized the 5 greater provinces, and frantically expanded their forces. In the demonic realm, demonic creatures from countless planes launched a frenzied attack, riddling the demonic realm's defensive line. Yang Feng's embodiment of Duke Duccio led countless kindred powerhouses out of God Blood Plane. Through the planar passageway in Red Rock subcontinent, they arrived at Songji Plain, and seized Giant Rock Province, one of the Songji Plain's lesser provinces. In Giant Rock Province, Great Cloud Dynasty's warlock army only resisted a little before retreating towards Great Cloud Dynasty's headquarters, allowing Yang Feng to easily occupy Giant Rock Province. Chapter 704. After Yang Feng's Undying Mountain occupied Yu Province, countless robots poured out of Ligui Province, built all kinds of defense systems and secret munitions factories in Yu Province, and transformed the entire province. Although Yu Province is a lesser province of the Great Cloud Dynasty, and its resources are far less abundant than those of the Battle Demon Sect, Mirage Province, and other greater provinces. But it is also a place with perfect laws of heaven and earth, with countless precious resources, vast territory, and endless mysteries. It has resources to support the birth of infinity warlocks. Yang Feng is well aware that his current power is not enough to contend against Great Cloud Dynasty. Moreover, at this time Great Cloud Dynasty is in chaos. Taking advantage of Great Cloud Dynasty's internal strife, countless powerful existences from other planes came to Great Cloud Dynasty through planar passageways and other means. As long as he can defend Yu Province, it will be his victory. Yu Province, Undying Mountain's headquarters in Yu Province. Dressed in a female guard uniform, Zhang came to the rear garden of Undying Mountain's headquarters in Yu Province and saw Yang Feng sitting on a soft chair, lying comfortably there, and quietly watching the beautiful Cloud Province's 4 fairies dance in the center of the garden. A complicated look streaked past Zhang Ying's beautiful eyes, and she said respectfully, "Young Master, Bai Yuxian requests an audience." Yang Feng's avatar of Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming is a glorious dawn warlock who broke through the Godman boundary. No one knows that Yang Feng broke through to the Bright World warlock realm. He is the 3rd peerless genius in Songji Plain's 10,000 years of history to break through the Godman boundary. As long as an existence who broke through the Godman boundary doesn't die, they will at least advance to the Warlock Monarch rank and become a true Overlord rank powerhouse. Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, even in the most glorious era of the 8 Warlock dynasties, were monarchs and overlords. Few people dared to provoke them. Above Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, Holy Spirit Warlocks can be said to be the protector of a race. In the era of the 8 Warlock dynasties, if a race doesn't have the protection of a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, then once they are discovered by a human warlock, they won't even have the qualifications to negotiate with a human warlock. Only races with Holy Spirit Warlocks are qualified to negotiate with human warlocks. Holy Spirit Warlocks rarely appear in the world. It is the Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses who dominate the entire Songji Plain. Even during the eras of the 8 great Warlock dynasties, they were also feudal officials guarding a large province, or formidable monarchs guarding a plain. When Yang Feng first came to the Ligui province, he was just a moonlight warlock. In less than 100 years, he has achieved such achievements, which filled Zhang Ying with complicated feelings. When Bai Yuxian came to the rear garden, she saluted Yang Feng. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she said respectfully, "Bai Yuxian greets young master Lei Ming." Yang Feng casually pointed at a place. "Sit." Bai Yuxian sat to the side and quietly watched the 5 fairies of Yunzhou sing and dance. Bai Yuxian said, "Young Master Lei Ming, I came to investigate the truth of what happened in Yu Province on the order of His Majesty the Emperor of Great Cloud Dynasty." Yang Feng said lightly, "Didn't I already report the truth of what happened in Yu Province to the court?" Yu Province's 5 warlock groups colluded with other races to sneak attack the Undying Mountain, and were suppressed by the Undying Mountain. The Great Cloud Dynasty's great general Holy Light fell into the abyss due to the temptation of a fiend. The Undying Mountain had no choice but to kill them. Listening to Yongfeng's nonsense, Bai Yuxian said with a pleasant smile on her pretty face. His Majesty wants to know the details, so he asked me to invite you to the Cloud Capital to explain in detail. Young Master Lei Ming, as long as you go to the Cloud Capital and explain in detail, His Majesty will understand. Yang Feng responded lazily, I'm sorry, I've been seriously ill recently and can't travel far. Please apologize to His Majesty on my behalf. The news that Yongfeng's avatar is the Undying Mountain's Lei Ming broke through the Godman boundary has already spread among the upper echelons of Great Cloud Dynasty. He doesn't dare to go to the Cloud Capital with his true body. Once Yongfeng's true body goes to the Cloud Capital, he can guess that there is a great probability that he will be suppressed by the powerhouses of the Bai family. Once a peerless genius who broke through the Godman boundary grows up, they can break through to the Warlock Monarch realm, and even have a chance to promote to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. In this modern era where human warlock civilization has withered, a Holy Spirit Warlock has the power to overthrow Great Cloud Dynasty's rule. Bai Yuxian's pupils constricted slightly, and she uttered with a sweet smile, Young Master Lei Ming, His Majesty thinks highly of you. As long as you go to the Cloud Capital, His Majesty will betroth his beloved 19th princess to you, and is willing to grant you one of Great Cloud Dynasty's 36 greater provinces, the Blue Province, as your fief. Yang Feng looked at Bai Yuxian with an enigmatic smile and said, Blue Province? I seem to have heard that the Blue Province has been occupied by the Wang family of the 8 great families. Bai Yuxian responded with a confident smile. That's just a minor problem. As long as Great Cloud Dynasty quells the other regions, it will be easy to wipe out those rebels. Yang Feng uttered, It's a pity. But I'm really seriously ill and can't leave you province. The smile on Bai Yuxian's pretty face faded slowly, and she sighed faintly. Young Master Lei Ming, if you don't want to go to the Cloud Capital, the Cloud Capital will send an army to attack Undying Mountain. The entire Undying Mountain will be plunged into war because of you. Yang Feng uttered flatly, Great Cloud Dynasty is surrounded by flames of war. What power does it have to organize an expeditionary force to attack me? Bai Yuxian responded, although Great Cloud Dynasty has countless powerful enemies, but it is still the orthodoxy of the Eastern world after all. It has countless trump cards. This time the 4 marshals Marshal Long, Marshal Hu, Marshal Feng and Marshal Yu, as well as Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Zheng, have gathered in Bright Moon Province. As soon as the army arrives, they will launch an attack on Undying Mountain. No matter how strong Undying Mountain is, but in front of Great Cloud Dynasty's 4 marshals and 2 grand princes, you can't win. Yang Feng smiled and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. 6 Infinity Warlocks. Great Cloud Dynasty really thinks highly of my Undying Mountain. An Infinity Warlock is equivalent to a strong Divine Force rank powerhouse. With 6 Infinity Warlocks joining forces, few warlock groups in the Eastern world can resist them. Moreover, the 4 marshals are pinnacle Infinity Warlocks in the Eastern world. Any one of them can easily defeat you province's 5 overlords, Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Zheng. The 2 pinnacle powerhouses of the Bai family are tyrannical existences who have suppressed many planes. Although Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family Bai family has countless playboys, but it also has countless powerhouses. Those who can promote to Infinity Warlocks are fearsome existences who have gone through countless battles and fought in countless planes. Each of the Bai family's 13 grand princes is extremely strong. Any one of them can contend against strong Divine Force rank existences outside their divine country, and even defeat them. Bai Yuxian continued to persuade, Young Master Lei Ming, as long as you go to the Cloud Capital by yourself, not only will you be able to put an end to the war, but you will also be able to live a comfortable life with beautiful wives and concubines. But if you stay here, only destruction awaits Undying Mountain. Do you have the heart to see the entire Undying Mountain destroyed because of you? With a lazy look on his face, Yang Feng responded indifferently, I'm seriously ill, so it's not convenient for me to go to the Cloud Capital. However, my Undying Mountain is loyal to Great Cloud Dynasty. If Imperial Court sends people to attack Undying Mountain, I'm afraid that it will chill the hearts of the people. A cold ray shimmered in by Yuxian's beautiful eyes, and she stood up and said, "In that case, I'll take my leave. Send her out." Zhang took a few steps forward and said to Bai Yuxian, "Please." Bai Yuxian took a deep look at Yang Feng, then turned around and walked outside. Yang Feng looked at Bai Yuxian's back as she left, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Since everyone has stepped onto the stage, then let's go. Then let's officially begin." Bright Moon Province is one of the 36 greater provinces named after the Bright Moon School. In the past, it was under the control of the Bright Moon School. After the Bright Moon School fled, this place was completely occupied by Great Cloud Dynasty. Located in the west of Bright Moon Province, the Clear Heart City is the giant city closest to Yu Province. At this time, the Clear Heart City has become a huge barracks. Every day, there are flying ships flying from all directions carrying warlocks and various war resources. In Great Cloud Dynasty's army, there are many weapons developed by Secret Treasure Division. For example, Yu Province's 3 weapons, the Ancient Dragon Corpse, is a terrifying weapon. Once the Ancient Dragon Corpse is mobilized, even ordinary Infinity Warlocks may not be its opponent. Once those powerful war weapons were activated, they would also require an astronomical amount of resources. For example, once the Ancient Dragon Corpse is mobilized, if it completely consumes low-grade magic crystals, then in a small-scale battle, the magic crystals alone will be consumed as much as a small mountain. It is because of the huge consumption of these weapons that Great Cloud Dynasty will only use these powerful weapons during times of war. When hunting Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, it is more often the Demon Hunting Division's division chiefs and other Infinity Warlocks who are sent to hunt them down. In the center of the Clear Heart City, there are 6 barracks which belong to 6 Infinity Warlocks. Every Infinity Warlock has countless experts as subordinates. The 4 marshals have their own troops, and so do the 2 Grand Princes of Great Cloud Dynasty. The Pleasant Heart Pavilion is the most luxurious hotel in the Clear Heart City. A magic chariot stopped and a burly man with a pair of dragon horns, a handsome face full of charm, and one of the 8 marshals of the Great Cloud Dynasty, Marshal Long, who can capture the hearts of countless young girls, slowly walked out of the magic chariot, took a deep look at the Pleasing Heart Pavilion, and then stepped into the Pleasing Heart Pavilion. Chapter 705. After Yang Feng's Undying Mountain occupied Yu Province, countless robots poured out of Ligui Province, built all kinds of defense systems and secret munitions factories in Yu Province, and transformed the entire province. Although Yu Province is a lesser province of the Great Cloud Dynasty, and its resources are far less abundant than those of the Battle Demon Sect, Mirage Province, and other greater provinces. But it is also a place with perfect laws of heaven and earth, with countless precious resources, vast territory, and endless mysteries. It has resources to support the birth of Infinity Warlocks. Yang Feng is well aware that his current power is not enough to contend against Great Cloud Dynasty. Moreover, at this time Great Cloud Dynasty is in chaos. Taking advantage of Great Cloud Dynasty's internal strife, countless powerful existences from other planes came to Great Cloud Dynasty through planar passageways and other means. As long as he can defend Yu Province, it will be his victory. Yu Province, Undying Mountain's headquarters in Yu Province. Dressed in a female guard uniform, Zhang came to the rear garden of Undying Mountain's headquarters in Yu Province and saw Yang Feng sitting on a soft chair, lying there comfortably and quietly watching the beautiful Cloud Province's 4 fairies dance in the center of the garden. A complicated look streaked past Zhang Ying's beautiful eyes, and she said respectfully, "Young Master, Bai Yuxian requests an audience." Yang Feng's avatar of Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming is a glorious Dawn Warlock who broke through the Godman boundary. No one knows that Yang Feng broke through to the Bright World Warlock realm. He is the 3rd peerless genius in Songji Plain's 10,000 years of history to break through the Godman boundary. As long as an existence who broke through the Godman boundary doesn't die, they will at least advance to the Warlock Monarch rank and become a true Overlord rank powerhouse. Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, even in the most glorious era of the 8 Warlock dynasties, were monarchs and overlords. Few people dared to provoke them. Above the Warlock Monarch rank, the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses can be said to be the protector of a race. In the era of the 8 Warlock dynasties, If a race doesn't have the protection of a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, then once they are discovered by a human warlock, they won't even have the qualifications to negotiate. Only races with Holy Spirit Warlocks are qualified to negotiate with human warlocks. Holy Spirit Warlocks rarely appear in the world. It is the Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses who dominate the entire Zhangji Plain. Even during the eras of the 8 great Warlock dynasties, they were also feudal officials guarding a large province, or formidable monarchs guarding a plain. When Yang Feng first came to the Ligui province, he was just a moonlight warlock. In less than 100 years, he has achieved such achievements, which filled Jianing with complicated feelings. When Bai Yuxian came to the rear garden, she saluted Yang Feng. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she said respectfully, "Bai Yuxian greets young Master Lei Ming." Yang Feng casually pointed at a place. "Sit." Bai Yuxian sat to the side and quietly watched the 5 fairies of Yunzhou sing and dance. Bai Yuxian replied, "Young Master Lei Ming, I came to investigate the truth of what happened in Yu province on the orders of His Majesty the Emperor of Great Cloud Dynasty." Yang Feng said lightly, "Didn't I already report the truth of what happened in Yu province to the court?" Yu province's 5 warlock groups colluded with other races to sneak attack the Undying Mountain, and were suppressed by the Undying Mountain. The Great Cloud Dynasty's great general Holy Light fell into the abyss due to the temptation of a fiend. The Undying Mountain had no choice but to kill them. Listening to Yang Feng's nonsense, Bai Yuxian said with a pleasant smile on her pretty face, "His Majesty wants to know the details, so he asked me to invite you to the Cloud Capital to explain in detail. Young Master Lei Ming, as long as you go to the Cloud Capital and explain in detail, His Majesty will understand." Yang Feng responded lazily, "I'm sorry, I've been seriously ill recently and can't travel far. Please apologize to His Majesty on my behalf." The news that Yang Feng's avatar is the Undying Mountain's Lei Ming broke through the Godman boundary has already spread among the upper echelons of Great Cloud Dynasty. He doesn't dare to go to the Cloud Capital with his true body. Once Yang Feng's true body goes to the Cloud Capital, he can guess that there is a great probability that he will be suppressed by the powerhouses of the Bai family. Once a peerless genius who broke through the Godman boundary grows up, they can break through to the Warlock Monarch realm, and even have a chance to promote to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. In this modern era where human warlock civilization has withered, a Holy Spirit Warlock has the power to overthrow Great Cloud Dynasty's rule. Bai Yuxian's pupils constricted slightly, and she uttered with a sweet smile, "Young Master Lei Ming, His Majesty thinks highly of you. As long as you go to the Cloud Capital, His Majesty will betroth his beloved 19th princess to you, and is willing to grant you one of Great Cloud Dynasty's 36 greater provinces, the Blue Province, as your fief." Yang Feng looked at Bai Yuxian with an enigmatic smile and said, "Blue Province? I seem to have heard that the Blue Province has been occupied by the Wang family of the 8 great families." Bai Yuxian responded with a confident smile, "That's just a minor problem. As long as Great Cloud Dynasty quells the other regions, it will be easy to wipe out those rebels." Yang Feng uttered, "It's a pity. But I'm really seriously ill and can't leave Yu province." The smile on Bai Yuxian's pretty face faded slowly, and she sighed faintly, "Young Master Lei Ming, if you don't want to go to the Cloud Capital, the Cloud Capital will send an army to attack Undying Mountain. The entire Undying Mountain will be plunged into war because of you." Yang Feng uttered flatly, "Great Cloud Dynasty is surrounded by flames of war. What power does it have to organize an expeditionary force to attack me?" Bai Yuxian responded, "Although Great Cloud Dynasty has countless powerful enemies, but it is still the orthodoxy of the Eastern world after all. It has countless trump cards. This time the 4 marshals Marshal Long, Marshal Hu, Marshal Feng and Marshal Yu, as well as Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Sheng, have gathered in Bright Moon Province. As soon as the army arrives, they will launch an attack on Undying Mountain. No matter how strong Undying Mountain is, but in front of Great Cloud Dynasty's 4 marshals and 2 grand princes, you can't win." Yang Feng smiled and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. 6 Infinity Warlocks. Great Cloud Dynasty really thinks highly of my Undying Mountain. An Infinity Warlock is equivalent to a strong Divine Force rank powerhouse. With 6 Infinity Warlocks joining forces, Few warlock groups in the Eastern world can resist them. Moreover, the four marshals are pinnacle infinity warlocks in the Eastern world. Any one of them can easily defeat Yu Province's 5 overlords, Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Zheng. The two pinnacle powerhouses of the Bai family are tyrannical existences who have suppressed many planes. Although Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family Bai family has countless playboys, but it also has countless powerhouses. Those who can promote to infinity warlocks are fearsome existences who have gone through countless battles and fought in countless planes. Each of the Bai family's 13 grand princes is extremely strong. Any one of them can contend against strong divine force rank existences outside their divine country, and even defeat them. Bai Yuxian continued to persuade, young Master Lei Ming, as long as you go to the cloud capital by yourself, not only will you be able to put an end to the war, but you will also be able to live a comfortable life with beautiful wives and concubines. But if you stay here, only destruction awaits Undying Mountain. Do you have the heart to see the entire Undying Mountain destroyed because of you? With a lazy look on his face, Yang Feng responded indifferently, I'm seriously ill, so it's not convenient for me to go to the cloud capital. However, my Undying Mountain is loyal to Great Cloud Dynasty. If Imperial Court sends people to attack Undying Mountain, I'm afraid that it will chill the hearts of the people. A cold ray shimmered in Bai Yuxian's beautiful eyes, and she stood up and said, in that case, I'll take my leave. Send her out. Zhanning took a few steps forward and said to Bai Yuxian, please. Bai Yuxian took a deep look at Yang Feng, then turned around and walked outside. Yang Feng looked at Bai Yuxian's back as she left, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Since everyone has stepped onto the stage, then let's go. Then let's officially begin. Bright Moon Province is one of the 36 greater provinces named after the Bright Moon School. In the past, it was under the control of the Bright Moon School. After the Bright Moon School fled, this place was completely occupied by Great Cloud Dynasty. Located in the west of Bright Moon Province, the Clear Heart City is the giant city closest to Yu Province. At this time, the Clear Heart City has become a huge barracks. Every day, there are flying ships flying from all directions carrying warlocks and various war resources. In Great Cloud Dynasty's army, there are many weapons developed by Secret Treasure Division. For example, Yu Province's 3 weapons, the Ancient Dragon Corpse, is a terrifying weapon. Once the Ancient Dragon Corpse is mobilized, even ordinary infinity warlocks may not be its opponent. Once those powerful war weapons were activated, they would also require an astronomical amount of resources. For example, once the Ancient Dragon Corpse is mobilized, if it completely consumes low-grade magic crystals, then in a small-scale battle, the magic crystals alone will be consumed as much as a small mountain. It is because of the huge consumption of these weapons that Great Cloud Dynasty will only use these powerful weapons during times of war. When hunting Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, it is more often the Demon Hunting Division's division chiefs and other Infinity Warlocks who are sent to hunt them down. In the center of the Clear Heart City, there are 6 barracks which belong to 6 Infinity Warlocks. Every Infinity Warlock has countless experts as subordinates. The 4 marshals have their own troops, and so do the 2 Grand Princes of Great Cloud Dynasty. The Pleasant Heart Pavilion is the most luxurious hotel in the Clear Heart City. A magic chariot stopped and a burly man with a pair of dragon horns, a handsome face full of charm, and one of the 8 marshals of the Great Cloud Dynasty, Marshal Long, who can capture the hearts of countless young girls, slowly walked out of the magic chariot, took a deep look at the Pleasing Heart Pavilion, and then stepped into the Pleasing Heart Pavilion. Chapter 706. After Yang Feng's Undying Mountain occupied Yu Province, countless robots poured out of Ligui Province, built all kinds of defense systems and secret munitions factories in Yu Province, and transformed the entire province. Although Yu Province is a lesser province of the Great Cloud Dynasty, and its resources are far less abundant than those of the Battle Demon Sect, Mirage Province, and other greater provinces. But it is also a place with perfect laws of heaven and earth, with countless precious resources, vast territory, and endless mysteries. It has resources to support the birth of Infinity Warlocks. Yang Feng is well aware that his current power is not enough to contend against Great Cloud Dynasty. Moreover, at this time Great Cloud Dynasty is in chaos. Taking advantage of the internal strife of Great Cloud Dynasty, countless powerful beings from other planes descended to Great Cloud Dynasty via planar passageways and other means. As long as he can defend Yu Province, it will be his victory. Yu Province, Undying Mountain's headquarters in Yu Province. Dressed in a female guard uniform, Zhang came to the rear garden of Undying Mountain's headquarters in Yu Province and saw Yang Feng sitting on a soft chair, lying comfortably, and quietly watching the beautiful Cloud Province's 4 fairies dance in the center of the garden. A complicated look streaked past Zhang Ying's beautiful eyes, and she said respectfully, "Young Master, Bai Yuxian requests an audience." Yang Feng's avatar of Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming is a glorious dawn warlock who broke through the Godman boundary. No one knows that Yang Feng broke through to the Bright World Warlock realm. He is the third peerless genius in Songji Plain's 10,000 years of history to break through the Godman boundary. As long as an existence who broke through the Godman boundary doesn't die, they will at least advance to the Warlock Monarch rank and become a true Overlord rank powerhouse. Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, even in the most glorious era of the 8 Warlock dynasties, were monarchs and overlords. Few people dared to provoke them. Above the Warlock Monarch rank, the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses can be said to be the protector of a race. In the era of the 8 Warlock dynasties, if a race doesn't have the protection of a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, then once they are discovered by a human warlock, they won't even have the qualifications to negotiate. Only a race with a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse is qualified to negotiate with human warlocks. Holy Spirit warlocks rarely appear in the world. It is the Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses who dominate the entire Songji Plain. Even during the eras of the 8 great Warlock dynasties, they were also feudal officials guarding a large province, or formidable monarchs guarding a plain. When Yang Feng first came to the Ligui province, he was just a moonlight warlock. In less than 100 years, he has achieved such achievements, which filled Zhang Ying with complicated feelings. When Bai Yuxian came to the rear garden, she saluted Yang Feng. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she said respectfully, "Bai Yuxian greets young master Lei Ming." Yang Feng casually pointed at a place. "Sit." Bai Yuxian sat to the side and quietly watched the 5 fairies of Yunzhou sing and dance. Bai Yuxian said, "Young master Lei Ming, I came to investigate the truth of what happened in Yu Province on the order of His Majesty the Emperor of Great Cloud Dynasty." Yang Feng said lightly, "Didn't I already report the truth of what happened in Yu Province to the court?" Yu Province's 5 warlock groups colluded with other races to sneak attack the Undying Mountain, and were suppressed by the Undying Mountain. The Great Cloud Dynasty's great general Holy Light fell into the abyss due to the temptation of a fiend. The Undying Mountain had no choice but to kill them. Listening to Yang Feng's nonsense, Bai Yuxian said with a pleasant smile on her pretty face, "His Majesty wants to know the details, so he asked me to invite you to the Cloud Capital to explain in detail. Young Master Lei Ming, as long as you go to the Cloud Capital and explain in detail, His Majesty will understand." Yang Feng responded lazily, "I'm sorry, I've been seriously ill recently and can't travel far. Please apologize to His Majesty on my behalf." The news that Yang Feng's avatar is the Undying Mountain's Lei Ming broke through the Godman boundary has already spread among the upper echelons of Great Cloud Dynasty. He doesn't dare to go to the Cloud Capital with his true body. Once Yang Feng's true body goes to the Cloud Capital, he can guess that there is a great probability that he will be suppressed by the powerhouses of the Bai family. Once a peerless genius who broke through the Godman boundary grows up, they can break through to the Warlock Monarch realm, and even have a chance to promote to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. In this modern era where human warlock civilization has withered, a Holy Spirit Warlock has the power to overthrow Great Cloud Dynasty's rule. Bai Yuxian's pupils constricted slightly, and she uttered with a sweet smile, "Young Master Lei Ming, His Majesty thinks highly of you. As long as you go to the Cloud Capital, His Majesty will betroth his beloved 19th princess to you, and is willing to grant you one of Great Cloud Dynasty's 36 greater provinces, the Blue Province, as your fief." Yang Feng looked at Bai Yuxian with an enigmatic smile and said, "Blue Province? I seem to have heard that the Blue Province has been occupied by the Wang family of the 8 great families." Bai Yuxian responded with a confident smile, "That's just a minor problem. As long as Great Cloud Dynasty quells the other regions, It will be easy to wipe out those rebels. Yang Feng uttered, "It's a pity. But I'm really seriously ill and can't leave you province." The smile on Bai Yuxian's pretty face faded slowly, and she sighed faintly. "Young Master Lei Ming, if you don't want to go to the Cloud Capital, the Cloud Capital will send an army to attack Undying Mountain. The entire Undying Mountain will be plunged into war because of you." Yang Feng uttered flatly, "Great Cloud Dynasty is surrounded by flames of war. What power does it have to organize an expeditionary force to attack me?" Bai Yuxian responded, "Although Great Cloud Dynasty has countless powerful enemies, but it is still the orthodoxy of the Eastern world after all. It has countless trump cards. This time the four marshals Marshal Long, Marshal Hu, Marshal Feng and Marshal Yu, as well as Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Sheng, have gathered in Bright Moon Province. As soon as the army arrives, they will launch an attack on Undying Mountain. No matter how strong Undying Mountain is, but in front of Great Cloud Dynasty's 4 marshals and 2 grand princes, you can't win." Yang Feng smiled and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. 6 Infinity Warlocks. Great Cloud Dynasty really thinks highly of my Undying Mountain. An Infinity Warlock is equivalent to a strong Divine Force rank powerhouse. With 6 Infinity Warlocks joining forces, few warlock groups in the Eastern world can resist them. Moreover, the 4 marshals are pinnacle Infinity Warlocks in the Eastern world. Any one of them can easily defeat you province's 5 overlords, Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Zheng. The 2 pinnacle powerhouses of the Bai family are tyrannical existences who have suppressed many planes. Although Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family Bai family has countless playboys, but it also has countless powerhouses. Those who can promote to Infinity Warlocks are fearsome existences who have gone through countless battles and fought in countless planes. Each of the Bai family's 13 Grand Princes is extremely strong. Any one of them can contend against strong Divine Force rank existences outside their divine country, and even defeat them. Bai Yuxian continued to persuade, "Young Master Lei Ming, as long as you go to the Cloud Capital by yourself, not only will you be able to put an end to the war, but you will also be able to live a comfortable life with beautiful wives and concubines. But if you stay here, only destruction awaits Undying Mountain. Do you have the heart to see the entire Undying Mountain destroyed because of you?" With a lazy look on his face, Yang Feng responded indifferently, "I'm seriously ill, so it's not convenient for me to go to the Cloud Capital. However, my Undying Mountain is loyal to Great Cloud Dynasty. If Imperial Court sends people to attack Undying Mountain, I'm afraid that it will chill the hearts of the people." A cold ray shimmered in Bai Yuxian's beautiful eyes, and she stood up and said, "In that case, I'll take my leave. Send her out." Zhaning took a few steps forward and said to Bai Yuxian, "Please." Bai Yuxian took a deep look at Yang Feng, then turned around and walked outside. Yang Feng looked at Bai Yuxian's back as she left, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Since everyone has stepped onto the stage, then let's go. Then let's officially begin." Bright Moon Province is one of the 36 greater provinces named after the Bright Moon School. In the past, it was under the control of the Bright Moon School. After the Bright Moon School fled, this place was completely occupied by Great Cloud Dynasty. Located in the west of Bright Moon Province, the Clear Heart City is the giant city closest to you province. At this time, the Clear Heart City has become a huge barracks. Every day, there are flying ships flying from all directions carrying warlocks and various war resources. In Great Cloud Dynasty's army, there are many weapons developed by Secret Treasure Division. For example, you province's 3 weapons, the Ancient Dragon Corpse, is a terrifying weapon. Once the Ancient Dragon Corpse is mobilized, even ordinary Infinity Warlocks may not be its opponent. Once those powerful war weapons were activated, they would also require an astronomical amount of resources. For example, once the Ancient Dragon Corpse is mobilized, if it completely consumes low-grade magic crystals, then in a small-scale battle, the magic crystals alone will be consumed as much as a small mountain. It is because of the huge consumption of these weapons that Great Cloud Dynasty will only use these powerful weapons during times of war. When hunting Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, it is more often the Demon Hunting Division's division chiefs and other Infinity Warlocks who are sent to hunt them down. In the center of the Clear Heart City, there are 6 barracks which belong to 6 Infinity Warlocks. Every Infinity Warlock has countless experts as subordinates. The 4 marshals have their own troops, and so do the 2 Grand Princes of Great Cloud Dynasty. The Pleasant Heart Pavilion is the most luxurious hotel in the Clear Heart City. A magic chariot stopped, and a burly man with a pair of dragon horns, a handsome face full of charm, and one of the 8 marshals of the Great Cloud Dynasty, Marshal Long, who can capture the hearts of countless young girls, slowly walked out of the magic chariot, took a deep look at the Pleasing Heart Pavilion, and then stepped into the Pleasing Heart Pavilion. Chapter 707. Watching Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Sheng escape, Yang Feng mused, "They escaped so fast. How clever. If they were a bit slower, they would have been left behind. It's really difficult to hunt Infinity Warlocks." This time, Yang Feng mobilized all the experts he could muster at present and took out all the 4th-generation battle robots to participate in the war. If the 2 Infinity Warlocks, Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Sheng, were to fight Yang Feng here, Yang Feng would be able to exhaust them to death with countless mechanical Cs. After Yu Province fell into Yang Feng's hands, countless resources of Yu Province fell into his hands as well. Originally, Yang Feng could only manufacture 1 Blazing Sun battle star a year. But after Yu Province fell into his hands, Yang Feng can manufacture a Blazing Sun battle star in 3 months, increasing his productivity by more than 4 times. In the face of this terrifying productivity, even if the 3rd-generation battle robots are exhausted, Yang Feng can replenish them in a short time. Grand Prince Kong and the others escaped. Grand Prince Sheng and the others abandoned us. I surrender. I surrender. I surrender. When the Warlocks saw Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Sheng escape, their morale plummeted at once and they shouted. Even more Warlock warriors cast secret methods and fled into the distance. No Warlock was willing to stay in a war where they were sure to lose. A defeated army was like a landslide, that was how it was. Yang Feng looked at the fleeing Warlocks and said with a faint smile, "What a pity. If you had persisted in resisting, I would have lost some more robots." 20 interstellar carriers suddenly appeared, and countless fighters flew towards the Warlocks at a frightening speed. Miniaturized antimatter annihilation beams fired from the machine guns of the fighters ran through the Warlocks and tore them to pieces. The miniature antimatter annihilation cannons are so powerful that even an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse can't resist them without using defensive spells. Ordinary Great Warlock and Starry Sky Warlock rank warriors can't resist them at all. As soon as the 20 interstellar carriers appeared, they crushed the resistance of the remaining human Warlocks. After the remaining human Warlocks saw the terror of the interstellar carriers, they chose to surrender. The fierce battle lasted for another 3 hours, before Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion annihilated all the Warlocks who resisted in the Clear Heart City. At this time, in a huge palace, there are 10 weapons refined by the Great Cloud Dynasty's Secret Treasure Division. The 10 war weapons were the Scarlet Flame Phoenix, the Mando Stone Wolf, the Dark Corpse Hive, the Wind Giant, the Chaos Demon Spider, the Rift Dragon Whale, the Ancient Stone Giant, the 6-headed Gold Dragon, the Primordial Saint Dragon, and the Duke Ancient Devil. Yang Feng looked at the 10 weapons and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Are these the weapons developed by Great Cloud Dynasty's Secret Treasure Division? It is indeed extraordinary. The 10 weapons are all refined from the corpses of Infinity Warlock rank extraordinary life forms. They all have spatial spells inside them and have Warlock towers built inside them. As long as there are enough human Warlocks, they can display Infinity Warlock rank fighting strength. If Yang Feng hadn't launched a sneak attack with Yu Yan's help, killed the 3 marshals, and annihilated a large number of Warlocks operating these weapons. In a head-on battle, even if Yang Feng won, he would lose countless battle robots. If he wasn't careful, the Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses he recruited would die. Of course, the Great Cloud Dynasty's Imperial Court doesn't have many Infinity Warlocks. That's because many Infinity Warlocks have been appointed by the Imperial Court to suppress other races in different areas. The Great Cloud Dynasty has been fighting other races for more than 10,000 years. Who knows how many Infinity Warlocks are in the Imperial Court's hands? This is the Imperial Court's underlying strength. Among the 10 great sects and 8 great families, There are a few forces that only have one Infinity Warlock guarding them. But in fact they all have Infinity Warlock rank weapons like the Scarlet Flame Phoenix and the Mando Stone Wolf in their sections. At the same time they also have their own forces in other planes. It is because of this that they are called the 10 Great Sects and 8 Great Families. Their underlying strength isn't something the trifling U province's 5 great overlords can compare to. Moreover, in addition to the powerhouses on the surface, the 10 Great Sects and 8 Great Families also have many powerhouses traveling in the astral boundary. As far as I know, the Battle Demon sect has 2 Infinity Warlocks traveling in the astral boundary. Reportedly, there is another Infinity Warlock who became a strong divine force rank god in another plane. Standing beside Yang Feng, Yu Yin looked at the 10 Infinity Warlock rank weapons with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes, and she uttered unhurriedly. The 12 Infinity Warlock rank weapons are existences that have followed the 4 marshals in battle for countless years. When Yu Yin saw the 10 Infinity Warlock rank weapons, her emotions became complicated. After all, it was she who brought Yang Feng and his party into the Clear Heart City and killed the 3 marshals. Yang Feng uttered, "Yu Yin, all of this is my order. You are just acting according to orders. I am your lord, so I will bear all responsibility." Yu Yin smiled sweetly, looking extremely beautiful. "I understand. Indeed, you are the one behind the scenes. I was just a subordinate who was forced to follow orders. Therefore it's all your fault." Yang Feng smiled and shook his head. His gaze fell on the 10 weapons, and countless strategies revolved in his mind. After the main force of the Great Cloud Dynasty in the Clear Heart City was annihilated, the Bright Moon Province no longer has the power to resist Yang Feng's army. Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion crushed the warlock groups in the Bright Moon Province one after another and chose to submit to Yang Feng's army. The Bright Moon Province was originally the territory of the Bright Moon School of the 10 Great Sects. In the Bright Moon Province, apart from the Bright Moon School and its vassals, there are no other large warlock groups. Yang Feng smoothly conquered the entire Bright Moon Province and sent countless battle robots to transform the Bright Moon Province. The annihilation of the Great Cloud Dynasty's expeditionary army in the Bright Moon Province immediately shocked the entire Eastern world. In particular, Martial Tiger, Martial Wind, and Martial Dragon were slain by Yang Feng, and Martial Yu Yin submitted to Yang Feng, which shocked the world even more. In the Zhangji Plain, the Great Cloud Dynasty has the 8 marshals, who command the 8 strongest legions and suppress countless powerhouses. But after the battle in the Bright Moon Province of the 8 marshals, only the Martial Eagle, the Martial Wolf, and the Martial Thunder remain. Moreover, the Martial Wolf is seriously injured. On the surface, the only legions that the Great Cloud Dynasty can mobilize are the Martial Eagle, the Martial Thunder, and the 12 Grand Princes. 1 Grand Prince died. The deterrent power of the Great Cloud Dynasty has dropped to its lowest point since the establishment of the state. The countless dark forces that are afraid of the Great Cloud Dynasty's formidable power and don't dare to show their heads became restless. The Cloud Capital in the Royal Palace. Sitting on the throne, Bai Wuxia, expressionless and full of dignity, looked down at the ministers of the Great Cloud Dynasty from above. Yu Yin betrayed the Great Cloud Dynasty, led the Undying Mountain into the Clear Heart City, and ambushed the Martial Tiger, Martial Dragon, and Martial Wind. Without a leader, the Clear Heart City was taken advantage of by the Undying Mountain. The traitor Lei Ming has led his army to capture the Bright Moon Province. A warlock knelt in front of the audience hall and reported the situation of the battle. In the imperial court, all the ministers stood motionless like clay puppets. They could all feel the impending storm. Bai Wuxia said coldly, "Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Zheng fled in the face of battle. Their crimes are unforgivable. They are to be stripped of their Grand Prince titles, demoted to commoners, and forfeited of their salaries for 100 years. A eunuch hurriedly drafted a decree. Bai Wuxia looked down and said indifferently, "Dear ministers, since the Undying Mountain dared to provoke the dignity of the Great Cloud Dynasty and publicly killed 3 of our marshals, that is a heinous crime. Do you have a good plan to break the Undying Mountain?" The ministers all lowered their heads and remained silent. Bai Wuxia is indeed wise, decisive, and has a clear sense of reward and punishment. But at the same time he likes to monopolize the state, is obstinate and self-opinionated, and doesn't tolerate opposition. Moreover, with his Infinity Warlock rank cultivation base, his computing power is comparable to that of a level 5 optical computer. He can easily process all the memorials coming from all over the country. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, Bai Wuqing monopolizes the state, and the rest of the officials only have to follow his orders. This has fostered the yes-man nature of the officials who only know how to follow orders. Bai Wuqing's eyes shimmered sharply, and he uttered slowly, "In that case, I will personally lead the army and wipe out the damned rebels in one fell swoop." At this moment, an old man with white hair and a beard frowned slightly and urged, "Your Majesty, you can't." Bai Wuqing said coldly, "Grand Tutor, why not?" The Grand Tutor urged, "Your Majesty, at this time, kindred, abyssal fiends, archdevils, and freaks from the demonic realm have appeared in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Any one of those other races requires the Great Cloud Dynasty to go all out to resist them. Your Majesty, you are invaluable, you can't be moved lightly. The destiny of the Great Cloud Dynasty is tied to you. If anything happens to you, the Great Cloud Dynasty will be in danger." Although Bai Wuqing is somewhat obstinate and self-opinionated, but he is a rare genius of the Bai family, and the publicly recognized son of heaven in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Once he dies, the Great Cloud Dynasty will immediately fall apart. The descendants of the Bai family will most likely fight amongst themselves first. Bai Wuqing asked lightly, "Grand Tutor, what do you think?" The Grand Tutor replied, "We can ask for help from the Western world's 3 dynasties. Kindred, abyssal fiends, archdevils, and freaks from the demonic realm are all enemies of the human race. According to the ancient oath, once those other races set foot on the Zhangji plain, we must join forces to suppress them. If we ask for help, they won't ignore us." Chapter 708. Bai Wuqing was silent for a while, and then nodded slightly. The Zhangji Plain's human warlocks are fighting among themselves endlessly. However, when faced with invading other races, they will still unite. Because if the human warlocks don't unite, then in this era without the protection of the Warlock Emperor, it will be difficult for them to contend against the invading other races. The Grand Tutor said, "As for the Undying Mountain, their momentum is already set. We can send an emissary and ask them to surrender. If their leader is still a little rational, he won't refuse our summons. The top priority is to prevent the Undying Mountain from joining forces with the other rebels. Otherwise, it will only be more difficult to exterminate them in the future." Bai Wuqing asked, "What if they attack the prefectures outside of Bright Moon Province?" The Grand Tutor responded with a solemn expression, "In that case, I am willing to be the vanguard and fight them. I will not allow them to step outside of Bright Moon Province." Bai Wuqing frowned and sank into his thoughts. All of a sudden, a eunuch's eyebrows twitched, and he took a few steps forward and whispered, "Your Majesty, there is urgent information." Bai Wuqing said coldly, "Pass me the information." The eunuch extended his hand and a golden memorial appeared in his hand. Then, he respectfully handed it over to Bai Wuqing. When Bai Wuqing saw the information, his face darkened, and he said indifferently, "Do as you say, Grand Tutor." "What the hell happened? What is written in the memorial?" The court officials are very curious about the contents of the memorial Bai Wuqing obtained, but they all remained silent. After the court session, the Great Cloud Dynasty's high-ranking officials used their intelligence network and quickly got the news. The freaks in the demonic realm have broken through the blockade of the Great Cloud Dynasty and broken through the 3rd floor of the underground world. Marshal Mu of the demonic realms for Infinity Warlocks, suppressing the demonic realm, was seriously injured by a pinnacle Infinity Warlock of the human devil insects. In the demonic realm, the 4 marshals can only resist the attack of the freak allied forces through the 2nd floor's barrier and various warlock towers. Although the Great Cloud Dynasty has many powerhouses, but there are too many places that need to be guarded. If the attack against Yangfeng fails again and 2 or more Infinity Warlocks are killed, then the entire Great Cloud Dynasty may collapse like dominoes. Bai Wuqing is recognized by the Bai family as the most outstanding emperor. After weighing the pros and cons, he chose to compromise with Yangfeng. Several days later, Bright Moon Province, Undying Mountain headquarters. As soon as Bai Wuqian entered Undying Mountain's headquarters, she saw Yangfeng sitting on a huge recliner. basking in the sun and watching the Cloud Province's 5 fairies and other dancers dance. Yang Feng said lazily, "Bai Yuxian, you're here. What is His Majesty's decree this time?" Sitting next to Yang Feng, Bai Yuxian said without hesitation, "Lei Ming, His Majesty hopes that you can return to Yu Province and return Bright Moon Province to the Imperial Court. The Imperial Court can bestow upon you the title of King of Yu State. You will guard Yu State for generations to come and live with the country." Yang Feng smiled and flicked his finger, and a piece of paper flew towards Bai Yuxian. "I never have the habit of spitting out what I've eaten. The Bright Moon Province is my spoils of war. If you want the Bright Moon Province, that's fine. Give me these materials. I can withdraw from Bright Moon Province at once." Bai Yuxian took the piece of paper and glanced at it, and then frowned at once. The various materials written on those papers were all extremely precious treasures. Bai Yuxian had never even heard of the names of many of these treasures. The materials written on the paper are the key materials for the Shizu stronghold to evolve to level 5 and level 6. Although Yang Feng has plundered everywhere, but he still lacks 3 kinds of key materials for the Shizu stronghold to evolve to level 5. After all, the environment in which the Shizu exist is different from that of the Warlock civilization. Yang Feng has obtained a lot of materials for the level 6 stronghold, but he still hasn't collected all the materials for the level 5 stronghold. Bai Yuxian said with a sweet smile, "With Great Cloud Dynasty's power, we can collect these materials within 100 years. As long as you withdraw from Bright Moon Province, I guarantee that I will give you these materials within 100 years. Now is Great Cloud Dynasty's weakest time. If it can take control of Bright Moon Province, 100 years will be enough for Great Cloud Dynasty to plunder a large amount of resources from Bright Moon Province." Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile, "In this case, let's talk about it after I get the materials." Bai Yuxian uttered, "The Imperial Court intends to confer you the title of Grand Duke of the North. However, you have to beg for forgiveness. Your force cannot go beyond Bright Moon Province, and you have to go to Cloud Capital to beg for forgiveness from His Majesty." Yang Feng responded with a smile, "Beg for forgiveness and my force cannot go beyond Bright Moon Province. However, I am seriously ill and cannot go to Cloud Capital to have an audience with His Majesty. Please apologize to His Majesty on my behalf." Bai Yuxian sighed slightly and uttered, "Okay, I'll take a step back. You can send an emissary to Cloud Capital to beg for forgiveness from His Majesty on your behalf." Yang Feng is a peerless genius who broke through the Godman boundary, and is also the leader of a huge force like Undying Mountain. Naturally, he cannot easily go to a dangerous place like Cloud Capital. If Yang Feng is stupid enough to enter Cloud Capital directly, Bai Yuxian can guess that Bai Wuqing will make a prompt decision and use all the power of Cloud Capital to suppress Yang Feng, even if it means falling out with Undying Mountain. Yang Feng also took a step back. "Okay, I can send an emissary to Cloud Capital." Shortly after, Undying Mountain's letter of apology arrived in Cloud Capital, and His Majesty the Great Cloud Dynasty pardoned Undying Mountain's crimes. Undying Mountain became a part of Great Cloud Dynasty again. The 5 great families who have already betrayed Great Cloud Dynasty quickly united, and formed a 5-family alliance, uniting the power of the 5 families. Great Cloud Dynasty sent the Minister of Rights to the Western world's 3 dynasties to ask for assistance. After careful consideration, the warlocks of the Western world's 3 dynasties agreed to send experts to join forces with Great Cloud Dynasty to fight against abyssal fiends, kindred, and other races. While many forces are waging war in the origin world, Yang Feng's Undying Mountain is quietly accumulating its strength without making any movements. Feisua Plain. In the divine country of Yang Feng's avatar, there are only some ordinary petitioners living a happy and worry-free life. In the center of the divine country, there is a 1,000-meter tall mountain. At the top of the mountain there is an exquisite temple. This temple is where Yang Feng's avatar resides. In a secret room in the temple, a top-grade warp gate flashed, and Yang Feng's true body appeared in the temple. As soon as Yang Feng appeared, he looked at his avatar and said with a helpless smile, "My current situation is really bad. Except for a few evil gods, are there no gods willing to establish contact with me?" Although this god avatar of Feisua Plain ignited his divine fire with great difficulty, raised his divine country, and became a feeble divine force rank true god. But he is still rejected by the gods of Feisua pantheon. None of the gods of the four empires took the initiative to make friends with Yangfeng's god avatar. Only some evil gods with unclear intentions expressed interest in Yangfeng's avatar. Yangfeng doesn't dare to make friends with evil gods with unclear intentions. If he is careless, his feeble divine force rank avatar will be killed by them. Most of the evil gods belong to the chaotic evil camp. Many of them go crazy in battle and kill without distinguishing between friend and foe. In their daily interactions they often plot against each other, kill each other, annex each other and play tricks. Feeble divine force rank gods are at the bottom of the hierarchy. When interacting with evil gods, if you are careless, you will be devoured by them. The corners of Yangfeng's mouth rose slightly. Then let's start the plan. Red Earth Wasteland. After years of development, the entire Red Earth Wasteland has been purified and turned into a plain full of vitality. At the same time, the first Half-Blood Beastman Empire was established in the Red Earth Wasteland, and the first emperor of the Half-Blood Beastman Empire was Catherine. Above the royal palace of the Half-Blood Beastman Empire, sitting on the throne, Catherine, looking heroic, quietly listened to the reports of the many Half-Blood Beastman ministers. At this time, Catherine, who was just an ordinary Lionman Half-Blood Beastman girl when she met Yangfeng for the first time, had already matured into a peerless beauty brimming with feminine charm, blonde hair, and blue eyes, gorgeous and heroic. Suddenly, there was a flash of light in the imperial palace, and a powerful fluctuation of divine force filled the imperial palace. My lord Ian. This is the power of my lord Ian. When the ministers inside the royal palace sensed the fluctuations of divine force, they became excited, prostrated on the ground, and recited prayers respectfully. Yangfeng willed, and a line of information was transmitted to Catherine's mind. My lord has issued a divine decree to let us prepare to launch a holy war. Let us use our flesh and blood to become the swords in my lord's hands, spread the glory and faith of my lord, and behead all enemies that stand in my lord's way. Catherine drew the legend rank sword of radiance and raised it high. Her body radiated countless resplendent holy light, and she shouted as if she was a legendary hero. Holy war! Holy war! Use our flesh and blood to become the swords in my lord's hands, spread the glory and faith of my lord, and behead all enemies that stand in my lord's way. The eyes of the Half-Blood Beastman ministers revealed excitement and fanaticism, and they roared loudly. Since Yangfeng rescued many Half-Blood Beastmen from the Beastman Empire, most of the Half-Blood Beastman ministers have become Yangfeng's fanatics. Regarding his words as divine decrees, they were willing to do anything. Chapter 709. The Feisua Plains underground world was the habitat of many dark races. In the underground world there were undead, liches, kindred, dark elves, dark dwarves, arcanists, dark giants, fiends, devils, ogres, as well as all kinds of extraordinary life forms suitable for living in the underground world. Countless heretics and scum who committed heinous crimes in the surface world would go to the underground world to find a way to survive. The surface world was the sphere of influence of the gods of the lawful alignment, while the underground world was the base of the gods of the evil and chaotic alignment. Numerous religions of evil gods were located in the underground world. Practically every day, many life forms would die tragically in the underground world. There were countless passages leading to the underground world in the surface world. In the Red Earth Wasteland there was a huge rift called the Rift Canyon which led to the underground world. So this is the spiral staircase leading to the underground world. Interesting. Riding a level for extraordinary life form Dark Leopard, Yangfeng walked along the spiral staircase, looked at the surroundings and exclaimed in admiration. Behind Yangfeng, there was a team of Half-Blood Beastman infantry dressed in black battle suits, carrying Gauss rifles, and wearing holographic scanning helmets that stretched as far as the eye could see. Beside Yangfeng, the Empress Carolina of Tyrannid Subcontinent's 6 major forces, Rose Garden, who used to be aloof like a queen, said lightly, "Is it really okay for your true body to come here in person? The planar tide here has yet to recede. Even if it's you can only display the power of a demigod in this origin world." The corners of Yangfeng's mouth rose slightly, If you want to get something, you have to take some risks. Besides, our opponent is an expert with a Karma God armament. Even if I come with an avatar or projection, he can still use the Karma God armament to seriously injure me. Besides, don't I have you to accompany me? Although Carolina chose to submit to Yang Feng, but she was always aloof and unwilling to get too close to him. However, with Yang Feng's help, Cordelia, who was also Yang Feng's favorite concubine, has already advanced to a Moonlight Warlock, surpassing her. At the time, Eunice, who only had a level 1 Warlock cultivation base, had already promoted to a Moonlight Warlock, which made her even more restless. Carolina, who had always been proud and arrogant, took the initiative to approach Yang Feng, become one of his subordinates, and come with him to the Feisua Plain. After seeing the prosperous warlock civilization of the Great Cloud Dynasty, Carolina's arrogance has been well concealed. She has a higher goal, that is, to promote to an Infinity Warlock. And only Yang Feng could help her realize this wish. Gleistar, the former pope of the Feisua Plains Dark Elves, hugged Yang Feng, blew gently into his ear, and said with a coquettish look, "That's right, master. With me around, the Dark Elves of the underground world can be easily dealt with." Carolina looked jealously at Gleistar and whispered, "Slut." The arrogant Carolina couldn't learn Gleistar's method of seducing men, so she could only vent her dissatisfaction in her heart. "Who is that?" "He is the oracle appointed by my lord's spokesperson in the secular world. I heard that he was the one who brought the equipment. How enviable. There are so many beautiful women around him." "Yeah, those beautiful women are only slightly inferior to His Majesty." Through the holographic helmets, the countless half-blood beastman warriors in the team clearly saw the beautiful women around Yang Feng in the underground world shrouded in endless darkness, and they revealed looks of envy. The spiral staircase was tens of thousands of meters long. After Yang Feng and his party passed through the muddy spiral staircase filled with caves, they finally arrived at the underground world. "Who are you?" "This is the territory of the Kobold Lord. Hand over your women and ironware or die." As soon as they entered the underground world, more than 200 kobolds in ragged clothes, armed with worn-out swords, shovels, and wooden sticks, immediately surrounded them, stared at Yang Feng and his party, and roared fiercely. Speechless, Yang Feng looked at the kobold swaggering in front of him and said, "Don't these kobolds have any intelligence? We have so many people here." Gleistar said with a charming smile, "They don't recognize the new equipment that you gave your subordinates, master. The fighting strength of heavily armed warriors and unarmed ordinary people cannot be mentioned in the same breath. That's why they made the wrong judgment. This dark elf. Hand over this dark elf, or else I'll hack you to death." A 2-meter-tall two-headed kobold with 2 dog heads, sturdy muscles, exuding a ruthless aura, and a 2.5-meter-long huge machete in his hand walked out, his 4 dog eyes filled with greed as he stared at Gleistar. When the other kobolds saw Gleistar, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva, their eyes brimming with greed. Dark Elves were one of the races most adept at charm. As the former pope of the Dark Elves, Gleistar's every move carried endless charm. Naturally, she wasn't an existence that the low-ranking kobolds could resist. Yang Feng smiled faintly and ordered, "They can be used to temper the fighting strength of the troops. Angie, take some people and kill them all." "Yes, great Sir Divine Emissary." A concise and capable voice came from the rear, and a half-blood beastman female warrior wearing a black skin-tight battle suit that accentuated her sexy figure and a holographic scanning helmet barked, "Attack!" 300 half-blood beastman female warriors with curvaceous figures took out Gauss rifles and fired wildly at the 200-plus kobolds. Beams of light the size of thumbs shot out, bombarding the bodies of the 200-plus kobolds. As long as the light beams hit the 200-odd kobolds, a fist-sized hole would appear in their bodies. "I'll kill you!" The 2-headed kobold at once issued a furious roar, exuding a terrifying aura comparable to that of a Sky Knight, Level 1 Warlock. He had just taken a step forward, when 7 or 8 fist-sized bloody holes appeared on his body. His 2 heads also exploded and he fell to the ground. Before long, the 200-plus kobolds were all killed, while Yang Feng's subordinates suffered 0 casualties. What an amazing weapon! It's really amazing. As expected of a weapon bestowed by the divine emissary, it's so powerful. When the half-blood beastman warriors saw this scene, their blood boiled and they were brimming with excitement. For warriors, there was nothing more important than a powerful weapon. If it was before, then even if the half-blood beastman warriors could wipe out the 200-plus kobolds, they would still have to pay a certain price, and some might even die. But in front of the Gauss rifles, the kobolds couldn't withstand a single blow, which filled the half-blood beastmen with excitement. A line of information flashed in Yongfeng's eyes, and he revealed a smile. He looked at the endless darkness of the underground world and said lightly, "The Kobold Lord? In that case, is that gathering place the kobolds' force? Since it's on the way, let's destroy it." With a wave of Carolina's lily-white hand, extraordinary plant seeds of earth sunflowers suddenly flew out and landed on both sides of the path. As soon as the earth sunflowers landed on the ground, they grew rapidly, absorbed the negative energy of the underground world, and soon bloomed into sun-like flowers. Earth sunflowers were extraordinary plants found in the underground world of a peculiar plane. They could absorb the negative energy of the underground world to grow and emit sunlight. Earth sunflowers were the most commonly used flowers of the Zhangji plane to change the environment of the underground world. Of course, in the demonic realm of the Zhangji plane's underground world, the dark races would destroy the earth sunflowers as soon as they saw them. Darkness brought a lot of convenience and strengthening to the dark races. Although the earth sunflowers had no power, but they created an environment full of sunlight, which would greatly weaken the strength of the dark races. Moreover, the earth sunflowers had a mystical characteristic. That was, they could attract countless extraordinary demonic insects with phototaxis to gather around them. If ordinary freaks wanted to destroy them, they might have to pay with their lives. In the underground world, the most terrifying enemies were the various poisonous insects that could appear and disappear unpredictably. Without special insect repellents, even if it was a legend-rank powerhouse who came to the underground world, they would be eaten by those poisonous insects if they were the slightest bit careless. An expedition by an army of mortals to the underground world was a nightmare of despair. In the history of the Feisua Plain, there was once a human emperor who sent an army of 1 million to attack the underground world in an attempt to conquer the dark races. Before the expeditionary army could fight the dark elves and other dark races, it collapsed due to plague, poisonous insects, and logistical problems. Of the 1 million-strong army, only 200,000 remnants escaped from the underground world. After that war, the underground world became the tacit sphere of influence of the Feisua Plain's dark races, and no human empires were foolish enough to send an expedition to the underground world. After Yongfeng's half-blood beastman army left the spiral staircase, they walked for about 20 kilometers. When they passed by a mushroom forest, suddenly, buzzing sounds came from the mushroom forest, and a dense swarm of black poisonous insects rushed towards Yongfeng and company. Yongfeng ordered, "Nina, go." "Yes, Sir Divine Emissary." A half-blood beastman general dressed in a black battle suit with a large box on her back stepped forward and ordered, "Begin the attack." The boxes on the backs of the 300 half-blood beastmen opened, revealing loudspeakers. Chapter 7:10. A series of infrasonic waves suddenly spread out from the loudspeakers. 300 infrasonic wave emitters overlapped with each other. A strange infrasonic wave that could not be heard by human ears but was extremely destructive to insects suddenly spread out and shrouded those small extraordinary demonic insects. Enveloped by the strange infrasonic wave, the small extraordinary insects fell from the sky like raindrops, twitched and died. With the infrasonic wave squad opening the way, the small transcendent devil insects that were charging at the army were all killed. For the expeditionary army, the small extraordinary insects that were hard to guard against were the most troublesome existences. As for the large extraordinary insects, there would naturally be powerhouses who would take action and kill them. A tribe surrounded by wooden fences, with wooden sticks inserted at the entrance, with the corpses of humans, goblins, and other races hanging from each stick. However, the kobold tribe surrounded by fences was extremely vast. At a glance, it occupied an area of tens of square kilometers. Teams of fully armed kobolds acted as guards inside the wooden fences. When they saw Yang Feng and his party, ear-piercing whistles sounded in the tribe. The entire kobold tribe began to move, and countless kobolds roared as they surged towards this side. "Kobold Lord, come out!" The beautiful General Arlette, who Yang Feng subdued in the Black Dragon country, spurred her horse out of the crowd with the weak Grade God armament Black Dragon God spear in hand, pointed at the tribe with the Black Dragon God spear in hand, and barked, "Dragonborn, this is the country of kobolds. You outsiders are not welcome here. Get out, or we'll hang you all up and make you into jerky." Demigod rank fluctuations of power rose from the tribe, and a 3-meter-tall kobold lord covered in black fur, armed with a huge wolf-tooth club, bulging with muscles, eyes flickering with scarlet light, and exuding traces of dragon might, jumped outside the gate of the tribe and smiled ferociously at Arlette. Yang Feng swept the kobold monarch with a glance, and then completely analyzed him, a demigod rank powerhouse. It seems like the god of the kobolds, Vega, has bestowed divinity upon him, allowing him to obtain the power to protect the kobolds in this dimensional tide. The planar tide of the Feisua plane has yet to subside. In the Feisua plane, even if it was a Holy Spirit warlock who descended to this plane with their true body, they would be suppressed to the pinnacle Starry Sky warlock rank. Only warlock emperor rank powerhouses can ignore all planar laws and still exert invincible power in the planar tide. The time of the planar tide was also the most chaotic, and the time when the faith of the gods was at its most dangerous. Normally, the gods would strictly control the number of demigod rank powerhouses under their command. They wouldn't easily allow a demigod rank powerhouse to appear. After all, once a demigod powerhouse was born, they would have to compete with the gods for resources. But under the threat of the planar tide, the gods could only use all sorts of methods to give their subordinates in the mortal world the power of demigods. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. Unfortunately, it's still far from Arlette in terms of strength. Die! A dragon-shaped projection appeared around Arlette at once. A dark dragon god projection with 6 heads and 8 wings suddenly appeared behind her. She moved slightly, and an afterimage flickered, and she appeared behind the kobold lord in an instant. You, dumbfounded, the kobold lord has just uttered a sound, when his body was torn apart in an instant, and a copious amount of blood sputtered out. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Arlette is now a glorious sun warlock with 6-headed dark dragon god bloodline. Killing a trifling kobold lord like you is a piece of cake for her." Although Arlette surrendered to Yang Feng in the Feisua plain, but along the way, she has been loyal and devoted to Yang Feng, serving the dragon god in her heart, wholeheartedly. Therefore, Yang Feng injected the 6-headed dark dragon god bloodline essence he obtained into her, turning her into a 6-headed dark dragon god bloodline warlock with terrifying potential. The strongest 6-headed dark dragon god can evolve into the warlock monarch realm. If she can break through the bloodline shackles and evolve into a 9-headed dark dragon god, she will even have a glimmer of hope to promote to a Holy Spirit warlock. Of course, it is basically impossible to promote to a warlock emperor. Among dragon bloodline warlocks, only a few primordial dragon bloodlines can give them a glimmer of hope to evolve into a warlock emperor rank powerhouse. Carolina looked at Arlette with a hint of jealousy in her beautiful eyes. Arlette submitted to Yang Feng later than her, but now her status is far above hers, which naturally makes her feel very unbalanced. The monarch is dead. The monarch is dead. When the kobolds in the tribe saw Arlette insta-kill the kobold lord, they panicked and fled in all directions. Yang Feng said lightly, "Arlette, I'll leave it to you." "Yes, my lord." Arlette responded respectfully, and then quickly began to issue a series of orders. The half-blood beastmen army dressed in strengthened battle suits and armed with Gauss rifles killed their way into the kobold tribe, killing all the kobolds blocking their way. "My lord Vega, your humble servant is here to offer a sacrifice. Please show your divine might and annihilate all the invaders." A kobold shaman with a haggard face and a scepter in hand knelt in front of an altar with a statue of the god of kobolds Vega placed on it and implored loudly. In front of the altar stood a dozen-plus female kobolds as well as a pair of dark elven beauties, 2 kindred beauties, 7 dark dwarves, and a beautiful woman. Kobolds are said to be a race born from the hybridization of an immemorial red dragon and a dog. They have a trace of immemorial red dragon bloodline inside them, and have inherited the lascivious nature of dragons. The god of kobolds Vega is not only interested in the females of kobolds, but also in the beauties of other races. Following the prayers of the kobold shaman, the statue of the god of kobolds Vega trembled, and a golden beam of light, as if crossing the void, flew out from a beautiful divine country projection and landed on the statue of the god of kobolds Vega. When the statue of the god of kobolds Vega absorbed the golden beam of light, as if it came to life, it walked down from the huge altar. Its dog eyes flickered with golden light, carrying a trace of indifference and majesty, and it exuded fearsome divine might that enveloped the entire kobold tribe. Under the divine might of the god of kobolds Vega, virtually all half-blood beastman warriors in the tribe had looks of fear on their faces. Unable to control their bodies, they knelt on the ground and shivered. Only the half-blood beastman generals with level 1 warlock rank cultivation base and above barely resisted the divine might with the help of the strengthening suits. Sure enough, the strengthening suits can't resist the divine might of gods. However, if the divine might of gods was so easy to resist, then the gods of the major planes wouldn't have such a lofty status. Yang Feng glanced at the half-blood beastman warriors wearing the strengthening suits, and then his gaze fell on the god of kobolds Vega. Lowly half-blood beastman bastards, this is the tribe under the protection of I, the mighty god of kobolds Vega. Scram. Otherwise, I'll personally take action and send you half-blood beastman bastards to hell. The god of kobolds Vega issued a furious roar, and fearsome divine might spread, forcing many half-blood beastman generals to kneel on the ground. Yang Feng glanced at the god of kobolds Vega and said coldly, "A mere feeble divine force rank god who doesn't even have his own divine country wants to contend against the mighty Lord Ian. You're overestimating yourself. Vega, I want to establish my own divine system. Join my lord's divine system and become a servant of my lord. Otherwise, this incarnation of yours will perish here." The god of kobolds Vega didn't even have his own divine country, making him one of the weakest gods. Yang Feng didn't care about such a god. How dare you? Ian is just a feeble god who has promoted to a true god less than 100 years ago. To think that you want me to submit? You're dreaming. You're just a divine emissary, yet you dare speak to a true god like that. Go to hell. The eyes of the god of kobolds Vega shimmered fiercely, and he bellowed and belched a fearsome pillar of fire barreling towards Yang Feng. Even a demigod-rank powerhouse will be easily burned to ashes by the fearsome divine force pillar of fire. How weak! As the race god of a weak race, is this the strongest power of your incarnation? Too weak. This is the sorrow of a god of a weak race. Yang Feng pointed with his hand, and a black whirlpool appeared in front of him, frantically devoured the terrifying pillar of fire, and easily engulfed it. The god of kobolds Vega was dumbfounded. How is this possible? You haven't even used divine force. How can you defend against my pillar of fire? With a flash of an afterimage, Arlette appeared behind Gabba in the blink of an eye and stabbed him in the heart with the black dragon god's spear. Berserk black dragon divine power erupted in a flash and killed Gabba's avatar. Fate algorithm. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and a gold ray suddenly flew out and fell into his hand, and a copious amount of information entered his sea of knowledge from the gold divinity. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Found it. The location of the god of kobolds Vega. Chapter 7:11. A trifling avatar, go to hell. In an instant, the eyes of a swarm of vampires flickered with crimson light, and their figures flickered as they flew out of the blood castle and rushed towards the half-blood beastman army. Vampires possessed a physique far superior to that of ordinary people to begin with. An ordinary low-level vampire could easily kill a level 1 apprentice warlock. On the Feisua plain, even without a formation, hundreds of thousands of vampires could easily destroy a human army if they attacked together. Lakaz didn't believe that Yang Feng would make an enemy of such a terrifying existence. After Yang Feng killed Vampire Rider's avatar, the evil gods with the underground world as their foundation were alarmed, and they began to link up. ruler of the night Maganat, was a strong divine force rank existence, an existence at the apex of the Feisua plane. At the same time, he was a terrifying powerhouse not inferior to the radiant primary god Prados. Behind the Vampire King were 4 true blood kindred, each of whom had the terrifying strength of a legendary level. They were the legend-rank vampires in the mouth of the Feisua Plains powerhouses. The former great matriarch Cheyenne of the Tyrandit subcontinent's underground world stayed in the rear to preside over the construction of the city. The evil gods of darkness fought each other endlessly. As long as Yang Feng didn't threaten the foundation of the evil gods of darkness, they wouldn't join forces to deal with him. After getting rid of Ryder's avatar, the huge army of half-blood beastmen soon broke into the Blood Castle and completely suppressed the vampires inside. Yang Feng weighed the pros and cons for a while, and then decided not to kill God of Cobalt's Vega. However, there were too many vampires. A small number of vampires still passed through the hail of Gauss rifles and appeared in front of the half-blood beastman army. Many gods would rather provoke some great divine power-level gods than provoke a difficult character like the Queen of Spiders Lolth, especially now that she was one of the most beloved goddesses of the dark gods, the ruler of the night Maganat. After the half-blood beastmen army from the surface world quickly captured the tribe, the robots in human skin drove all kinds of heavy machinery and began to transform the tribe into a city. Beastman swordsmen wearing strengthening suits and holding sharp blades forged from divine blood steel suddenly jumped out and slashed at the vampires, fighting fiercely with them. A terrifying voice echoed in the Blood Castle. All the vampires heard Arlette's voice. First level of the underground world, in front of the Blood Castle where the vampires were gathered. With a flash of golden light, Yang Feng's idol was restored to its original state. In a country that seemed to be shrouded in boundless darkness, the blindfolded, black-clothed god of conspiracy and assassination, who seemed to be hidden in the endless darkness, revealed a smile. Although the Queen of Spiders Lolth wasn't the most powerful god on the Feisua plane, but she was the longest-living god on the Feisua plane. He had not been affected in any of the wars between the gods. Completely hidden in plots and darkness, he rarely took action directly. Legend has it that several powerful divine power-level gods had fallen because of him. Huge holes appeared on the bodies of the densely packed vampires, as though they had crashed into an invisible barrier and were torn apart. Red Earth Wasteland, the capital of the half-blood beastman empire. Lakaza's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and he said, "Dark elves? That's a forbidden descendant of the Queen of Spiders Lolth. Are you sure you want to make an enemy of her? That woman is the most troublesome person under the strong divine force rank. Reportedly, she is related to the deaths of several strong divine force rank gods. Besides, she is now one of the most favored goddesses of the ruler of the night Maganat. If Yang Feng wanted to get a share of the underworld and become a part of the darkness evil gods, then it naturally didn't matter. However, once Yang Feng wanted to rule the underworld, then the evil gods with the underworld as their foundation would join forces to deal with him. Among the darkness gods, there were also strong divine force rank existences. With a flash of an afterimage, Yang Feng appeared above the idol of the god of vampires Rider, stabbed his hand into the head of the vampire Rider, and dug out a golden divinity. Yang Feng said indifferently, "Sure, but your believers shouldn't provoke my people. Otherwise, they'll be unlucky if they get killed." The idol of the god of vampires Rider uttered with great difficulty, and then his divine power dissipated and there was no more movement. "I won't let you go." Otto looked at Yang Feng's idol and said coldly, "I am Lakaz. Ian, the Darkness Gods Alliance has something to say to you." Not long after, a group of well-equipped temple knights escorting the priests of the half-blood beastman god's temple walked over. Yang Feng said, "Dark elves. The dark elves are mine. I want to annex the entire dark elven race. That is my bottom line. I want to become the lord of the dark elves." Lakaz said coldly, "I can give you a part of the underworld. Tell your people to stop. Otherwise, we'll join forces to deal with you." He doesn't even care about ruler of the night Maganat. Sure enough, this guy is from another plane. There's going to be a good show. I wonder what I can get from this. Yang Feng commanded the half-blood beastman army to sweep through the first floor of the underworld. The vampire monarch said with a ferocious smile, I am a divine descendant of the mighty god of vampires Rider. No one can make me abandon my faith. You lowly races dare to provoke us vampires. I'll fulfill your wish and make you our food. With a flash of black light, Lakaz left Otto's body. Yongfeng's wanton attacks in the underworld have put the evil gods with the underworld as their foundation on guard. Who are you? A crisp voice sounded, and the half-blood beastman army armed with Gauss rifles fired wildly, and a rain of light poured towards the vampires. In God Blood Plane, the vampire monarch should be classified as a kindred baron. But in Faesua Plane, he calls himself the vampire monarch, and the number of vampires under his command exceeds 1 million. I am the Pope of the mighty god of half-blood beastman temple, Polyeva. Please come with me. A frightening aura rose from the blood castle, and a handsome kindred powerhouse with long silver hair and a bewitching aura flew out of the blood castle and looked at Arlette, Yongfeng, and company indifferently and arrogantly. This super handsome kindred powerhouse is the kindred monarch, a kindred life form with a trace of divinity. A golden ray landed on the idol, and the eyes of the idol radiated divine light. The idol looked coldly at Lakaz and said indifferently, "Speak." Arlette pointed at the vampire monarch with the black dragon god's spear and uttered coldly, "I am Arlette, a general under my lord Ian's command. I am the vampire monarch, and I have converted to my lord and worshipped him as my only faith. Otherwise you'll die here today." Yongfeng replied indifferently, "So what? Even if he is favored by ruler of the night Maganat, but as long as you block my way, you'll die." After Yongfeng's divine country entered the celestial body, it disappeared and was hidden by him. Except for some gods who have been paying attention to Yongfeng, the rest of the gods don't even know where Yongfeng's divine country is. They can only contact him through his cathedral in the secular world. Attack! When Odo arrived in front of Yongfeng's idol, a huge black hole suddenly opened behind him, and a black divine force beam entered his body. With Odo as the core, fearsome divine might spread in all directions. In the sky, a fearsome black dragon god projection suddenly appeared. The vampire monarch screamed and was torn apart, and the true blood inside him was burned to ashes by dragon fire. Lakaz said with a smile, "If your goal is only the dark elves, then we can make way and let you go to the place of the dark elves. The premise is that your people don't kill our believers." Arlette pointed at the bloody castle with the black dragon god's spear and barked, "Vampire monarch, come out." A person dressed in a black robe shrouded in darkness came to the entrance of the imperial city, released demigod rank fluctuations of power, and said solemnly, "I am the great divine emissary of the god of conspiracies and assassinations Odo. I wish to talk to the great god of half-blood beastmen Sir Ian." "Who is it? How dare you kill my descendants?" A peerless beauty of about 17 or 18 years of age, dressed in an exquisite and luxurious silver-white pope robe. She had a voluptuous figure, golden hair, blue eyes and skin as white as jade. She gave off a pure and holy aura, and she had a pair of swan wings on her back. She gave off a fragrance as she elegantly walked over. The black skin-tight suit can enhance the physique of users below the level 3 warlock rank by 3 times. Originally, the physique of the half-blood beastmen was far inferior to that of the vampires. But after putting on the black skin-tight suit, the physique of the half-blood beastmen was superior to that of the vampires, and they were able to slay the vampires one by one. In the blood castle, a blood-colored beam descended from the sky and landed on a statue of the god of vampires Rider. The statue came to life, exuding a pinnacle demigod might, and swept towards them. Polyeva was one of the few saints under Yongfeng's command. She was also favored by Yongfeng and obtained demigod rank strength. At a glance, she saw the divine force fluctuations of the god of conspiracies and assassinations coming from Odo. After confirming the other party's identity, she took Odo to the temple of the god of half-blood beastmen. Chapter 7:12. After Yongfeng and Lucas reached an agreement, the forces of the underworld retreated when they encountered his half-blood beastman army along the way, making way for them. Although Yongfeng didn't take the initiative to attack the other forces of the underworld, But he sent a large number of robots wearing simulated skin to drive all kinds of heavy machinery and build countless fortresses extending towards the location of the Dark Elves. The underworld's Dark Elves' headquarters, the Dark Forest City. The Dark Forest City was a huge city covering an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers and covered with all kinds of extraordinary plants. Even demigod-ranked powerhouses would find it very difficult to enter the Dark Forest City's headquarters without a guide. The Dark Elven Great Matriarch Dolores frowned and said, full of remorse, "Damn it, that damned wizard. I didn't expect him to grow to this point. Back then, I should have killed him before he grew up." At the time, the Dark Elven Great Matriarch Dolores had heard of Yang Feng's name. But at that time, Yang Feng was just a trifling level 3 warlock and she didn't care about him. But in less than 100 years, Yang Feng had already promoted to a true god and sent a half-blood beastman expeditionary force to attack the Dark Elves, making her furious. Dolores said coldly, "And a beautiful dark elven girl wearing a few pieces of leather armor that only covered her key parts appeared, knelt in front of Dolores, and said respectfully, 'Yes, Great Matriarch.'" Dolores asked, "How are the results of the assassination team?" Anda's back was drenched in cold sweat as she replied, "At present, the assassination team has killed 25 of the other party's people, injured 137 of them, and suffered 1,362 casualties." A cold glint flashed past Dolores's beautiful eyes, and she enunciated each syllable, "We Dark Elves are natural assassins. Why have so many of us died, while the other party has less than 100 casualties?" "Great Matriarch, the other party is always wearing a kind of armor with super strong defensive power. The defensive power of the armor is comparable to that of a level 3 enchanted armor. Moreover, the weapons in their hands are extremely sharp. When our assassins approach, they would be blasted to pieces with those weapons. We also use 3 legend rank assassins to kill 25 of them and snatch back some weapons and equipment." Anda respectfully placed a set of combat uniform and a Gauss rifle in front of Dolores. Dolores took the combat suit and tore it with force, only to find that the combat suit didn't move at all, showing no signs of being torn. She immediately frowned. A black light flashed on her right hand, and she tore the combat suit apart with all her might, turning it into shreds. Dolores felt a chill in her heart. What a powerful defense! It's equivalent to a level 3 enchanted armor, and it's so thin and light. If this kind of armor could be popularized on a large scale, it would be terrifying. In the Dark Elven Treasury, there were many armors that surpassed the Black Battle Suit. However, virtually everyone in Yang Feng's Half-Blood Beastman Legion wore such Black Battle Suits, which increased the Legion's fighting strength almost geometrically. Dolores picked up the Gauss rifle. Beginning scan. The target unit is not a soldier of the Feisua Plains Half-Blood Beastman Legion. All functions locked. A mechanical voice sounded, and the Gauss rifle dimmed. No matter how Dolores studied it, there was no reaction. Dolores frowned and said, "Fuck, what kind of weapon is this?" "Great Matriarch, this is a crystal recording of the battle between us and the Half-Blood Beastmen." And it took out an image crystal and pressed it. Suddenly, resplendent light appeared in the void and formed a battle recording. In the battle recording, Half-Blood Beastmen madly fired Gauss rifles. Dark Elves hidden in the darkness were torn to shreds by the Gauss rifles from afar. The might of the Gauss rifle was extremely terrifying. Even the Dark Elves hiding behind the trees would be pierced by the Gauss rifle and killed instantly. Among the Dark Elves, the arrows shot by ordinary archers were ricocheted off the Black Battle Suits. Only the Dark Elves with a level 8 cultivation base could pierce through the Half-Blood Beastman soldiers wearing Black Battle Suits with their bows and arrows. Although the Dark Elven assassins were elusive, but the Half-Blood Beastman Legion also had super powerful detectors installed by Yang Feng. As soon as the Dark Elven assassins approached, they were discovered and killed by the strafing. In the entire underground world, all kinds of blockhouses formed a blockhouse formation that extended towards the Dark Elves' headquarters. The Dark Elves wanted to destroy the logistics of the Half-Blood Beastman Expeditionary Army, but they couldn't find a chance to do so. As if a noose, the countless bunkers slowly extended towards the Dark Elven headquarters, making it hard for the Dark Elves to breathe. Dolores said coldly, "Stand down." "Yes, Great Matriarch." Anda's figure shook slightly and she disappeared. After Dolores took a bath and changed her clothes, she went to the dark elven temple, knelt in front of the statue of the Queen of Spiders Lolth, and began to pray very respectfully. In a huge underground lair, there were all kinds of extraordinary plants growing everywhere, forming a forest. Countless handsome dark elves copulated and fought in the forest. In the center of the huge underground lair, there was a huge, exquisite and luxurious temple. In the deepest part of the temple, the Queen of Spiders Lolth, with the upper body of a peerless beauty and the lower body of a ferocious spider, slowly opened her eyes. The beautiful eyes of the Queen of Spiders Lolth shimmered with coldness, and the corners of her mouth rose into a strange smile, saying, "Although those guys didn't tell me, but it seems that Ian's target is my dark elves. Those guys are watching indifferently from the sidelines. Do they want to see the result of me and Ian killing each other?" Lolth said lightly, "Gabriella." "Yes, Madam Mother." A beautiful high elf appeared in front of Lolth with a sweet smile. She had a garland on her head, was tall and sexy, and her skin was as fair and smooth as milk. She was dressed in a green dress, and exuded an enchanting charm from head to toe. She was so charming that men could hardly look away from her. Lolth said, "Go to Ian's divine country and beg him. Tell him that I hope to stop fighting with him. If he has any requests, he can state them." Gabriella was taken aback, saying, "Ian? He's just a puny feeble divine force rank god. Is he worth your attention, Madam Mother?" The corners of Lolth's mouth rose into a meaningful smile. "A puny feeble divine force rank god? He's not that simple." With a flash of light, Gabriella appeared in the Fesua Plains outer space. In a spacious void in the endless starry sky, Gabriella uttered with a smile, "I am Maiden of Pleasure Gabriella. Mighty god of half-blood beastmen Ian, please open your divine country and let me in." The spacious void twisted, and a gold ray shot out from the distorted void and swept Gabriella into Yongfeng's divine country. What a stunner! What a pity! Sitting on the throne of the temple, Yongfeng glanced at Gabriella with regret in his eyes. Maiden of Pleasure Gabriella was not only beautiful, but also full of charm. However, she was naturally fond of joy. With joy as the law, she indulged in sensual pleasures every night. She wasn't Yongfeng's type. Gabriella gave Yongfeng a coquettish look and uttered with a flirtatious smile, "Sir Ian, I am Gabriella. My mother Lolth had me come to beg you to spare our people. She is willing to pay a sufficient price to quell your anger for the small enmity between you and her in the past." A heart-stirring charm came from Gabriella. Even though she didn't use any charm spells, she still exuded an amazing charm, making people have a favorable impression of her. Yongfeng uttered with a faint smile, "A sufficient price? What I want is the Dark Elven race. I want to become the primary god of Dark Elves. Will she agree to this?" Dark Elves were elves who were corrupted and degenerated from High Elves by the Queen of Spiders Lolth. During that long period of time, Dark Elves, because of their beauty and proficiency in the matters between men and women, were used as gifts and toys in various planes, forming a formidable force. The most formidable aspect of Dark Elves was their intelligence network, as Dark Elves existed in various planes. Once Yongfeng became the primary god of Dark Elves, he would be able to easily grasp all kinds of intelligence about the Dark Elves. This was the key to Yongfeng's plot against the Dark Elves. Other races had different beliefs in different planes. Only Dark Elves were firmly controlled by the goddess Lolth. No matter which plane they were on, they believed in the goddess Lolth. This was the reason why Yongfeng wanted to obtain Dark Elves the most. Gabriella said with a sweet smile, "No problem. Madam Mother has already thought of your request. Our Dark Elven race's way of survival has always been to rely on the strong. Madam Mother has already released the location of your divine country. Not long after, I'm sure there will be many gods attacking your divine kingdom. We Dark Elves will stand firmly on your side and assist you in slaying those gods." Yongfeng was taken aback and admiration streaked past his eyes. The tables have turned so quickly? The Queen of Spiders Lolth's grasp of the human heart and control of intelligence is really amazing. Clearly, the Queen of Spiders Lolth had gathered a lot of intelligence from other planes. Moreover, from some of Yongfeng's strange behavior, She forcibly analyzed that he might be hiding a terrifying force, and then decisively sided with him without hesitation, leaving him with no reason or excuse to deal with her. Chapter 7:13. In the center of a divine kingdom that was shrouded in endless darkness, there was a huge temple. There were lit candles in the divine hall. Every single one of them had a human face on it. The faces were twisted and wailed in pain. The candles with human faces on them were the legendary human candles, soul candles that were ignited using human souls. The souls of ordinary people could burn for 50 years without extinguishing. Once they extinguished, their souls would scatter, and even mighty divine force rank gods would not be able to resurrect them. A series of ear-piercing, mournful, and despairing screams echoed in the temple. In the center of the huge temple, there sat a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe of medium build, surrounded by a layer of distortion, with an ordinary appearance, a haze shrouding his eyebrows, and eyes smaller than those of ordinary people, exuding gloomy light. He was one of the strong divine force rank gods of the Feisua plane, ruler of the night Maganat. Maganat was originally just an ordinary assassin of the Assassin Guild. In a mission, he was lucky enough to obtain the godhead of the previous ruler of the night. Relying on the godhead, he advanced step by step, and finally absorbed all the power of the ruler of the night's godhead. After painstaking efforts, he became a strong divine force rank god of the Feisua plane. Although Maganat relied on absorbing the power of the ruler of the night to promote to a strong divine force rank god, but he fought his way up and experienced countless battles before he could stabilize his position as a god. Even the radiant primary god Prados was somewhat apprehensive of him. Maganat was one of the 3 strong divine force rank gods of the darkness gods. In the darkness evil camp, ruler of the night Maganat, god of rage Ogiest, and god of massacre Gamma were the 3 big shots of the darkness gods. Maganat's eyes shone brightly, and he uttered coldly, "A trifling feeble divine force rank god dares to touch my woman. If you're not an idiot, then you must have something to rely on. Bauer. I'm here, mighty ruler of the night." With a flash of light, Bauer, the god of intelligence, appeared in front of Maganat. Bauer, the god of intelligence, had a medium build and ordinary appearance. He would not be able to be recognized in a crowd. He bowed slightly to Maganat. On the Feisua plane, even if it was a feeble divine force rank god, when they met a strong divine force rank god, as long as they weren't the other party's servant, they only needed to bow slightly in salute and didn't need to kneel. Maganat said coldly, "Have you investigated the origins of the half-beastman god Ian?" As a god born as an assassin, Maganat had always been very careful with his enemies. Basically, they would figure out the enemy's background before making a move. Before Bauer, the god of intelligence, joined Maganat, he was just a weak divine power rank god. Maganat spent a lot of energy and resources to help Bauer advance to a weak divine power rank god. Bauer's divine authority is intelligence. As long as a bit of information appears in his hands, he can infer all kinds of new information that even Infinity Warlocks cannot infer. The more information he has, the more new information he can infer, and the more accurate it will be. He is one of the most valued subordinates of the ruler of the night. Mighty ruler of the night, according to the information I obtained, Ian is an avatar of Yang Feng, a personal disciple of one of the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty's battle demon sects Yang Feng. Yang Feng is a powerhouse who formed a virtual world. He once defeated the peerless geniuses of the Zhangji Plains Western World's 3 dynasties in the Time Sky City. His strength cannot be underestimated. Yang Feng always plans before taking action. He knows that the Queen of Spiders Lolth is your woman, yet he still dares to attack her. He must have a way to deal with you. I suggest that you give up on the Queen of Spiders Lolth, or else you'll most likely fall into his trap, Bauer said. Bauer's channels of obtaining information are less than 1/10,000th of the Queen of Spiders Lolth's. Most of the information he obtained came from the Feisua plane and the Zhangji plane. From the bits of information he obtained, he has already investigated most of Yang Feng's details. This ability is simply heaven-defying. This is the extraordinary divine power that the divine authority of information brings him. Maganat's eyes shimmered fiercely, and he revealed a sinister smile. It turns out that the battle demon sect of the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty is behind him. If it's the battle demon sect, they can indeed defeat or even kill Lolth. However, a trifling battle demon sect wants me to yield. They don't have that ability. Let me destroy this genius that the battle demon sect is proud of. Black rays flew out of the ruler of the night's divine country and disappeared into the vast starry sky. A dozen days later, 10 5,000-meter-long night ships, forged from divine force crystals and engraved with countless runes, flew out of the ruler of the night's divine country and flew towards Yangfeng's divine country, exuding fearsome fluctuations of power without concealing it. Apart from the 10 boats of darkness, there was also a boat of poison and a boat of madness. The goddess of poison, Charlotte, and the god of madness, Edmonton, were the 2 mid-level divine power level gods under the ruler of the night, Maganat. Only they had enough divine power and resources to create god-level weapons of war like the boat of poison and the boat of madness. Ruler of the night. That's the ruler of the night's divine legion. Is the ruler of the night going to tear apart Ian? Who provoked him? He's just a weak divine power level god. Is it worth it for him to mobilize the army of gods? Moreover, the goddess of poison and the god of madness have been mobilized. In the vast starry sky, the undisguised breath of power of the ruler of the night's divine legion alarmed all the gods, and powerful gazes focused on the ruler of the night and his divine legion. The 10 huge Evernight boats quickly flew to the starry sky 300 kilometers away from Yangfeng's divine country. Then black light shone and night angels with strange runes engraved on the forehead, a pair of black angel wings, and a spear in hand flew out of the huge Evernight boats. After experiencing countless wars, angels are recognized as the most cost-effective weapon of the gods. They are on par with the braves used by the Titan celestial race. The strongest gods have mastered the technology to make angels. Of course, feeble divine force rank gods such as the god of kobolds and the god of vampires naturally don't have the technology to make angels, nor the resources to make angels. The night angels modified by the ruler of the night can increase their fighting strength by 30% at night, and their fighting strength will not be reduced even during the day. They are powerful war angels that surpass ordinary angels. Of course, the cost of making a night angel is 3 times that of making an ordinary angel. The 10 night boats have clearly cast spatial spells. A swarm of night angels flew out of the 10 night boats, as if there is no end to them. Enchanting female poison angels with green hair flew out of the poison boats. In battle, the poison angels will emit poison halos at all times. Those with a weak physique can easily be poisoned to death by their poison halos. Burly, handsome mad angels, who are a size larger than ordinary angels, flew out of the madness boats, and their eyes exuded the breath of madness. Once the mad angels enter battle, they will fall into a state of madness. Under the influence of the law of madness, their enemies will also fall into madness. God of half-blood beast Menian. Or should I call you Tsangji Plains battle demon sect's true disciple Yang Feng? The ruler of the night, Maganat, said coldly as he looked down at the empty void from an incomparably large ship of the night. Tsangji Plains human warlock. His true body turns out to be a Tsangji Plains human warlock. No wonder he was able to promote to a true god in a short period of time. It turns out that he is a Tsangji Plains human warlock. Streams of incomparably powerful divine wills interweaved and transmitted to each other in this void. After hearing that Yang Feng came from the Tsangji Plain, no god was willing to help Yang Feng. On the contrary, many gods were eager to give Yang Feng a stab before he was killed. On the Feisua Plain, although there were some existences of the Tsangji Plain who concealed their identity and abandoned the warlock path to become gods, they would never like another Tsangji Plains warlock god to appear on the Feisua Plain. The birth of Tsangji Plains warlock gods was generally a precursor to the invasion of the Feisua Plain by the Tsangji Plains human warlocks. Apart from the era when the warlock emperors of the 7 warlock dynasties suppressed the countless plains, the Tsangji Plains human warlocks suppressed the resistance of one plain after another with crushing power. In other eras, when the Tsangji Plain invaded other plains, it would send a small number of warlock elites to analyze the plains rules, establish a bridgehead, and then launch a large-scale invasion. To rashly invade a plane was simply courting death. The Feisua Plains gods, who have dominated this plane for tens of thousands of years, were naturally unwilling to become slaves of the Zhangji Plains human warlocks. That's right, I am Yangfeng, as well as the god of half-blood beast Menian. The void twisted and Yangfeng's divine country hidden in the endless starry sky slowly emerged and revealed a celestial sphere. Yangfeng's voice came from the celestial sphere. In this world full of gods, ruler of the night Maganat revealed Yangfeng's identity in public. Even if Yangfeng tried his best to deny it, the other gods would analyze him and quickly guess his identity from the clues he exposed in the past. Chapter 7:14. Maganat stared coldly at Yangfeng's divine country and uttered indifferently, Yangfeng, did you come to Feisua Plain to become a bridgehead for human warlocks and take the opportunity to attack Feisua Plain? Yangfeng replied, I came to Feisua Plain for the sake of the Dark Elves. The Dark Elves are mine. I have no intention of becoming a bridgehead for human warlocks and helping them attack Feisua Plain. Maganat smiled coldly and said loudly, first it was the god of kobolds, then the god of vampires, and now it's the Dark Elves' turn. Everyone, this human warlock from Zhangji Plain wants to defeat us one by one. Let's join forces to suppress him. As one of Zhangji Plain's 10 great sects, the Battle Demon sect should have infinity warlock rank powerhouses in his divine country. Everyone, please join forces with me to destroy his divine country. Ruler of the night Maganat's voice echoed throughout the area, causing the hearts of many gods to tremble. Inside his divine country, Yangfeng's eyes congealed slightly, and a dignified shade streaked past his eyes. They want to besiege me. These old freaks really can't be underestimated. If Maganat entered Yangfeng's divine country alone with his subordinates and divine legions, Yangfeng is fully confident that he can wipe out the other party inside his divine country. However, since Maganat wants to summon the gods of Feisua Plain to besiege Yangfeng, the outcome is uncertain. Sitting in his divine country, Yangfeng looked at ruler of the night Maganat outside the divine country and mused quietly. It's really impossible to have everything under control and everything goes according to plan. However, only when there's enough risk will there be enough profit. Humph! Night covers the sky. As if he saw Yangfeng's eyes, ruler of the night Maganat spread the fingers of a hand, and formidable night divine force gushed out and instantly enveloped Yangfeng's divine country. Endless night descended and covered Yangfeng's divine country completely. Inside the divine country, Yangfeng can no longer see or hear anything outside. What an amazing method! As expected of the ruler of the night. Unfortunately, this can't completely cut off my channels of obtaining information. Yangfeng looked up at the pitch-black night, smiled slightly, and pressed with his hand. Next to Yangfeng, a holographic projection shot out in a flash and transmitted a steady stream of information from the outside. Maganat's divine spell night covers the sky-covered Yangfeng's divine country. Even the intelligence gathered by the hidden robots could not be fed back to the divine kingdom. However, the ruler of the night's divine spell night covers the sky cannot seal the connection between Yangfeng's true body and his avatar. Everything that Yangfeng's true body hiding in the endless void sees can be shared with his god clone in the divine country. Since he's a human warlock of the Zhangji Plain, then let me help you, Maganat. A distorted and uncomfortable sound that sounded like metal rubbing against each other came from the side. A man with a single horn on his head, his face covered in bandages, and his body covered in a thick layer of blood, exuding a nauseating smell of blood, slowly walked out of the void. Maganat showed a cunning smile and waved his hand. Gamma, it's you. With your help, our odds of winning will increase by a bit. However, the annihilation of the Zhangji Plain is a matter for the entire Feisua Plain. If the rest are unwilling to come forward, then let's return to our respective divine countries and wait for the warlocks of the Zhangji Plain to defeat us one by one. The swarm of night angels turned into black streams of light and flew into the 10 night warships. The toxic angels and the crazy angels also flew back to their respective warships. Maganat's attack on Yangfeng's divine country is just a gesture to force the gods of the Feisua Plain to take a stand. If the Feisua Plain's gods aren't interested in annihilating Yangfeng, then ruler of the night Maganat will swallow his anger and hide in the dark like a viper. When Yangfeng reveals a flaw, he will pounce on Yangfeng and bite him in a fatal spot. A terrifying silhouette shrouded in boundless flames appeared in the void. It stood opposite the two great divine power experts, Maganat and Gamma, as equals. It stared coldly at Maganat and Gamma. Maganat uttered with a smile, "God of fire tames of the Zalia Pantheon, is your Zalia Pantheon also participating in this siege?" God of fire tames replied coldly, "That's right. Although it's disgusting to cooperate with you. However, the human warlocks of the Zhangji Plain are the enemies of the gods of the Feisua Plain. Yangfeng must die." Maganat looked into the distance and revealed a smile. "It seems that your Zalia Pantheon is very sincere." The stars in the distance shone brightly, and huge warships full of divine legions flew over from afar. Not every god has their own divine country. Some gods will establish their own small divine country within the divine country of a pantheon's primary god. The gods of the Titan pantheon are countless gods living together in a huge divine country, and establishing their own divine countries of different sizes within the divine country. Many of the gods of the Zalia pantheon have their own divine countries. That's right. The Zhangji Plain's human warlocks are the enemies of us gods. The Space Twisted and Amigo, the god of war of the Titan pantheon, holding the strong divine force grade god armament the Titan sword of war, wearing the strong divine force grade god armament the Titan armor of war, and holding the strong divine force grade god armament the Titan shield of war, walked out of the void and uttered coldly. Maganat took a deep look into the distance and said solemnly, "The Zalia Pantheon and the Titan Pantheon are here. Unfortunately, those other races are short-sighted and holed up in their divine countries. The four pantheons, the Elven Pantheon, the Beastman Pantheon, the Dragon Pantheon, and the Sea Pantheon, also have strong and intermediate divine force grade gods. However, none of the gods of the three pantheons have appeared. Clearly, they want to stay out of this matter, unwilling to participate in the infighting between humans. The neutral gods also remained silent. No one took the initiative to participate in the War of Gods. Quite a few neutral gods had already stealthily snuck into this part of the starry sky, using all sorts of magical methods to conceal their divine power fluctuations, quietly waiting for the Feast of the Gods to begin. If Yangfeng can't resist the attack of the coalition army, then the neutral gods and hidden evil gods will join forces to tear Yangfeng to pieces like hungry wolves and extract nutrients from his corpse. The four strong divine force grade gods waited in the starry sky for 3 days, yet no god came forward. The relationship between the Beastman Pantheon, the Elven Pantheon, and the human Pantheon is bad. Naturally, they are unwilling to participate in the War of Gods led by the human Pantheon. When merfolk gods leave the sea, their fighting strength will be reduced by more than 30%. Although the dragon gods of the Dragon God Pantheon are extremely powerful, but they are very lazy. If there is no threat to their existence, they won't pay attention to the war outside. The neutral gods, who have the most number of races, are watching the development of the situation indifferently. Let's begin. The chief ruler of the night, Maganat, said calmly. The darkness that enveloped the entire divine kingdom instantly disappeared, revealing the enormous divine kingdom that was covered by a faint membrane. That thin membrane blocked the spying spells of all the god-rank powerhouses. Even a strong divine power rank god could not use spells to spy on the scene inside the divine kingdom of a weak divine power rank god. This was the power of a divine kingdom. Ruler of the night Maganat waved his hand, and tens of thousands of night angels flapped their wings and flew into Yangfeng's divine country like black birds. Attack! In Yangfeng's divine country, there are powerful turrets built everywhere. As soon as the tens of thousands of night angels flew into Yangfeng's divine country, they were greeted by a rain of light. In an instant, the tens of thousands of night angels were torn apart by the artillery fire and turned into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. From time to time, angels' hearts would suddenly fly out from the bodies of the night angels that had been destroyed and fly out of the divine kingdom. A swarm of undying suddenly flew out, rushed into the midst of the night angels, and wantonly slaughtered the night angels and cut their angel hearts into pieces. Only when the angel hearts of the night angels are smashed will they be unable to return to the night angel pool to recover their bodies. The night angels flew into Yang Feng's divine country in a steady stream, and then were blasted apart. A black ray flew out of Yang Feng's divine country, flew to the side of Xalia Pantheon's god of fire tames, and revealed itself. It is god of knowledge Klaus, the weak divine force rank god with the most knowledge in Xalia Pantheon. Klaus uttered, Yang Feng's divine country is very sturdy, and it rejects all kinds of laws. When fighting in his divine country, the power of spells will be reduced to the lowest point. Both sides will be weakened. It is equivalent to an unsolvable weakened version of the magic band domain. When fighting in his divine country, he can't get the blessing of the divine country, but the weakening of us will be more serious. Without enough divine legions, I don't recommend attacking his divine country. His mechanical legion has a great advantage there. God of Fire Tames asked, how much will our strength be weakened in his divine country? Klaus answered, physical abilities won't be suppressed. However, it is very difficult to launch large area of effect and calamity grade divine spells. Even if you expend a lot of divine force to launch them, the power of those area of effect divine spells will be reduced to a terrifying degree. Chapter 7:15. In the secular world, as long as the god of fire tames burns a unit of divine force crystals and releases a divine spell, he can destroy a large city with a population of more than 100,000 people. These divine spells are calamity-grade large-scale divine spells. The principle of large-scale divine spells is that a bit of divine force, under the guidance of a god, moves the laws of heaven and earth of the entire plane, and then absorbs the power of a certain law with the help of the power of the law, forming a terrifying phenomenon. The stronger the energy of heaven and earth in the plane, the more powerful the spell will be. In the divine country of a god, there will generally be some kind of environment favorable to them. For example, the divine country of the god of fire tames is filled with endless flames. In such an environment, all kinds of fire divine spells will be amplified more than tenfold. Once a non-fire god enters the divine country of the god of fire tames, they will be suppressed. Even if a great divine power rank water god were to enter the god of fire tames divine kingdom, he would also be easily killed by the god of fire. Only gods who also grasp the law of fire won't be weakened when they enter the divine country of the god of fire tames. One of the important reasons why gods who grasp the same law and divine authority are mortal enemies is that they can enter each other's divine country and kill each other without being weakened too much. Moreover, by annexing each other they can evolve and grow faster. The god of fire tames showed a ferocious smile. That's enough. The divine legions of our four forces can crush him completely. Even the battle demon sect can't stop our four legions. This is the Feisua plane. After confirming the characteristics of Yang Feng's divine country, the massacre angel, the night angel, the fire angel, and the Titan Pantheon's war braves flew into Yang Feng's divine country. The goddess of toxicity Charlotte, the god of madness Edmonton, and many darkness gods subordinated to the ruler of the night flew into Yang Feng's divine country. As soon as the goddess of toxicity Charlotte flew into Yang Feng's divine country, a green beam of divine force entered her, and green halos of toxicity spread in all directions with her as the core. When the melee undying robots flew into Charlotte's toxic halo, their protective shields immediately emitted traces of green light, and were directly corroded. Just as they flew to Charlotte's side, they were completely corroded into a pool of strange poisonous liquid. The battle robots weren't afraid of any toxins, but Charlotte's corrosive poison contained the power of laws. Even the Undyings couldn't resist it. In the Feisua plane's primary world, whenever the goddess of toxicity Charlotte descended on a city, she could use a random divine spell to poison all intelligent life forms in the city to death. When the poison goddess Charlotte had first appeared, she had killed more than 10 million humans in 20 cities with poison before the human gods joined forces to hunt her down. In the end, she had no choice but to seek refuge with the chief ruler of the night, Maganat, and become one of his women. Only then did she survive. Haha, let's go crazy together. On the other side, the god of madness Edmonton burned divine force frantically, and a halo of madness suddenly appeared and spread in all directions. As soon as the undead entered the halo of madness of the mad god Edmonton, the smart chips in their bodies suddenly became chaotic. Red light flashed in their eyes and they were distorted. They became crazy and started killing without distinguishing between friend and foe. Originally, in Yang Feng's Divine Country battlefield, it was Yang Feng's battle robots who massacred the angels. However, as soon as the goddess of venom Charlotte and the god of madness Edmonton arrived on the battlefield, they immediately unleashed terrifying power. Together with the angels that kept surging out, they began to gradually reverse the disadvantage on the battlefield. In addition to the goddess of toxicity Charlotte and the god of madness Edmonton, the gods subordinated to the ruler of the night Maganat, the god of fire Thames, the god of war Amigo, and the god of massacre Gamma also landed in Yang Feng's divine country and fought the countless battle robots sent by Yang Feng. In the midst of the fierce battle, the powerhouses of the allied forces gradually emerged. The intermediate divine force rank god of Gale Sternia subordinated to the god of fire was also a ruthless character. Wherever his Gale passed, everything was sliced to pieces. At the same time, there was also the male fire-blazing angel Ballwater with intermediate divine force rank battle prowess. Although the fire-blazing angel Ballwater didn't cast a large area of effects spell, but wherever his sword rays shone, everything was slashed and burned to ashes by the holy flame sword in his hand. Slaughter god Gamma didn't have a single deity as his subordinate. However, he had 100-meter-tall slaughter giant angel. Her entire body was shrouded in a dense blood-red color. Her figure was tall and sexy, and her body was engraved with countless profound lightning patterns. Her entire body was the color of wheat, and she had a pair of blood-red wings on her back. Clearly, the god of massacre Gamma used all his resources, spent who knows how many years and experienced who knows how much hard work to cultivate this massacre giant angel. The god of massacre Gamma obtained the corpse of an Infinity Warlock rank female giant during a fortuitous encounter during his travels in the astral boundary. He spent countless resources to transform her into a massacre giant angel, and then cultivated her into an Infinity Warlock rank weapon step by step. The god of Titan's subordinates sent two burly male martyr monarchs, one with a dragon spear and the other with a sword. The martyr monarch with the dragon spear was called Banderas, the 17th emperor of Titan Empire. The martyr monarch with a sword was called Banagus, the 36th emperor of Titan Empire. They were all famous peerless powerhouses in the history of Titan Empire. After their deaths, the souls of Banderas and Banagus were received into the martyr palace of Titan Empire. After experiencing countless battles, they finally evolved into bright world warlock rank existences. Banderas and Banagus led the heroes of their era, who were transformed into martyrs, to fight wildly on the battlefield and easily destroy one second-generation battle robot after another. The terrifying gods, braves, and blazing angels commanded their troops to attack frantically, gradually suppressing Yang Feng's almost inexhaustible second-generation battle robots and some third-generation battle robots. Kill! 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 Go to hell! The beautiful massacre giant angel revealed a ferocious smile, looked at the temple where Yang Feng is located, and beckoned with her hand, and a bloody spear formed and shot towards Yang Feng. Boom! Boom! The bloody spear shone brightly and tore through the void, and the hundreds of third-generation battle robots blocking its way were instantly shattered by the law of massacre contained in the bloody spear. The third-generation battle robots were equipped with energy shields that could withstand single-target offensive spells, released by Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouses. But in front of the bloody spear, the energy shields were easily pierced through like tofu, and then shattered by the law of massacre formed from endless killing intent. Almost in an instant, the bloody spear appeared in front of Yang Feng and stabbed towards him. Boom! At the moment when the bloody spear was about to run through Yang Feng, a black sword ray containing fallen angel fire slashed at the bloody spear, and violent dark force forcibly shattered the bloody spear. Alexia, who is wearing a black armor of the Ruler Armor Series Fallen Angel armor, has a pair of Fallen Angel wings spread behind her, and is holding the Fallen Angel sword extended from the Fallen Angel armor, appeared in front of Yang Feng. As if the strongest shield, She completely destroyed the terrifying killing intent of the bloody spear. After the battle in Bright Moon Province, Yang Feng killed 3 Infinity Warlocks. Among them, Martial Long's Infinity Core was used by him to forge the Ruler Magic Cube Armor Series Fallen Angel Armor, which is Alexia's exclusive armor. The eyes of the Ruler of the Night shone brightly. Through the feeble Divine Force Grade God Armament spying eyes, the Ruler of the Night saw an image of Yang Feng's divine country from the eyes of the Night Angel he possessed, a strong Divine Force Grade Fallen Angel, and a blazing angel at that. Coupled with a human warlock's unique alchemical secret treasure, she already has the strength to threaten us. Yang Feng's divine country can block the prying of most divine spells. Even strong Divine Force rank gods, if they don't enter his divine country, will find it difficult to figure out what is going on inside. However, although the god of spying Rust is a feeble Divine Force rank god, but his law of prying is very strange. As long as he uses the god armament spying eyes, he can see through a lot of information, and can even pry into the truth inside a divine country through the subordinates he possesses. Gods are different from many extraordinary life forms and human warlocks. Gods are fearsome existences who have integrated with the laws of a plane, comprehended a certain law, and exercised a certain authority. Although some gods aren't strong, but the laws they master can even trick Infinity Warlocks or even Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses if they are careless. Kill. Kill. Kill you. Eyes bloodshot, the female giant massacre angel, who has been completely eroded by the law of massacre, roared wildly and rushed towards Alexia. Alexia's figure shook slightly, and she appeared beside the massacre angel in a trail of black afterimages. She slashed at the massacre angel from different directions. Chapter 7:16. Streaks of bloody light and streaks of dark light flickered. The female slaughter angel was easily suppressed by Alexia, and a dozen wounds appeared on her body in an instant. However, although the female giant massacre angel is not as strong as Alexia, but she still fought fiercely with Alexia and entangled her. How cautious! Sitting on the throne, Yang Feng raised his head and looked outside the divine country, and saw the 4 strong Divine Force rank gods standing on the warships looking indifferently into the divine country. The 4 strong Divine Force rank gods have no intention of entering Yang Feng's divine country. They let their subordinates fight Yang Feng's battle robots. A large number of angel hearts and martyr cores turned into streams of light and flew out of Yang Feng's divine country. The angel's heart and the heroic spirit's core were the cores of the 2 divine weapons of war. Once the angel heart and martyr core are not destroyed, the god can use divine force and special god armaments to resurrect the angel and martyr. It was due to the unique immortality of angels and heroic spirits that they became the most cost-effective war weapons of the divine army. Do it! Yang Feng gave an order, and a 10,000-meter-tall mountain beside his temple suddenly collapsed. A 10,000-meter-tall archaic giant covered in natural runes, with purple hair, and looking like he can support the whole world walked out of the 10,000-meter-tall mountain. His eyes were shot with blood, and he exuded a violent aura. As soon as the archaic giant appeared, he took a step forward and appeared in the place where the Divine Legion and Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion are fighting. He extended his hand, easily grabbed a feeble Divine Force rank god, and stuffed him into his mouth. The primordial giant's mouth was like a terrifying black hole, and as soon as the feeble Divine Force rank god was stuffed into its mouth, a vortex twisted, and the feeble Divine Force rank god immediately perished. He didn't even have the time to let out a scream. Eye of Poison. The goddess of poison Charlotte recited an incantation, pointed with a finger, and frantically burned Divine Force. An extremely strange and terrifying monster shrouded in a thick layer of green mist that seemed to be condensed from the law of poison, and could only be seen with one eye suddenly appeared. With the support of Charlotte's Divine Force, the monster's eye, which is composed of countless runes, radiated green light. A bright green beam suddenly shot out from the strange eye, tore through the void, and hit the archaic giant. Countless strange green pustules appeared on the primordial giant's body, exploded, healed, and interweaved. A green poisonous gas and the terrifying life force surging out of the primordial giant's body intertwined and contended against each other. After being struck by Charlotte's toxic eye, the primordial giant's movements became much slower. However, he still charged into the divine army like a terrifying war machine. He held the giant's sacred bone in his hand and bombarded all the divine soldiers he saw. He charged toward the poison goddess Charlotte. Along the way, when the divine soldiers blocking the way got close to the primordial giant, they were blasted apart by the giant's sacred bone containing the law of power. The martyr monarch Banderas showed an excited smile. Interesting. What a powerful enemy. Banagas, let's go together and kill this giant. The martyr monarch Banagas also smiled excitedly. Okay. Let's go together. 2 rays of light flashed, and the 2 martyr monarchs blocked in front of the primordial giant and fought fiercely with the primordial giant. After all, the primordial giant is controlled by a human warlock. Even though he possesses Infinity Warlock rank power, but he can only use the Infinity Warlock rank power to carry out simple attacks and defenses. Compared to a real primordial giant, he is still far from being able to compete with the 2 bright world warlock rank martyr monarchs. As expected of a divine army, it's really powerful. Then let's continue. Yang Feng smiled, and 2 mountains beside him collapsed again, and a 1,000-meter-long blue primordial holy dragon and a 200-meter-long 6-headed gold dragon suddenly appeared. The 6-headed gold dragon opened its maw and belched 6 dragon breaths from its 6 heads, barreling towards the goddess of toxicity Charlotte, the god of madness Edmonton, and the other gods fighting fiercely on the battlefield. The pretty face of the goddess of toxicity Charlotte flickered at once, and she spread the fingers of a hand, and a green poisonous flower suddenly appeared, extended wildly, and turned into a poisonous forest that protected her. The dragon breath sprayed into the hypertoxic forest and immediately began to burn frantically, forcibly burning the hypertoxic forest into ashes. The god of madness Edmonton smiled ferociously and slashed at the dragon breath with his sword. The fearsome dragon breath spread out and engulfed him, causing him to issue miserable screams. A beam of dazzling divine power suddenly appeared behind the god of madness, Edmonton, and poured into his body, allowing him to resist the terrifying dragon breath. In addition to the goddess of toxicity Charlotte and the god of madness Edmonton, the other 4 dragon breaths hit 2 gods and 2 blazing angels with god-rank battle prowess. The 2 gods and the 2 blazing angels issued miserable screams, and were burned to ashes by the dragon breath. As soon as the primordial holy dragon appeared, it easily invaded the god of madness Edmonton's halo of madness, appeared in front of the god of madness Edmonton, and bit at him. When the angels' attacks and divine spells slammed into the primordial holy dragon, they set off ripples, but they couldn't even break its scales. Primordial holy dragons were immune to all mind spells, illusions and divine spells, and possessed tyrannical fleshly bodies. The best way to kill them was to rely on absolute power to kill them directly. The god of madness's halo of madness had no effect on the primordial holy dragon. Stop! Following a roar, night covered the area dozens of kilometers in radius around the primordial holy dragon. Ruler of the night Moganaut emerged from the night, appeared on the head of the primordial holy dragon with the strong divine force grade god armament dagger of the night in his hand, and stabbed the dagger into the primordial holy dragon's head. Violent night divine force pierced through the defense of the primordial holy dragon, and extended towards the inside of the primordial holy dragon. As soon as the fearsome night divine force entered the primordial holy dragon, the 36 warlock towers inside the primordial holy dragon were shrouded by night, and the connection between them and the primordial holy dragon dropped to the lowest point. A kind of heartfelt fear rose in the hearts of the warlocks inside the 36 warlock towers. If they weren't great warlocks or above, then even with the protection of the warlock towers, their minds would have been completely swallowed by the night, and they would have integrated with the night. Even with the protection of the 36 warlock towers, the human warlocks inside the warlock towers still felt cold, and fear, chill, despair, and other negative emotions poured out from the depths of their hearts. They all know that without help, they won't be able to hold on for long. 2 mountains beside Yangfeng collapsed at once, and the 100-meter-tall gale giant engraved with mysterious runes and a 1,000-meter-long scarlet flame Fenghuang suddenly appeared and attacked ruler of the night Moganaut. Your opponent is me. Soaring killing intent descended from the sky, and God of Massacre Gamma, with the strong divine force grade God armament scimitar of massacre in hand, turned into a stream of bloody light and rushed towards the scarlet flame Fenghuang and the Gale Giant. Fighting 1 against 2, he still has the upper hand and completely suppressed the scarlet flame Fenghuang and the Gale Giant. Huge mountains collapsed beside Yang Feng. A 500-meter-tall Mando stone wolf, a 1,000-meter-tall dark corpse nest with countless tentacles and teeth, a 600-meter-tall primal chaos spider engraved with strange runes and with 88 eyes on its head, a 30,000-meter-long spacebreaker dragon whale suspended in the void and innately able to grasp the law of space, and a 200-meter-long infinity warlock rank archdevil with 2 horns appeared, and infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power spread from them. Is this the underlying strength of human warlocks? So strong. What a fearsome power. This human warlock actually possesses such formidable power. When the coalition army sensed the 5 infinity warlock rank weapons that suddenly appeared, their countenance changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with fear. In terms of destructive power, the 5 infinity warlock rank weapons are equivalent to 5 strong divine force rank gods. Once this fearsome force kills its way into the allied army, it will crush them. Yang Feng, is this your final trump card? Amazing, you actually have so many secret treasures. As expected of one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects, it's much stronger than I imagined. Unfortunately, these secret treasures are just weapons after all. In front of true gods, they can't withstand a single blow. With a sneer, the 2 strong divine force rank gods, God of Fire Tames and God of War Amigo, flew out of the flying vessel and rushed towards the 5 infinity warlock rank weapons. The 2 strong divine force rank gods, God of Fire Tames and God of War Amigo, burned their divine force frantically, surrounded by flames and rumbling war drums, and blasted the 5 infinity warlock rank weapons back again and again, putting them at a complete disadvantage. Chapter 7:17. A dense crowd of angels and martyrs poured into Yang Feng's divine country like a tide. Under the leadership of the gods, they went on a killing spree and slayed the 2nd-generation battle robots. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a frigid smile. Have you poured all your forces in? Now let's start the real feast. Inside the divine kingdom, the ground cracked and countless enhanced 3rd-generation and 4th-generation battle robots surged out like a tide, flying towards the angels. A Type 2 Undying flickered and appeared behind a dozen-plus angels. The dozen-plus angels disintegrated and turned into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. Even their angel hearts were cut into pieces. A feeble divine force rank Great Sword God of Titan Pantheon activated a divine spell Halo, and the sharpness of the swords wielded by the Titan Pantheon's martyrs rose wildly, reaching the point where they could easily cut through the energy shields and super alloy armor of Yang Feng's 2nd-generation battle robots. With a flash of afterimages, 6 Type 2 Undyings appeared in front of the God of the Sword and slashed at him from 6 different directions. Ding! Ding! The Great Sword God only managed to block 2 saber strikes before the saber lights flashed across his body and instantly sliced him into countless pieces. As soon as the 4th-generation battle robots and 3rd-generation battle robots entered the battlefield, the situation on the battlefield became one-sided. When the 4th-generation battle robots rushed into the battlefield, countless angels and martyrs were cut like cakes, and then drowned by the 3rd-generation battle robots. Star Destroyer interstellar battleships also flew out of the divine kingdom, and a dense number of secondary cannons turned into a rain of light that rained down on the divine legions. Tens of thousands of divine soldiers were turned into ashes by the artillery fire of the Star Destroyer battlestars. Seeing this scene, Maganat felt a chill in his heart. He realized that they were tricked by Yang Feng. Damn it, we were tricked. This is his true strength. Everything that happened before was just to lure us into his divine country. Ruler of the night Maganat, who is 1 minute away from killing all the human warlocks inside the archaic sacred dragon, turned into a black ray and flew out of Yang Feng's divine country. As long as Maganat can escape from Yang Feng's divine country, then even strong divine force rank gods will find it very difficult to kill him. At this moment, A vast and seemingly endless divine power suddenly gushed out from Yang Feng's location and soared into the sky. A barrier covering Yang Feng's divine country suddenly appeared and completely cut off the connection between Yang Feng's divine country and the starry sky outside. Open for me. Ruler of the night Maganat flew in front of the divine kingdom boundary. Before the divine kingdom boundary was completely formed, he let out an angry roar and brandished the divine artifact dagger of the night, stabbing at the divine kingdom boundary. A terrifying dark night divine power gushed out of the dagger of the night and blasted a huge hole in the boundary of the divine kingdom. Ruler of the night Maganat's figure blurred as he flew towards the exit of the divine kingdom barrier. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. Idiot! In the starry sky, a resplendent beam of light blasted into the hole in the divine kingdom barrier, and a blazing sun battlestar appeared in the void. The resplendent beam of light slammed into Ruler of the Night Maganat and engulfed him. Night Shift. At the moment of imminent peril, Ruler of the Night Maganat cast a life-saving divine spell and forcibly transferred himself to a patch of night in Yang Feng's divine country. When the beam of light capable of slaying infinity warlocks slammed into the ground of Yang Feng's divine country, it blasted open a huge hole 100 meters deep. After the blast, Yang Feng's divine country barrier quickly healed. A bloody ray suddenly shot out from the cracked ground beside the female giant massacre angel. Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke avatar slashed the female giant massacre angel with the monarch-grade secret treasure god bloodsword in hand. The female giant massacre angel is far weaker than Alexia, who is equipped with the fallen angel armor to begin with. She is already riddled with scars, and all her energy is focused on Alexia. Caught off guard, Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke avatar launched a sneak attack and slashed her. A long wound suddenly appeared on her body, and she screamed in pain. That's a top giant for you. The defensive power of your fleshly body is really strong. This sword strike didn't cut you in half. Unfortunately, you're dead for sure after being struck by my sword. Blood summon. Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke avatar waved the god bloodsword in hand and pointed at the female giant massacre angel. As if summoned, a copious amount of blood gushed out from the wound of the female giant massacre angel and was absorbed by the god bloodsword in Yang Feng's hand. Each kindred Grand Duke has mastered the law of blood. As long as they urge the law of blood slightly, the blood of powerhouses below the Great Warlock rank will automatically fly out and be easily absorbed by the kindred Grand Duke. Even if it is a powerhouse of the same rank, kindred Grand Dukes can use the law of blood to a small extent to manipulate the blood flow of powerhouses of the same rank. Originally, kindred Grand Dukes can't make the blood of powerhouses of the same rank spray out of their bodies. However, God Bloodsword is a monarch-grade secret treasure and possesses incredible power. Once hit by God Bloodsword, even if it is an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, more than 1/3 of their blood will be extracted. The female giant massacre angel faced upwards and roared. Her wound squirmed, and she locked the blood inside her with a fearsome force. At the moment when the female giant massacre angel stopped, an afterimage flashed past, and Alexia appeared on the head of the female giant massacre angel and slashed at the neck of the female giant massacre angel. A black sword ray flashed, and the head of the female giant massacre angel, who has lost 1/3 of her blood and spent a lot of power to control the blood flow inside her, was sent flying by Alexia. Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke avatar with the god bloodsword in hand blurred into motion, appeared in front of the female giant massacre angel's heart, and slashed open the chest of the female giant massacre angel. As if they have a life of their own, countless bloody threads stabbed into the chest of the female giant massacre angel and pulled out a beating angel heart, which fell into Yang Feng's hand. Yang Feng, you dare to kill my angel? I'll tear you apart. The eyes of God of Massacre Gamma flashed with a touch of madness. With a roar, he suddenly shot out with the scimitar of Massacre in his hand and shot towards Yang Feng sitting in the center of the temple. The Scarlet Flame Fenghuang, the Gale Giant, and the archaic Sacred Dragon attacked Maganat. Ignoring the entanglement of the 3 Infinity Warlock rank weapons, Maganat turned into a black ray and flew towards the center of the Divine Country. Yang Feng's Divine Country has been sealed. If you want to leave, you must either destroy the divine country's barrier with absolute power, destroy the divine country with peerless power, or kill Yangfeng's god clone who controls the center of the divine country. Once Yangfeng's god clone dies, the entire divine country will be pulled into the astral boundary by astral force. The divine force barrier that shrouds the divine country will naturally collapse in an instant. Yangfeng sighed slightly. Sure enough, there is still a huge gap between Infinity Warlock rank weapons and strong divine force rank gods. They are far too lacking in all aspects. Only by crushing weaker existences can they display Infinity Warlock rank destructive power. When Yangfeng's 10 Infinity Warlock rank weapons dealt with the 4 strong divine force rank gods, the result was that they were completely crushed by the 4 strong divine force rank gods. If the battle continues like this, then without interference, the 4 strong divine force rank gods can destroy the 10 Infinity Warlock rank weapons one by one. Of course, after Yangfeng invested the 4th generation battle robots and the strengthened 3rd generation battle robots, the Divine Legion's reinforcements were cut off. If the battle continues like this, then the 4 strong divine force rank gods will die in Yangfeng's divine country. Yangfeng ordered coldly, "Activate Skynet." In an instant, countless crystal pillars extended from the ground in Yangfeng's divine country. Countless rays of light intertwined in the crystal pillars and formed a giant net. Countless chains extended from the giant net and, as if sealing off the entire world, swept towards the divine legions and the gods on the battlefield. The Skynet that can suppress Infinity Warlocks throughout Yangfeng's divine country is one of Yangfeng's strongest trump cards. What is this? My power is gone. Curses, what are these strange chains? Almost in the blink of an eye, many martyrs, angels, and gods were pierced by the chains. The chains pierced their bodies and frantically extracted their power. Even though they struggled desperately, they couldn't break free from the chains. On the contrary, the more they struggled, the more power they consumed. The densely packed heavenly net chains swept towards the ruler of the night, Maganat, and the god of massacre, Gamma, like a tide. Chapter 7:18. Get out of my way. Maganat roared and spread the fingers of a hand. An endless night suddenly enveloped the land, as if to devour all light. Inside the night created by Maganat's divine spell, all power would be corroded and transformed into the power of the night. In the dark night, the champions who had been killed by the ruler of the night Maganat suddenly appeared, absorbing the divine power of the night to construct their bodies. Hundreds of god spirit experts emerged from the dark night. Each of them cast a powerful secret technique and bombarded the countless chains, forcibly blocking them. God of Massacre Gamma brandished the scimitar of massacre, and dazzling blade rays shone. As if wanting to cut open the divine country, the shackles were cut apart, and he rushed towards Yangfeng. Although Maganat is very strong in close combat, but he is an assassin after all. He is most proficient in assassination. The strongest powerhouse in head-on combat is God of Massacre Gamma. The sound of engines roaring could be heard as thousands of mistwalkers charged towards the god of Massacre Gamma. Gamma brandished his blade, and a slash that contained an extremely overbearing killing intent caused the thousands of mistwalkers to collapse. They transformed into a dense fog that enveloped the entire area. In the thick fog formed by the mistwalkers, all divine power would be absorbed. Even a powerful divine power rank god would not be able to pry into information from afar. After the mistwalkers turned into fog, Yangfeng's god clone that Gamma locked onto suddenly disappeared from Gamma's perception. Wretched bastard! Eyes shot with blood, God of Massacre Gamma roared, operated the law of massacre, and slashed at the mistwalkers with his blade. A dazzling blade ray slashed into the thick fog the mistwalkers have turned into, and strange vibration force diffused from the dazzling blade ray and spread towards the mistwalkers. Even though the mistwalkers had turned into mist, the slaughter god's slash, which was filled with the law of slaughter and boundless vibrating power, shattered the nanomachine units that formed them. They lost their vitality and turned into dust that fell from the sky. With a single strike, God of Massacre Gamma obliterated more than 1,000 mistwalkers at the molecular level, showing the terror of strong divine force rank gods. Yangfeng, I am a primary god of Titan Pantheon. How dare you kill me? Titan Pantheon will not rest until you are dead. On the battlefield, Titan Pantheon's god of war Amigo's roar of alarm and anger came. Maganat looked in the direction of the voice, and countless runes appeared in his eyes. He forcibly passed through the chains and saw what was happening in the distance. Amigo, the god of war, had a long sword wound on his waist. A large amount of blood gushed out of the wound as if it could not be stopped. Alexia turned into a black stream of light and fought Amigo to the death. Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke Avatar also fought Amigo with the god Bloodsword in hand. A resplendent divine force beam rose from behind Amigo. Burning divine force frantically, he forcibly resisted the siege of Alexia and Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke Avatar by himself. After traveling to many planes, gods are the most perfect and powerful existences that human warlocks have discovered. Not only do they have a long lifespan that makes human warlocks envious, but as long as they practice cultivation a little and burn divine force in battle, they can become a terrifying powerhouse virtually invincible in the same rank. Alexia and Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke Avatar have top Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess, and each of them can easily defeat junior Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. Yet even when the two of them joined forces, they still couldn't defeat Amigo quickly. From this, it can be seen how terrifying Amigo is. Besieged by 6 Infinity Warlock rank weapons and supported by countless 4th-generation battle robots, God of Fire Tames is still at a disadvantage, even though he is frantically burning divine force and urging violent flames to burn everything that approaches him to ashes. As for the Divine Legion, the angels facing Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion are practically one-sided. Only the Goddess of Toxicity Charlotte, God of Madness Edmonton, and a few other intermediate Divine Force rank God commanders and the remaining angels are barely able to resist. But it is only a matter of time before they are defeated. Maganat barked. Yang Feng, let us out at once. Let's just forget about this matter. Otherwise, the reinforcements from the Xalia Pantheon and the Titan Pantheon will arrive soon. When that time comes, you'll die. The god of fire, Tames, and the god of war, Amigo, were the two great divine power level gods of the Xalia Pantheon and Titan Pantheon respectively. They were also the pillars and main gods of the two pantheons. The two pantheons won't give up on powerful existences like them easily. They will definitely send countless experts to rescue them. Although the strength of strong divine force rank gods is slightly beyond my expectations. However, I have prepared enough fighting force to wipe you out in a short time. Yang Feng's voice reverberated in the divine country. The earth cracked, and the ultimate form 6-winged sun-devouring centipede suddenly flew out and belched a pillar of fire formed from sun god fire barreling towards Amigo. Amigo frantically burned divine force and brandished the Titan shield of war in his hand to block the pillar of fire. When sun god fire, which can seriously injure an Infinity Warlock, slammed into the Titan shield of war, the pillar of fire was forcibly blocked by Amigo. Alexia and Yang Feng's kindred avatar blurred into motion and slashed at Amigo from two different directions. Amigo burned divine force and unleashed a terrifying battle technique that he has refined over countless years. The Titan sword of war in his hand turned into two sword rays that hit Alexia's fallen angel sword and Yang Feng's kindred avatar god Bloodsword almost at the same time and diverted the two powerful forces to the side, causing them to brush past him. The two powerful sword rays brushed past Amigo. After their power was mostly weakened by the Titan armor of war, they left two wounds that were neither light nor heavy. Alexia and Yang Feng's kindred avatar Grand Duke are fearsome powerhouses on par with Amigo. Amigo can only barely resist their attacks. It is impossible for him to resist the attacks of the two powerhouses unscathed. At the moment when Amigo barely blocked the attack of Alexia and Yang Feng's kindred avatar, from the other side of the shield of war Titan, Marshal Yu Yan of Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals stabbed towards Amigo with the Black Fenghuang spear in her hand, exuding boundless might and enveloped in Black Fenghuang flames. Amigo gritted his teeth and desperately burned divine force. The Titan sword of war in his hand burst out with terrifying power, hit the Black Fenghuang spear, and forcibly jolted the Black Fenghuang spear together with Yu Yan away. Amigo pushed Yu Yan back with his sword, and countless heavenly net chains pounced on him like maggots, pierced into his body, and frantically extracted his power. Almost at the same time, Yu Tianling wearing the Fenghuang holy armor and holding the Fenghuang spear flew out from behind Yu Yan like a noble and powerful Fenghuang, turned into a resplendent ray, and stabbed the Fenghuang spear in her hand into Amigo's forehead. Terrifying phoenix flames erupted and completely enveloped Amigo, burning everything about him in a frenzy. Amigo roared and burned his divine force, and a beam of divine force suddenly emerged inside him in an attempt to send Yu Tianling flying. As soon as the beam of divine force appeared, it was entangled by the endless Skynet chains and completely extracted. Within Yang Feng's divine country, a primary artillery comparable to a blazing sun battlestar shone brightly, and a resplendent beam shot out in an instant, slammed into Amigo, and vaporized half of Amigo's body. Alexia appeared in front of the remaining half of Amigo's body, stabbed it with her sword, and cut it into pieces and burned it to ashes. At the same time she grabbed his godhead. Titan Pantheon's strong divine force rank god Amigo has died. At the moment when Amigo died, the statues of Amigo in the countless temples of Titan Empire cracked, and the believers of the god of war lost their connection with Amigo. What's going on? Damn it! Did the great god of war Amigo die? How is that possible? The great god of war Amigo is a strong divine force rank god. Our great Titan primary god. The entire Titan Empire fell into a state of panic. Everyone was in a state of panic and fear. On the Titan Pantheon's divine kingdom, 10,000 Gods Mountain, a mountain suddenly collapsed. That mountain was the god of war Amigo's divine kingdom. After the mountain peak collapsed, it turned into a beam of light and flew out of the Titan divine system's divine kingdom, arriving outside the divine kingdom's barrier. A huge black hole suddenly appeared, and the aura of astral boundary spread from the black hole. The mountain flew directly into the huge black hole and disappeared from this world, entering the astral world. Chapter 719. The god of war Amigo died. He really did it. What a dangerous guy. Within the divine country of the dark elven pantheon, the queen of spiders Lolth looked up at the sky. Countless runes appeared in her eyes, and she looked into the distance and sighed faintly. The beautiful goddesses of the dark elven pantheon subordinated to the queen of spiders Lolth were startled, and incredulity shimmered in their beautiful eyes. Maiden of pleasure Gabriella uttered in surprise, "He died? How is that possible? The god of war Amigo is the primary god of the Titan pantheon. Back then in the War of the Gods, he had withstood the siege of two great divine force level deities." The feeble divine force rank mushroom maiden Ada uttered with a look of surprise on her face. The god of war Amigo is a god with almost no weaknesses and has experienced countless wars. How could he die so easily? This time, for strong divine force rank gods besieged Yang Feng's divine country. Lolth uttered flatly, "It's very simple. This shows that Yang Feng is not a simple person. His divine country is definitely one of the most dangerous places in the world. To be able to suppress countless genius warlocks in the Zhangji Plain reminds me of the warlock emperors of the Zhangji Plain in the past." When everyone in the divine country heard the term warlock emperor, their countenance flickered, and their eyes revealed looks of worship. Ever since the emergence of the 8 warlock emperors, except for the Dawn Lord, the other 7 warlock emperors have been recognized as the strongest powerhouses. When warlock emperor rank powerhouses who have existed since ancient times or even the Age of Eternals fought the 7 warlock emperors, they were basically defeated, suppressed, or killed. Even the slightly weaker Dawn Lord was a peerless genius who shook an era. He was rarely defeated, suppressed countless Holy Spirit warlocks, and founded the brilliant and prosperous Dawn dynasty. At the thought that Yang Feng may promote to a warlock emperor that may only appear once every 100,000 years or even hundreds of thousands of years, the delicate bodies of the dark elven gods heated up, and their pretty faces overflowed with spring, exuding an enchanting temperament. The Queen of Spiders Lolth glanced at the beautiful twin girls and said flatly, "Shirley, Susan, prepare yourselves." "Yes, Mother." The twin goddesses of the dark elves, Shirley and Susan, responded respectfully. Dark elves were extremely dissolute. Very few adult dark elves were virgins. Those virgins were nurtured by them as gifts to the great gods and great figures of the various races. The many goddesses of the dark elven divine system were also unrestrained. Each of them kept countless handsome men in captivity and indulged in debauchery every day. Shirley and Susan were virgin goddesses specially cultivated by the Queen of Spiders Lolth to please the powerful gods. Only those strong divine power rank gods were qualified to enjoy the twin goddesses that the Queen of Spiders Lolth had cultivated with all her heart. Originally, the Queen of Spiders Lolth was reluctant to part with Shirley and Susan, but after seeing Titan Pantheon's god of war Amigo die at Yongfeng's hands, she made her decision. Titan Pantheon inside the myriad gods mountain. Vega, the god of thunder, whose body was covered with countless mysterious lightning tattoos, had a burly figure and a handsome appearance. He exuded a domineering aura as he looked at the 10,000 divine mountain that had collapsed and disappeared. His expression was extremely ugly. With a flash of earth-yellow light, the gorgeous goddess of the earth Victoria with long brown hair, a voluptuous and sexy figure, and a feeling of intimacy that seems to be able to contain all things appeared. The eyes of the god of thunder Vega flickered with a cruel glint, and he uttered while stressing each syllable, "They dared to kill a primary god of my Titan pantheon. I won't let them off. Whoever they are, they must pay the price." The goddess of the earth Victoria asked, "Do you need me to go with you?" The god of thunder Vega replied slowly, "No. You stay, the myriad gods mountain needs someone to guard it." The myriad gods mountain has a strong divine power rank god like the goddess of the earth mother standing guard. Additionally, there are many gods on the myriad gods mountain and countless martyrs in the martyr palace. Even if a mighty divine force rank god enters the myriad gods mountain, they will be defeated by the other gods. Once the myriad gods mountain is not guarded by a strong divine force rank god, then a warlock monarch rank powerhouse may sneak into the myriad gods mountain and steal all kinds of precious god armaments and secret treasures, turning the myriad gods mountain upside down. The goddess of the earth Victoria nodded. The figure of the god of thunder Vega fluttered, and he disappeared at once. Before long, warships full of gods subordinated to the god of thunder Vega flew out of the myriad gods mountain and flew towards Yongfeng's divine country. In the Titan pantheon, the god of thunder Vega's status is equivalent to that of the radiant primary god Pratos, and the gods subordinated to him are far stronger than the god of war Amigo. The Zalia pantheon, within the divine country of the radiant primary god Pratos. Sitting in a temple, the radiant primary god Pratos gazed into the distance with a dignified look in his eyes. Amigo died. Thames is in danger as well. Formidable divine force fluctuations envelop the divine country of the Zalia pantheon's divine country. Except for the gods who travel the astral boundary, the endless abyss, and some strange places, all the gods of the Zalia pantheon received an order from the radiant primary god Pratos. Huge warships flew out of the various divine countries and flew towards the divine country of the radiant primary god Pratos. In the center of a divine country shrouded in an endless forest with countless extraordinary plants rarely seen in the outside world, there are 36 10,000-meter tall gold trees. In the center of the gold trees, there is an exquisite palace that looks like it doesn't belong to the secular world. In a divine hall at the center of the beautiful palace sat a woman in green hunting clothes. She had dazzling golden hair that cascaded down like a golden waterfall, and her figure was golden in proportion. Her skin was as white as snow without a single blemish. She was devastatingly beautiful, like the incarnation of beauty. This peerless beauty, who exudes a noble and elegant temperament, is the primary god of the elven divine system, the strong divine force rank god Mofasaraja. Mofasaraja frowned slightly and thought inwardly, "Amigo has fallen. To be able to kill him, that Yongfeng is really strong." To be able to kill a strong divine force rank god, while being besieged by 4 strong divine force rank gods, this kind of power shouldn't be possessed by the battle demon sect. The 4 great divine power level gods were not just the 4 of them. They had brought with them an incomparably huge divine army, as well as countless subordinate gods and servant gods. Even if it were the powerhouses of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects besieged by the 4 strong divine force rank gods, only death would await them. The fighting strength Yang Feng displayed far exceeded the imagination of the gods of the Feisua plain. There was a flash of wisdom in Mofasaraja's beautiful eyes. Judging from his past, he has no malice towards us elves. He is someone who can be roped in and made friends with. Mofasaraja was an elven strong divine force rank god born in a war of the gods as well as the protector of the elves. It was because of Mofasaraja that the elves were able to become one of the 4 empires of the Feisua plain and thrive on the Feisua plain. In the center of a seemingly spacious plain, there is a huge temple full of rugged beauty. In the center of the temple, there sits a middle-aged man with a pair of lion ears and a lion tail wrapped around his waist, exuding a domineering aura. He is the lion god Arkith. Arkith looked at the starry sky, and his eyes shimmered with a fierce glint. To dare kill that fellow amigo of the Titan divine system. He's really daring. He's really daring. He wants to lure the snake out of its hole and wipe out the hostile forces in one fell swoop. Arkith mused. But this is a human civil war. It has nothing to do with us beastmen. It would be best if they kill each other and perish together. The god of war amigo died. It's really dangerous there. It's amazing that the god of half-blood beastmen Ian possesses such terrifying strength. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the many neutral gods hidden in the starry sky shook, and they didn't dare to attack Yang Feng's divine country. Outside Yang Feng's divine country, a large number of angels, martyrs, and surviving gods are frantically attacking the barrier of Yang Feng's divine country. But no matter how they attack, they can only set off ripples on the barrier. Within Yang Feng's divine country, our great lord has died. Damn it! My lord has actually fallen. These damn beasts. When the martyrs belonging to Amigo sensed Amigo's death, their eyes turned bloodshot, and they fell into madness, and their fighting strength surged. However, they were pierced through by the Skynet chains and nailed to the ground, becoming energy sources for the Skynet chains to absorb. When the 3 divine force rank gods fighting frantically saw this scene, their minds shook, and their eyes revealed a look of apprehension. Alexia, Yu Yan Yang Feng's kindred avatar, and the ultimate form 6-winged sun-devouring centipede blurred into motion, appeared behind Gamma, and besieged him. Gamma's godhead of massacre is very compatible with the path of Yang Feng's god avatar. As long as he devours Gamma's godhead and refine it, Yang Feng's god avatar will soon be able to promote to a strong divine force rank god. As for god believers with the intelligent life forms of the Andrak plane as a source of faith, it's enough to support Yang Feng's god avatar. Chapter 720. The god of massacre Gamma frantically burned his divine power. Very strangely, he grew a head and 2 arms. The 2 extra arms were holding the same powerful divine power, scimitar of massacre. He brandished the scimitar of massacre, which emitted ferocious blade rays, and blocked the attacks of Yang Feng's group of 4. Fearsome shockwaves surged in all directions. The area where god of massacre Gamma is located shone with blade rays, and everything in its wake was shattered. Help me! Faced with the siege of the 4 powerhouses, god of massacre Gamma has gone all out, yet he is still at a complete disadvantage. Within a breath of time, fine wounds appeared on his body. At the same time, under the control of Yang Feng's kindred avatar's blood energy, the wounds are extremely difficult to heal. He was forced to cry for help. God of Massacre Gamma can barely withstand the siege of Yang Feng's group of 4 for a short period of time. However, he knows that he can't withstand the siege of Yang Feng's group of 4 for a long time. Yu Tianling was sent to another battlefield by Yu Yan, who loves her younger sister very much. Ruler of the Night Magonaut roared wildly, "Hold on!" The Scarlet Flame Feng Huang, the Gale Giant, and the archaic Sacred Dragon caught up with Ruler of the Night Magonaut, and besieged him with the cooperation of a swarm of 4th-generation battle robots. Ruler of the Night Magonaut's strongest ability is that he can cast Night Divine spells, and create a Night Divine domain that covers an area of 10,000 kilometers in radius. In the Night Divine domain, Ruler of the Night Magonaut can teleport to any place. In Yang Feng's divine country, the life magic energy is thin and rejects most extraordinary laws. Even if Ruler of the Night Magonaut spends a huge amount of divine force to cast divine spells, But he can only cast a night divine domain that covers an area of tens of kilometers in radius at most. As soon as the night divine domain appears, it will be drained of all its power by the Skynet chains, forcing ruler of the night to spend a tremendous amount of divine force to fight head-on. The omnipresent heavenly net chains that even great divine power ranked deities feared had completely sealed the speed that Moganaut, the ruler of the night, was so proud of, as well as all sorts of bizarre divine spells. This put him at a complete disadvantage in the face of the three great weapons of war, the Crimson Flame Phoenix, the Gale Giant, and the Primordial Holy Dragon. Ruler of the night Moganaut, God of Massacre Gamma, and God of Flames Thames, the three strong divine power rank gods, were constantly moving to avoid being locked on by the Blazing Sun grade main cannon. The three strong divine power rank gods possessed incredible senses. As long as they were not entangled by the sky web chains, they would not be easily hit by the Blazing Sun level main cannon. Amazing! As expected of a deity of the great divine force level. According to the analysis of the current battle situation, it would take another 3 hours to break the stalemate and kill a great divine power rank god. However, I don't have time, so I can only do this. With a thought from Yang Feng's clone, a hole appeared in the barrier. A figure flickered and Yang Feng's true body, who was cruising outside, entered the hole and flew into the divine country. As soon as he entered the divine country, Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the Shoot the Heavens bow appeared in his hand. The World Ring frantically extracted world force from the 9 small worlds inside Yang Feng, and poured it into the Shoot the Heavens bow, and an arrow containing endless world force condensed in the Shoot the Heavens bow. Yang Feng's eyes suddenly flickered with countless mysterious runes, and he operated the fate algorithm, and wisps of fate aura diffused from him. A resplendent ray shot out from the Shoot the Heavens bow. The arrow, which seems to contain the terrifying pressure of the 9 worlds, shot out like a meteor, tore stars apart, shattered the vacuum, and annihilated everything, and shot towards God of Massacre Gamma with devastating force. Gamma, who just suffered a joint attack from Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke Avatar and the other 3, was forced to take a step back. The arrow appeared in front of him. Gamma roared and frantically burned divine force, and the space in front of him distorted and overlapped with hundreds of layers of space. When the golden ray hit the hundreds of layers of space, as if the hundreds of layers of space didn't exist, it easily pierced through the hundreds of layers of space and shot into the heart of God of Massacre Gamma, locking him on the ground. Countless chains of the heavenly net suddenly shot out and pierced into Gamma's body, frantically extracting his power. Your blood is mine. Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke Avatar smiled gracefully and slashed open a huge crack on God of Massacre Gamma with his sword. A large amount of golden god blood sprayed out of Gamma and flew into the hand of Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke Avatar. The god blood, god body, god soul, and god head of gods were the embodiment of the laws of a certain plane. They were the pinnacle alchemy materials and the pinnacle treasures of heaven and earth. For example, if a drop of divine blood from a powerful god like God of Massacre Gamma was absorbed by an ordinary mortal, then that ordinary mortal would obtain the power to be reborn. Their soul aptitude and various other cultivation aptitudes would also increase crazily. If Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke Avatar could absorb the god blood of 30 strong divine force rank gods, he might be able to break through the bloodline shackles and promote to a kindred Grand Prince rank existence in one fell swoop. Alexia extended her hand and dug out Gamma's godhead from his body. When Gamma died in the Feisua Plain in the secret churches of the God of Massacre, Gamma's idols cracked one by one. All the believers of the God of Massacre were horrified to discover that they could no longer sense anything about Gamma. God of Massacre Gamma died. So fast. How scary. What is in Yang Feng's divine country? Outside Yang Feng's divine country, the neutral gods are speculating. After killing God of Massacre Gamma, Yu Yen, Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke, Alexia, and the 6-winged sun-devouring centipede blurred into motion, appeared beside Moganaut, and attacked him frantically. Moganaut is the Emperor of the Night. If he was outside Yang Feng's divine country, he would be able to freely travel within the scope of the night in the Feisua Plain's main world. Even if it is a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, without a secret treasure to restrain Moganaut, they won't be able to kill Moganaut in the night. Ordinary strong divine force rank existences will definitely lose against Maganat in the night, and may even die if they are careless. Maganat is the most powerful assassin in the night. If he hides in the dark, even Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses will have a headache. If it wasn't for the fact that he teamed up with 3 strong divine force rank gods and led their divine legions into Yangfeng's divine country, it would be almost impossible to kill him. Ruler of the night Maganat's figure flickered as he madly burned his divine power. He turned into black saber lights that slashed at the sky net chains, forcibly cutting open a space that was thousands of meters wide. His true body, on the other hand, moved freely in the space within thousands of meters wide and fought fiercely with the 3 Infinity Warlock rank weapons. When Yu Yan and the other 3 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses joined the battle, Maganat's movement space was suddenly suppressed, and many wounds appeared on his body. Ruler of the night Maganat barked, "Stop, Yangfeng. I admit that I lost this time. I will give you the Dark Elves. That woman Lolth isn't simple, she won't submit to you that easily. I can help you suppress her. By the way, we can also form an alliance. I am willing to be your ally and advance and retreat together with you." What an interesting proposal. Unfortunately, the promises of the darkness evil gods can never be taken seriously. So you'd better die here. Yangfeng's true body swallowed a dozen-plus vials of top recovery elixirs. Like a huge whirlpool, countless high-grade magic crystals turned into ashes, and a tremendous amount of life magic energy entered his body. The greater the power of the shoot the heavens bow, the greater the burden on Yangfeng's body. To condense an arrow that can seriously injure a strong divine force rank god, it is not a small burden for Yangfeng, who has formed 9 small worlds. Boom! At this moment Yangfeng's divine country trembled slightly, ripples rose on the barrier, and a tremendous rumble spread throughout the divine country. Excitement flashed in Maganat's eyes, and he frantically burned divine force and roared, "Haha! Our reinforcements are here! Yangfeng, you're dead! Our reinforcements are here! Let us go! We can let bygones be bygones! Otherwise today will be the day you die!" Maganat, the ruler of the night, burned his divine power without a care for anything else. The massive amount of divine power he had accumulated over tens of thousands of years rapidly disappeared, allowing him to obtain incomparably terrifying power. Within that range of several thousand meters, the ruler of the night Maganat's moving figure was everywhere, as well as the experts he had killed. With the support of the fearsome divine force, the powerhouses killed by ruler of the night Maganat are killed one after another, and then resurrected and frantically attacked Yu Yan and the other 3 Infinity Warlocks, desperately consuming the power of the 4 of them. With how crazy Maganat is, he won't be able to hold on for long. In a day at most, the divine force crystals he has accumulated for tens of thousands of years will be exhausted. However, as long as he fights for a certain amount of time until Yangfeng's divine country barrier collapses, he will be able to get a chance of survival. Chapter 721. Yangfeng looked at Maganat, who has turned into a black ray of light and shuttled back and forth within a range of thousands of meters, took a deep breath, clenched the shoot the heavens bow, and frantically extracted world force from the 9 small worlds inside him with the world ring. An arrow containing fearsome world force formed inside the shoot the heavens bow. No! Ruler of the night Maganat's eyes flashed with fear when he saw the arrow, which contained the terrifying power of the world, and he screamed. In the blink of an eye, the arrow containing the power of 9 worlds shot out towards the ruler of the night, Maganat. Damn it! Block it! The ruler of the night, Maganat, roared as he burned his divine power in a frenzy. With a wave of his hand, a great divine power rank, Shield of the Night, suddenly appeared and blocked in front of him. A whirlpool of night that seems to be able to devour everything emerged from the Shield of the Night and rotated wildly. The shoot the heavens bow, which contains the force of 9 worlds and seems to be able to pierce through all worlds and suppress all enemies, plunged into the whirlpool of the night inch by inch with great difficulty. In a spacious void, An invisible blazing sun battlestar's main cannon flashed and a dazzling beam of light blasted Mogonot's body. Mogonot's body collapsed and disappeared in an instant, and then quickly condensed in the night thousands of meters away. Ruler of the night Mogonot has just formed a body, when a pitch-black fallen angel sword stabbed him in the chest, and fallen angel fire burned his flesh and soul. Damn it! If it weren't for this, then even if you join forces, you wouldn't be able to kill me. Ruler of the night Mogonot issued a roar full of unwillingness. With a flash of bloody light, his head was cut off by Yang Feng's kindred avatar. The shield of the night fell to the ground, and the shoot the heavens bow arrow turned into a stream of light and stabbed into Mogonot. At that moment, all the believers of the ruler of the night, Mogonot, lost their connection with him, and their statues shattered one after another. The Dark Night Divine Kingdom started to collapse, and a huge cave filled with the aura of the Star World appeared, completely engulfing the incomparably huge Dark Night Divine Kingdom. Outside Yang Feng's divine country, there are dozens of warships suspended in the air. The Divine Legion subordinated to Xalia Pantheon's gods poured out, and frantically bombarded the barrier of Yang Feng's divine country. Standing loftily aboard a warship, Titan Pantheon's god of lightning Gaba watched coldly as Xalia Pantheon's gods attacked Yang Feng's divine country barrier. Covered in sacred light, the radiant primary god Prado stood in front of the god of thunder Vega and said solemnly, "Vega, please help me. Let's join forces to break through Yang Feng's divine country barrier." The god of thunder Vega sneered and said, "Prados, this is just a little guy with weak divine power. Your Xalia divine branch can't even break the divine kingdom of a little guy? How disappointing." The Xalia and Titan divine systems were the true overlords of the Feisua plane. The Elven divine system, the Beastman divine system, and other divine systems had to unite to be able to contend against them. In the War of the Gods tens of thousands of years ago, the gods of the Xalia and Titan divine systems fought endlessly and sowed countless blood feuds. Even though the Treaty of the Gods was concluded and the Feisua plane maintained peace, they still fought openly and covertly in the secular world for tens of thousands of years. The relationship between the two sides was naturally extremely bad. The radiant primary god Prados uttered, "Feeble divine force rank? The amount of divine force crystals he spent to strengthen his divine country has already exceeded that of ordinary strong divine force rank gods." This divine power boundary barrier is not something that can be released by an ordinary divine power level divine kingdom. Yang Feng seized a large number of divine force crystals from the treasury of the two kindred Grand Dukes. He also seized a large number of divine force crystals from the treasury of the Li Gui province, Yu province and Bright Moon province. The amount of divine force crystals he possesses is no less than that of the Feisua plane's Elven divine system. To break through Yang Feng's divine country barrier in a short period of time, unless a Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse takes action, the god of thunder Gaba asked, "Why should I help you?" The radiant primary god Prados responded, "We can conclude a 10,000-year peace treaty. Besides, as long as you help me rescue Thames, I can promise you that I will do my best to help you with one thing while ensuring my own safety. We can conclude a Styx oath." The god of thunder Gaba couldn't help but be tempted. With the power of the radiant primary god Prados, as long as the two divine systems join forces, there is virtually nothing that cannot be done in the Feisua plane. The god of thunder Gaba responded promptly, "Okay. I promise you." The radiant primary god Prados first flashed with joy, and then was shrouded in endless anger, and he looked into the distance. He saw a star burning with endless flames suddenly appear in the vast starry sky, and illuminate the surroundings. A huge astral world cave appeared behind the star, completely swallowing it. The god of fire Thames died. That's too savage. For strong divine power ranked deities died just like that. How scary. Yang Feng's divine country is really a scary place. For strong divine force rank gods died, which means that 4 strong divine force rank godheads have fallen into Yang Feng's hands. It seems that Yang Feng will soon be able to create a human divine system with amazing strength. Neutral gods hidden in various places watched the divine country of the god of fire Thames being swallowed by the astral law in the distance, and complicated thoughts flashed in their minds. the barrier enveloping Yang Feng's divine country suddenly opened, revealing a battlefield full of potholes, wreckage, and tragic aura. When the barrier around Yang Feng's divine country opened, the gods of the Xalia Pantheon and the Titan Pantheon watched helplessly. No one dared to enter Yang Feng's divine country. At this moment, a vast divine force aura spread from Yang Feng's divine country, and wisps of strong divine force rank fluctuations of power spread from the divine country. Someone is promoting to a strong divine force rank god. It's Yang Feng, it's Yang Feng's divine force fluctuations. He's promoting to a strong divine force rank god. Now, no one can stop him from promoting to a strong divine force rank god. Among the neutral gods, when they sensed the aura released by Yang Feng, an enigmatic shade flashed in their eyes. Strong divine force rank gods are existences at the apex of the Feisua plane. Each of them is extremely powerful. With divine force crystals burning, a strong divine force rank god can even resist the siege of 4 infinity warlock rank powerhouses. A strong divine force rank god can even break into the divine country of a weak divine force rank god by himself and kill the other party with absolute power. In the War of the Gods, there have been strong divine force rank gods who broke into the divine country of an intermediate divine force rank god and paid a huge price to kill the other party. The Elven Pantheon only has the protection of a strong divine force rank god, yet it has already allowed the elves to become one of the 4 major races of the Feisua plane. In the Feisua plane, virtually all neutral gods are eager to promote to a strong divine force rank god. However, very few can achieve this. At this moment, the fog shrouding Yang Feng's divine country suddenly parted, and everyone can clearly see Yang Feng sitting loftily on a throne in the center of the divine country. Countless mysterious runes rose in his eyes, and wisps of strong divine force rank fluctuations of power slowly diffused from him. In front of Yang Feng, Alexia, dressed in the fallen angel armor and holding the fallen angel sword, looked loftily into the distance, looking like a powerful guardian goddess. Prado's eyes are calm, but his face revealed a trace of anger, and he said coldly, "How arrogant! He's inviting us to go in and fight him." At this time, Yang Feng chose to promote to a strong divine force rank god. If the gods of Xalia Pantheon and Titan Pantheon don't want him to promote to a strong divine force rank god, they can only enter his divine country and fight him. However, for strong divine force rank gods have already died in Yang Feng's divine country. Although the radiant primary god Prados and the god of thunder Gaba are far stronger than ordinary strong divine force rank gods, yet they don't dare to rashly enter and fight Yang Feng. The god of thunder Gaba sighed regretfully. Interesting. Unfortunately, this is his divine country. Otherwise, I would really like to go in and fight him to the death. The divine country of any god is a dangerous place. Without an absolute advantage, few gods will step into another god's divine country and start a fight. On the Feisua plane, for strong divine force rank gods were virtually invincible existences. Even if they encounter a warlock monarch rank powerhouse, the 4 of them can fight them together. Even if they can't defeat them, they can still retreat unscathed. The fact that the 4 strong divine force rank gods died in Yang Feng's divine country proves that there is a terrifying danger in his divine country. The radiant primary god Prados said, "Yang Feng, return Tame's godhead to me. Otherwise, our Xalia Pantheon will fight you to the death." Inside the divine country, Yang Feng said coldly, "Since Tame's godhead is in my hands, then it's impossible for me to return it to you. If your Xalia Pantheon wants to fight me to the death, then you can all go to hell. In this way, we can easily sever the chain of hatred." You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.